Chapter 205. There was a cave in the mountain behind the Yi clan. This cave was located halfway up the mountain behind the Yi clan. It was located in the north, facing south. Its position was actually very conspicuous. From the Yi clan's castle, it could be easily seen from the back of the mountain. However, no one in the Yi clan knew about this cave. They had never discovered it. The inside of the cave was decorated very simply, but it was very clean. There was a fist-sized luminous pearl at the top of the cave. It emitted a gentle light, illuminating the entire cave as if it was daytime. There was a huge white jade bed in the middle of the cave. At this moment, it was emitting a faint white mist. There was a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged on the white jade bed. The middle-aged man's appearance was ordinary. His eyes were closed, and he had a pair of long white eyebrows. The middle-aged man was like an old monk in meditation. He sat motionlessly, but the white mist emitting from the white jade bed strangely followed his breathing, constantly drifting left and right. After a long while, the middle-aged man's long white eyebrows suddenly moved. Immediately after, he slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of eyes that were as deep as the sea. This is bad. How could this kid's soul realm be so high? How could he have fallen into a state of desire? Yi Ruoshui's two long white eyebrows slightly trembled. Her expression was a little worried. However, she knew that Yi Qinghan had already fallen into a state of illusion. Even if she transmitted a message to him, it would probably not be able to wake him up. It's been a few hundred years since a good seedling finally appeared. It would be too much of a pity if it were to be wasted like this. Forget it. I'll help him. At worst, I'll just go into seclusion for another 50 years. Yi Ruoshui let out a heavy sigh and shook her head helplessly. Her entire body emitted a golden radiance, illuminating the entire cave even more brightly. Immediately after, a small golden light broke through the air and flew out of the cave. It flew straight towards the southwest and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Boss, quickly wake up. Could it be that you've forgotten about your younger sister, Yi Qingyu? Have you forgotten about Yu Qingqing? Have you forgotten about Yi Qinggu? Many people are waiting for you to return. You can't continue to fall into depravity like this. Xiao He helplessly transmitted his voice over and over again. However, every time he transmitted his voice, it was like a clay ox disappearing into the sea. It didn't cause even the slightest ripple. Of course, Yi Qinghan would not forget Yi Qingyu and the others. His conscious thoughts were also very urgent and painful. However, at this moment, the desire in his mind had completely occupied his heart, and it was growing stronger and stronger. If it completely occupied his mind, then he would never wake up until he died. This kind of situation was actually very common. In his previous life, there were many rapists who clearly knew that they were committing a crime when they committed a crime. If they were caught later, they would definitely be sentenced to death. However, at that moment, his mind was already muddled by lust, and his actions were no longer under his control. There seemed to be only one word in his mind, F***ck. Who cares if the sky falls and the earth sinks, or if the earth crashes into the moon? At that moment, Yi Qinghan suddenly heard a loud noise in his ears, and then the scene in front of him suddenly changed. He and Zhangzheng suddenly disappeared without a trace, and a large word suddenly appeared in the sky in front of him. Dao. A large Dao word suddenly filled his mind, shattering all the thoughts in his mind. His mind became completely empty, and only a large Dao word hung in his mind. Swoosh. Immediately after, the nameless ring on his left hand coincidentally emitted a white air current at that moment. The air current quickly passed through his arm and directly entered his mind, completely surrounding his soul. His soul suddenly trembled and he suddenly woke up. So dangerous! Yi Qinghan had no time to think. He sighed inwardly, and the qi in his body circulated rapidly. His eyes stared at the pink fruit on the tree of desire a few meters in front of him, and with a push of his legs, he leaped forward like a bolt of lightning. At this moment, in just a short second, the large Dao word in his mind instantly shattered into pieces. The incomparably beautiful scene from before appeared in his mind once again, and the desire in his mind began to stir. Too late. Yi Qinghan yelled crazily, and his speed increased again. Before the desire completely occupied his mind, he plucked the pink fruit of desire. Buzz! The moment the fruit of desire was plucked, the surrounding illusion quickly collapsed, and the entire world became peaceful again. The tree was still the same tree, the white mist was still dreamy, and the soil below was still flat. Whoosh whoosh! Yi Qinghan let out a long breath, and his eyes widened with lingering fear as he looked at the pink fruit of desire in his hand. The situation just now was the most dangerous he had ever encountered in the land of hallucination. If not for the sudden appearance of the word Tao, he would not have been able to gain a brief moment of clarity with the help of the white air current from the bronze ring. Although it was only for a short second, it allowed him to break through the most dangerous illusion of desire. Boss, you finally succeeded. Sob sob, I thought you would never wake up. You scared me to death. Xiao Hei's joyful yet worried voice immediately rang out in Yi Qinghan's mind after he completely broke through the illusion. Xiao Hei, come out. I must have made you anxious. I didn't expect this illusion to affect me so much. Thank goodness, thank goodness. It was more daunting than dangerous. Right, did you feel that large Dao word just now? Who helped me? Yi Qinghan summoned Xiao Hei apologetically, and at the same time expressed his doubts. I felt it too. It was such a powerful aura, but I'm not sure. Xiao Hei blinked. After being summoned, he immediately pounced into Yi Qinghan's arms. I was the one who transmitted that Dao word. Just as Yi Qinghan and Xiao Hei were feeling puzzled, Yi Ruoshui's faint voice rang out. Although her voice was still amiable, it seemed to be somewhat tired and powerless. Ancestor. So it was you. When Yi Qinghan heard this, the doubts in his heart immediately disappeared. That's right, besides a god-level expert, who else could have such great magic power? He hurriedly thanked her. Thank you, Ancestor. Ancestor, I've broken through the 7 emotions illusion. How do I break through the first stage? Very good. Don't speak first, listen to me carefully. You must remember every word that I say. Yi Ruoshui paused for a moment before continuing. It's very simple to break through the first stage. Eat all 7 emotions fruits, and you will be teleported to the second stage. There is also a very strong restriction between the first and second stage. With my cultivation, I am unable to break through the restriction of the second stage. Therefore, after you are teleported to the second stage, I will not be able to transmit my voice to you. Furthermore, I will not be able to detect your situation. Therefore, you will have to rely on yourself for the rest of the journey. We call the second stage the puppet passage. As the name suggests, the second stage is a passage that leads straight to the top of the mountain. This passage has 12 caves, and each cave is guarded by puppets of varying strength. The further you go, the stronger the puppets are. Apart from these 12 caves, every other part of the puppet passage is safe. Only by defeating the guards of each cave can you find a place to rest. Otherwise, you will definitely die. If you want to pass through all the stages of the puppet passage, you will not have any hope of passing through just by relying on martial skills. Only by comprehending a trace of the laws of heaven and earth will you have any hope of breaking through. As for the third stage, I have passed through it, but I did not succeed. The third stage is. Remember, you only have 3 years in the second stage. After 3 years, if you have not passed through, you will definitely die. Alright, remember every word that I say. When you break through, I will bring everyone to welcome your return outside the god-slaying mountain. Do your best. Yi Ruoshui explained to him in detail for half an hour. She clearly explained all the tricks that he needed to pay attention to and how to break through the stage. Yi Qinghan listened carefully and remembered every word that she said. However, the more he listened, the more shocked he became. He secretly smiled bitterly in his heart. Would he be able to pass such an abnormal stage? Chapter 206. After carefully digesting Yi Ruoshui's words, Yi Qinghan fell into a deep sleep. Yi Ruoshui's words were very clear. If he ate all 7 emotions fruits in one go, he would immediately be teleported to the puppet passage. Furthermore, the puppet passage could only go forward and not backward. Furthermore, he could not stop for even a moment. This was because if he stopped for even a moment on the mountain path, countless puppets would pounce on him. The puppets at the beginning might be easy to deal with, but as time passed, a second wave of puppets would appear, and then a third wave of puppets would appear. Furthermore, they would become stronger and stronger until they completely tore you apart. Thus, he decided to rest for a day in the psychedelic realm and wait for his energy to completely recover and reach his peak before proceeding to the second stage. After resting for a day and a night, Yi Qinghan once again ate more than 10 spirit fruits. According to Yi Ruoshui, the spirit fruits in the psychedelic realm would be completely eroded after leaving this place. Thus, he obviously had to eat a few more. He didn't know when he would be able to eat such delicious fruits again after leaving this place. Gotcha! At the side, Xiaohei was also holding a few spirit fruits and munching on them non-stop. His small stomach was already very round. After eating, he rested for another half an hour and recalled Xiaohei back to the beast space. Yi Qinghan took out 7 emotions fruits from his bosom and looked around without any hesitation. He opened his mouth and bit down on one of the fruits. Gotcha! After eating the last fruit, Yi Qinghan felt as if the entire psychedelic realm suddenly trembled. Then, he suddenly realized that the white fog above his head suddenly became thinner, while the white fog around him became thicker. Buzz! The sky above his head suddenly lit up. No, it wasn't just a light, it was a beam of light. This beam of light was like a super strong searchlight in the sky, enveloping Yi Qinghan's entire body. At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt as if he was standing on a stage. His surroundings were pitch black, and only his side was shining with light, dazzling and eye-catching. What was even stranger was that Yi Qinghan was slowly rising into the sky under the cover of that beam of light. Then, the speed became faster and faster. Yi Qinghan was affected by the strong wind and bright light. He couldn't help but squint his eyes in satisfaction. Shoo! A moment later, Yi Qinghan felt his feet land on the ground. Under the immense force, he involuntarily shrunk his feet back and stabilized his body. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. This is the puppet channel? Heavens, I can actually see sunlight? This sunlight, it's so comfortable. There are flowers and plants, wild beasts. Yi Qinghan seemed to be unable to believe her own eyes as she happily meowed everywhere. He discovered that he had actually been teleported to a path that was several hundred meters wide. Both sides of the path were surrounded by a faint barrier of light, and he couldn't see the scenery outside clearly. Although the light barrier also covered the top of the path, the top was completely transparent. The warm sunlight shone through the transparent light barrier onto the path and onto Yi Qinghan's body. Yi Qinghan had been living in the thick white fog for more than 8 months in the land of fantasy. The sky had always been gloomy. He couldn't see the blue sky, the white clouds, or the warm sun. Now that he was suddenly bathed in the warm sunlight, he felt very comfortable and warm. It was as if a baby had returned to his mother's embrace. The road meandered all the way up, finally disappearing into a dark cave entrance. On the path that was several hundred meters wide, there were all sorts of flowers, small trees, and countless small animals in the grass. There were rabbits, wolves, bison. These small animals didn't seem to be afraid of Yi Qinghan's arrival. Instead, they looked at Yi Qinghan curiously. Ho, no matter what, the environment of this puppet channel is much better than that of the land of fantasy. Yi Qinghan was like a prisoner who had stayed in the prison for 8 months. For a moment, he felt an indescribable sense of happiness and bitterness when he saw this very ordinary scenery outside. Things that were lost and then regained would always make people feel happy. Before Yi Qinghan fully enjoyed this happiness, he had been awakened by numerous berserk and ferocious roars from his back. He looked back as he changed his face at once. Closely after that, he took out his blue dragon dagger and ran his battle chi as he ran forward at full speed. Behind the main road, countless magical beasts suddenly surged out. At a glance, there were at least several hundred of them densely packed together. Yi Qinghan recognized many of these magical beasts. Among them, there was a magical beast of the 5th rank, a shadow wolf, a magical beast of the 6th rank, a 3-eyed blood eagle, and a magical beast of the 6th rank, a giant spike dragon. These weren't important. Yi Qinghan was confident that he could easily exterminate them no matter how many of them there were. However, there was a red python that was as thick as a human head and tens of meters long at the very front of the group of magical beasts. After combining with his battle beasts, Yi Qinghan's battle strength had reached the peak of the Marquis realm. If it was any other top LV7 magical beast, Yi Qinghan wouldn't care about it at all. However, this fire python was extremely poisonous. If he was bitten by it, he would definitely die. Yi Qinghan had just entered the Marquis realm and hadn't had the time to release his aura yet. Facing such a poisonous creature, he would naturally be afraid. Most importantly, Yi Ruoshui had once told him that the magical beasts in the puppet tunnel were all controlled by an indescribable power. They had no consciousness of their own and would only wildly tear apart the people in the tunnel. Otherwise, they wouldn't stop. Because they were all puppets, they didn't have their own souls. In other words, Yi Qinghan's combined body technique had no effect on them at all. Yi Qinghan was incomparably powerful and invincible below the Emperor realm on the Netherworld path. In actuality, Yi Qinghan could only use the combined body technique. He could only rely on the combined body technique. In the puppet tunnel, he was actually just an ordinary Marquis, or perhaps it could be said that he wasn't even comparable to an ordinary Marquis. Therefore, at this moment, Yi Qinghan did not hesitate to turn around and run. He turned around and ran straight towards the dark hole in front of him. It was obvious that Yi Qinghan's speed was still very fast. He gradually pulled away from the magical beasts behind him. Only the upper 7th rank magical beast was shockingly fast. It twisted its body and quickly closed in on him. Yi Qinghan didn't use the shadow step. He only separated a part of his battle aura on his feet and raised his speed to the peak. His hands weren't idle either. He directly released his battle aura and formed a purple palm that fiercely slammed towards the fire python that was chasing behind him. The purple palm was very large, at least 1 square meter. Such a large palm and its speed was extremely fast. The fire python couldn't dodge it. Seeing the situation, the fire python didn't want to dodge either. Just like that, it collided head-on. Bang! There was a huge explosion. Yi Qinghan glanced at it and was secretly shocked. The fire python was actually unharmed in such a strong explosion. Only its triangular head was slightly black. Its eyes were still blood red. After a pause, it once again rushed towards Yi Qinghan. Hee again. Yi Qinghan didn't take it seriously. He let out a long laugh and waved his purple palm again. Although the projectiles couldn't harm the fire python, they could stop it from chasing after it. After waving his palm, Yi Qinghan rushed forward without looking back. Walking like this and waving his palm, Yi Qinghan finally reached the entrance of the cave after a few minutes. Looking at the dark hole that looked like the mouth of a monster, Yi Qinghan's eyes shone with a fiery light. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. His figure flashed and he directly entered the cave. Chapter 207. As soon as Yi Qinghan stepped in, the world began to spin around him, and his surroundings began to change. Whoosh whoosh. The wind howled, and yellow sand filled the sky. This was a desolate desert world. The wind swirled the yellow sand, causing the world to blur, and the heat waves caused the air to distort. Yi Qinghan didn't feel strange at all, because Yi Ruoshui had once said that the 12 caves of the Golem Passage were all created by the supreme power of the creator of Mount Luotian. Every cave was a small parallel space, and they were all real spaces. There were all kinds of strange terrains, magical beasts, and monsters. If one wanted to leave this space, they had to find the entrance to the space. And there were countless dangers in this space, so the only safe place was within a radius of several dozen meters around the entrance. There's a magical beast there. Yi Qinghan could clearly see that in the distance, there was a hideous magical beast hundreds of meters tall with a triangular head roaring. Its scales glowed with a metallic luster, and its sharp fangs were covered with mucus. This is a magical beast. It seems to be very powerful. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly grasped the blue dragon dagger, surrounded by battle chi, and prepared to fight. But a moment later, he discovered that a lot of the yellow sand had actually passed through the body of the hideous magical beast. Only for a moment. The hideous magical beast had actually disappeared. An illusion? Yi Qinghan somewhat understood. This was a desert terrain. Yellow sand filled the sky, and space was distorted. It was very easy for illusions to appear, just like a mirage. But this made it even more difficult to tell which was real and which was impossible to guard against. Let's go! He didn't dare to stay any longer. Right now, the most important thing was to find the entrance to this space. Otherwise, there could be danger everywhere. The blade of the dagger was constantly swallowing waves of saber energy, guarding against any sudden danger. Yi Qinghan's figure moved rapidly as he strolled around. The scorching heat waves seemed to burn the surrounding air. However, Yi Qinghan didn't seem to be affected by the heat at all. Yi Ruoxue had once told him that the 7 emotions fruits that he had eaten contained an enormous amount of energy and a miraculous ability. It allowed him to not need to consume any food or fresh water for 3 years, and he would not be affected by the weather or terrain in the puppet tunnel. For example, the current temperature was at least 40 to 50 degrees Celsius. Although all of this made Yi Qinghan feel very magical, he felt that this was not a magical ability that a human could have. But the various things that happened on the God-slaying mountain, the strange restrictions, the mysterious white mist, the mysterious 7 emotions dreamland. Everything that happened was not something that could be created by humans. Of course, this itself was not created by humans. In Yi Ruoxue's words, the God-slaying mountain was originally created by a god-level expert who possessed boundless magic power. And Yi Qinghan believed that since it was created by an omnipotent almighty, then everything that happened on the God-slaying mountain was normal and understandable. Swoosh! At that moment, a ray of light suddenly emerged from the sand in front of Yi Qinghan. Then, 2 yellow shadows broke through the ground and shot directly at Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan did not dare to be careless. In fact, when he entered this place, he had always been careless and had been carefully paying attention to the situation around him. He reacted at the first moment. With a flicker of his shadow step, his figure quickly shifted a few steps to the side. At the same time, he brandished his dagger. The tip of the dagger emitted a long sharp edge and fiercely covered the yellow figure. Bang! The yellow figure was fiercely struck by the sharp edge and was sent flying. As soon as it landed on the ground, it quickly disappeared. When Yi Qinghan reacted, he only saw a tail covered in scales quickly drilling into the ground. What monster? Pangolin? Yi Qinghan frowned slightly. This monster's defense was so strong and it could drill into the ground. It seemed that he had to be careful and guard against underground attacks. After carefully observing and making sure that the monster did not appear again, Yi Qinghan could only sigh and continue to move forward. The yellow sand covered the sky as far as the eye could see. It was as if there was no end to it and he could not tell which direction he was going. As he walked, even Yi Qinghan did not know which direction he was going. In the end, he simply did not know which direction he was going and just randomly chose a direction to move forward. After walking for a while, he stopped and sat cross-legged. He diverted half of his attention to cultivate his battle aura and restore the battle aura that he had just consumed. Meanwhile, he diverted the other half of his attention to observe the situation around him. Although it was very slow and the effect was not good, it was still safe. After resting and cultivating for a while, he continued to move forward. After walking for a few hours, Yi Qinghan suddenly discovered a black staircase in the distance. At the top of the staircase was a dark exit. The sky was filled with yellow. The black staircase and the exit were naturally very obvious. He immediately discovered it. His spirit was lifted and he hurriedly sped up in that direction. However, after a while, he suddenly realized that the black staircase suddenly disappeared and was slowly replaced by yellow sand. Sigh, it's an illusion again. Yi Qinghan sighed and powerlessly sat on the hot sand. This desert terrain was simply too detestable. Not only did it make people easily lose their way, but it was also very common for illusions to appear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Yi Qinghan was cursing the creator of the god-slaying mountain in his heart, he suddenly heard countless sounds of air being torn apart. Several black shadows emerged from the yellow sand around him and shot straight at Yi Qinghan, who was sitting on the ground. What the F asterisk CK, so many. Whirlwind slash. Yi Qinghan was shocked and did not dare to be careless. He reached out and slapped the ground, using the counterforce of the ground to bounce up. At the same time, the dagger in his left hand spat out a blade light. The dagger spun in the air with the blade light and used the whirlwind slash of the Night Emperor's 7 forms to hack at the yellow shadows that were pouncing at him from all directions. At the same time, he released his battle aura, forming a battle aura shield around his body to block the black shadow's attacks. Bang! Ugh! The blade light and the yellow shadows collided, knocking the surrounding monsters away. At the same time, Yi Qinghan felt his battle aura shield being torn apart by a few sharp claws on his side and back, leaving a few bloody scratches on his skin. He could not help but groan in pain. He did not care about his wounds and instead stared at the 4 monsters in front of him. His wounds would naturally be healed by the white air coming out of the bronze ring, but the 4 monsters made him secretly apprehensive. These 4 monsters were somewhat similar to the crocodiles from his previous life, but their tails were much shorter and their limbs were slightly longer. Their front claws were especially sharp, as if there were several steel blades stuck in them. Their heads were sharp, and their eyes were blood red. Their bodies were covered in yellow scales that were slightly darker than the yellow sand. Soul confusion, earth splitter. Yi Qinghan did not dare to stay any longer. He was afraid that the sounds of battle would attract more and more crocodiles. His body lit up with a demonic purple light, and with the dagger in his hand, he slashed at the crocodile monster closest to him. Chapter 208. Yi Ruoxue had said that the monsters in the puppet mountain did not have souls, so his body fusion technique would be ineffective. However, Yi Qinghan was not willing to give up and wanted to give it a try. At the same time, he did not miss. The saber light left his body and slashed at the monsters in front of him. As expected, a purple light flashed, and the black fog enveloped the crocodile-like monsters. They did not react at all, and continued to stare at Yi Qinghan with their bloodshot eyes. However, Yi Qinghan discovered another advantage. This black fog could actually affect the monster's vision, but his own vision was not affected in the slightest. Bang! The saber light slashed down, and the crocodile-like monster that was closest to it dodged to the side. The saber light was not concentrated, and it only pierced the side, sending the crocodile-like monster flying. As for the other 3 monsters, their bloodshot eyes looked around randomly. In the end, they did not care about anything else and directly charged at the place where the sound came from. Their 6 sharp front claws danced wildly. Shadow step. This time, Yi Qinghan was much more relaxed. His footsteps swayed with the wind, and he easily dodged the attacks of the 3 monsters. Then, he waved his left hand and fiercely hit the body of one of the crocodile-like monsters. Bang! The monster was fiercely knocked down on the yellow sand, causing a cloud of dust to rise from the ground. It shook its head, then directly burrowed into the ground, leaving behind only a large tail. With a wave of its tail, it quickly disappeared under the yellow sand. Bang, bang, bang! Yi Qinghan did not hold back and directly hit the remaining 3 crocodile-like monsters, sending them flying. The 3 monsters were very strange. Once they were hit, they quickly escaped and did not continue fighting. After a while, there was only a sky full of yellow sand and Yi Qinghan alone in the vicinity. Phew! Yi Qinghan let out a long breath. The defense of this crocodile-like monster was too strong. His heavy strike at such a close distance did not even break a single scale. It probably only escaped because its internal organs were slightly injured by the battle aura. His attack power was still too low. Most importantly, his martial skills were too weak. Yi Qinghan sighed to himself. He had no choice. He had been considered trash in the Yi family since he was young. He had never been bestowed any high-level martial arts skills. The only way he could attack was the Night Emperor's 7 styles, that everyone in the Yi family knew. Although the Night Emperor's 7 styles was rumored to be the ultimate skill of the Yi family's founding ancestor, it could split mountains and split the earth. But no one had ever practiced this martial art to this level, or rather, the family thought that the real Night Emperor's 7 forms had long been lost, and this was just a fake substitute. Before the mansion battle, his family had indeed given him a saint-level secret manual and countless cultivation experiences. However, these were only for life-saving techniques such as shadow step and battle chi cultivation. There was not a single high-level offensive or defensive martial skill. Ever since Yi Qinghan had obtained the body fusion battle technique, soul dizziness, he had never thought of practicing martial arts. He had only been focused on improving his battle chi and soul realm. At that time, he felt that he might as well practice his battle chi instead of martial arts. After all, with the body fusion battle technique, he could instantly kill a fighter with the same soul realm as him. And if his soul realm was higher than his, it would be useless even if he knew martial arts. They could instantly kill him. At this moment, he was very regretful that he didn't ask Yi Shi-san and Yi Qingwu about their high-level martial techniques. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been at such a disadvantage here. His realm was clearly much higher than this crocodile's, but he ended up in such a sorry state. Yi Qinghan decided that he had to find the passageway to this space as soon as possible and then cultivate for another year and a half. Even if he didn't improve his Shadow Step and Night Emperor's 7 forms, he had to at least learn the aura that a marquis could grasp. After resting for a while, Yi Qinghan began to move forward. He was heading in the direction of the passage where the illusion had appeared. In his previous life, he had learned some knowledge about mirages. This thing was formed by refracting light, but there was a high chance that his real location was in a straight line between the person he saw and the mirage. Whoosh whoosh. But after walking for an hour, several crocodile-shaped monsters emerged from the yellow sand in front of him. These monsters broke out of the ground and attacked Yi Qinghan. Whoosh! With 2 battle experiences, Yi Qinghan naturally didn't care and immediately used the body fusion battle technique, soul dizziness. He used the black mist to affect the crocodile-shaped monsters' vision and judgment. He quickly repelled the crocodile-shaped monsters and continued to move forward in a straight line. But along the way, he found that more and more monsters were attacking him, from a few at the beginning to more than 10. After repelling the last crocodile-shaped monster, Yi Qinghan laughed bitterly. His clothes had been torn to shreds, and he was covered in blood and wounds. The wounds that hadn't been completely healed had opened up again. Helplessly tearing off the shredded clothes, Yi Qinghan took out a golden leather armor from the bag on his back. This leather armor was obtained from extortion during the prefectural battle. He hadn't worn it because it was too big, but now he had to put it on. He couldn't really put it on, but wrapped it around his body like a bath towel and tied it with shredded clothes. Although it looked a little funny, there was nothing he could do. After all, although he could heal every time he was injured, he was made of human flesh and was afraid of pain. As he continued forward, Yi Qinghan had a feeling that he was close to the end. Although this feeling was a little ridiculous, he decided to follow it. The crocodile-shaped monsters were appearing for shorter and shorter periods, and their numbers were increasing. However, after putting on the leather armor, Yi Qinghan's defensive power had increased greatly. He only needed to protect his head, and the rest of his body was completely protected by the leather armor and the battle chi shield. It made things easier for him, but he had consumed a lot of battle chi and spirit. Phew! After moving forward for half an hour, Yi Qinghan finally saw the black staircase and the dark cave entrance. He was very sure that it wasn't a mirage, so he raised his middle finger at the top of his head. Damn you, don't play like this. In the distance, outside the staircase and the dark cave entrance, there was a translucent light cover that was exactly the same as the one outside the puppet tunnel. This was why Yi Qinghan was sure that it wasn't a mirage, because the mirage just now didn't have such a light cover. However, apart from the yellow sand outside the light cover, there were also countless crocodile-shaped monsters. Numerous crocodile-shaped monsters were squatting on the ground around the translucent light cover. There were at least tens of thousands of crocodile-shaped monsters. I found the tunnel, but how can I get there? So many crocodile-shaped monsters have surrounded the light cover. Even if they don't attack me, it would take me a lot of effort to squeeze in. Yi Qinghan scratched his head, his dandruff falling off. He was somewhat dumbfounded. Chapter 209. What should I do? Yi Qinghan was dumbfounded. Wasn't the elder ancestor saying that the checkpoint in the cave ahead of the puppet passage was very simple? Didn't they say that it would be automatically generated by the challenger's own strength? When Yi Qinghan heard this, he was secretly delighted. He felt that this puppet mountain would be very easy to pass. On the surface, his strength was only at the first level of the Duke realm. With the addition of a holy beast, he was at the peak of the Duke realm. However, how could he pass these mountainous crocodile-shaped monsters with his current strength? He would need to at least reach the Emperor realm in order to pass this test. Actually, Yi Qinghan had miscalculated on one point. He didn't have any powerful offensive or defensive skills. If he was at the peak of the Duke realm, he could use his powerful offensive skills to easily sweep through the monsters. Moreover, if his defensive skills were strong, these crocodile-shaped monsters wouldn't be able to harm him at all. However, the god-level expert who had set up this checkpoint probably didn't expect that a warrior at the peak of the Duke realm would only know a very ordinary offensive skill, the Night Emperor's 7 forms, and an incomplete footwork technique, the Shadow Step. Yi Ruoxue also thought that since Yi Qinghan was a genius disciple of the Yi family, the elders of the family would definitely give him all the high-level skills. Since the combination skills were useless here, the only offensive skill that Yi Qinghan could rely on was the Night Emperor's 7 forms. Of course, he could only stare at the densely packed monsters. He regretted not asking Yi Qingyo for more offensive martial skills, and also regretted that he had refused Yi Qingwu's offer to teach him martial skills after the Battle of Duan Renfeng on the Prefecture Battle Island. Actually, if he used spiritual confusion, no one in the Netherworld path would be able to stop him. Of course, he couldn't be bothered to learn it. Moreover, his relationship with Yu Qingqing was at its peak. They were intimate all day and couldn't wait to explore each other. Where would he have the time to learn these things? Helpless, Yi Qinghan could only slowly retreat. He wasn't a fool. He knew his own strength. Although he has a very magical ring that can quickly heal his injuries, in the face of so many monsters, he can't do anything. He was afraid that the wound that the bronze ring had yet to heal would be continuously scratched by the crocodile monsters that swarmed toward him. At that time, he might bleed to death. Moreover, there were so many monsters. If he wasn't careful, his limbs would be torn off. Even the bronze ring's aura wouldn't be able to regrow his limbs. He slowly retreated a few hundred meters until he could no longer see the black stairs and the entrance. He heaved a sigh of relief and sat down on the sand. What should we do? What should we do? Yi Qinghan started to scratch his head again. Although he had eaten the 7 emotions fruit, he didn't feel hungry or thirsty. As long as he didn't get too close to the front, with his strength and the bronze ring's insane healing ability, he probably wouldn't be in too much danger. But people need to rest, right? With his current realm, it was indeed possible for him to not sleep for 10 days and half a night. Occasionally, he would meditate to recover his energy and battle chi. It was just that, this couldn't last long. If a person were to continue like this for a long time without rest, their mind would be greatly exhausted. They would become fatigued and dispirited. What would they do then? This was like a young man staying up all night and sleeping during the day. Indeed, a young man's physique was good. It wouldn't be a problem for him to stay up for 3 to 5 days. But try continuing like this for a few months. As long as there wasn't a problem with their mind, their body would definitely collapse, taking a step back even if they could persevere. But if they didn't break through the translucent barrier of the entrance, this place would never be safe. Then they couldn't just stay like this forever, right? After staying for 3 years, they would die of hunger or thirst here, becoming a few grains of sand in the sky. Think of a way. He had to think of a way. Yi Qinghan rubbed his face, trying to wake himself up, pull himself together, and think of a way. But the more he thought, the more confused he became, and the more his imagination ran wild. Boss, don't panic, calm down. There's no point in panicking. At this moment, Xiao He suddenly transmitted his voice. Although Xiao He's voice was slightly anxious and worried, it still caused Yi Qinghan to become alert. He hurriedly said, Xiao He, do you have a way? This ghost falling god mountain is too abnormal. Which bastard designed it? I'll seek him up. I don't have a way, but I know that if you continue to panic, we will die here. Xiao He continued to transmit his voice. I also felt the situation just now. I feel that you can only solve this crisis from two aspects. First, you have powerful battle chi, but you don't know how to attack. Second, this leather armor doesn't fit you, and it doesn't have a comprehensive defense. Only by strengthening your defense or attack can you rush through. Attack? Defense? After listening to Xiao Hei's transmission, Yi Qinghan began to calm down and think carefully. He knew that his battle chi was already very high, but he didn't know any high-level martial skills, so he could only display about 50% of his strength. But if he learned a high-level martial skill, he could display 100%, 200%, or even 300%. As for defense, unless he could learn how to release his aura in a short period of time, there was no other way. Moreover, could he withstand the crazy attacks of so many monsters just by relying on his aura? He shuddered at the thought of the crocodile monsters that covered the mountains and plains. If he only relied on his aura, if his attack was not strong enough, he probably wouldn't be able to break through the monster horde and reach the safety barrier. After thinking hard for a long time, Yi Qinghan felt that other than training his aura and strengthening his attack, there was no other way. His aura could temporarily defend against attacks from all directions, and he had to master an offensive martial skill that could sweep through a large area and temporarily block the monster's attacks. This would give his aura time to buffer, so that it wouldn't break under continuous attacks. Using attack and defense in a cycle, he could break through the monster horde and reach the safety barrier at the entrance of the passage. He knew the principle of training his aura. Aura was actually an enhanced version of Battle Chi Shield. Releasing Battle Chi to form a Chi Shield could defend against strong attacks. Aura was a step further outward release of Battle Chi, forming a larger Chi Shield around the body. This Chi Shield was larger and could completely envelop the body, and its defense was further enhanced. Moreover, he could control the aura to distort the enemy's attack. Well, the principle was simple, but it was very complicated to use. Moreover, the aura formed at the beginning was very unstable and could easily break, and its defense was not as strong as the Chi Shield. This was another problem of practice makes perfect. As for offensive martial skills, Yi Qinghan thought about it, and tragically realized that other than the 7 forms of the Night Emperor, he didn't seem to know anything else. Thus, he helplessly began to practice the 7 forms of the Night Emperor. The 7 forms of the Night Emperor was the famous martial skill of the founding ancestor of the Yi family, the Night Emperor. It was said that when mastered, it could split mountains and split the earth. However, it was unknown whether the descendants of the Yi family were too weak, or the 7 forms of the Night Emperor was a knockoff. Since the Night Emperor, no one had been able to master it. Of course, the ancestors' things could not be forgotten. Thus, regardless of the identity of the Yi family, the first martial skill they learned was the 7 forms of the Night Emperor. Even the chores of the Yi family knew half a form. When Yi Qinghan found out that his sister was being teased by Shui Wuhan on the Cowherd Street in Song City, he turned his palm into a blade and slashed at Shui Wuhan with the Night Emperor's 7 forms of the Earth Splitter Slash. Thus, Yi Shanhu, who was patrolling nearby, immediately discovered that it was a descendant of the Yi family who was sent flying by Shui Wuhan, Heaven Splitter Slash, Earth Splitter Slash, Swimming Dragon Slash. In the following days, Yi Qinghan had no choice but to bitterly practice the Night Emperor's 7 styles while starting to cultivate his aura, hoping to make a breakthrough and charge through the horde of monsters to reach the entrance of the passageway. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would die of exhaustion in this sky full of yellow sand. Chapter 210. Sky-Splitting Slash. Yi Qinghan fiercely slashed down towards the sky. The long saber aura at the front of the blue dragon dagger instantly left the blade and expanded against the wind, turning into a semicircular saber aura that collided with the crocodile monster in front of him. Bang! A crocodile monster in front of him was directly hit by the oncoming saber aura. The powerful impact of the energy caused it to directly roll in the air, flying backward for more than 10 meters, and finally fell into the yellow sand and rolled again. Yi Qinghan nodded in satisfaction. However, from the corner of his eyes, he saw that the remaining crocodile monster had suddenly pounced from behind, and its sharp claws were about to directly scratch the back of his head. Buzz! Yi Qinghan frowned and did not dodge. Instead, his body emitted a burst of brown light. A light shield like a bubble suddenly formed and completely enveloped his body. This light shield was about 1 meter in diameter, brown in color, and there was a faint purple airflow surrounding it. Poochie! The crocodile monster behind him directly clawed at the brown light shield with its 2 sharp claws. Unexpectedly, this light shield was like a slippery ball, and actually slowly slid the 2 sharp claws to the side. Bang! The crocodile monster's powerful claws slashed on the yellow sand, scratching 2 deep grooves on the ground. Whoosh whoosh! The crocodile monster turned its body again and continued to attack the light shield. However, this light shield was very strange. It could actually distort attacks. Every time the crocodile monster attacked, it would be diverted by this light shield. It would either attack the air or the ground. Every time it seemed that it was about to attack Yi Qinghan inside the light shield, it would slowly slide away. Ayo! The crocodile monster was like a machine, never tiring and constantly attacking. And Yi Qinghan stood inside the light shield, his eyes slightly narrowed, motionless, as if he was admiring the monster's attack. Of course, Yi Qinghan was not admiring, nor was he resting. He was controlling the aura field, distorting the monster's attack. After half a month of fumbling, he finally learned how to release the aura field a few days ago. However, he had just learned it and was not proficient in controlling it, so he could only release the aura for about 1 meter. Moreover, every time a monster attacked, he would only have 1 monster left. Instead of attacking it, he would let it attack while he continuously controlled his aura, familiarizing himself with how to use his aura to distort the monster's attacks and protect himself. Half an hour later, Yi Qinghan's forehead began to break out in cold sweat. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he smiled helplessly. He waved his left hand, and with a flash of the blade, the monster in front of him was sent flying. It rolled a few times on the yellow sand before burrowing into the ground and disappearing. Phew! Yi Qinghan also slumped down on the ground powerlessly. Constantly manipulating and twisting the qi field to attack like this consumed a lot of mental energy, battle qi, and physical strength. Xiaohei, come out and play. A shadow emerged from his chest, and Xiaohei appeared in front of Yi Qinghan. It twisted its little arms and legs and stretched its body in a very human-like manner. It said through telepathy, "Not bad, boss. You've lasted another 10 minutes today. Keep up the good work." Sigh. This is only 1 monster's attack, and I only lasted for half an hour. If it was a group of monsters, I don't even know if I could last a minute. Yi Qinghan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Don't rush, boss. You've only learned to use your aura for a few days. You'll slowly get used to it. I think if you can withstand a group attack for half an hour, we'll have a chance to break through the monster's encirclement and reach the safe zone at the entrance of the passage. Xiaohei blinked its little eyes, and rubbed the little horn on its head against Yi Qinghan's thigh. It suddenly thought of something and said through telepathy, "Boss, is the 7 forms of the Night Emperor effective? I've watched you practice for so long, and other than being more familiar with it, I feel like the power of your sword has not increased at all." The 7 forms of the Night Emperor. Speaking of this, Yi Qinghan felt helpless again. For half a month he had fought a few battles with the monsters every day. Although he had practiced the 7 forms of the Night Emperor with ease, he felt that it was the same no matter how much he practiced. It did not increase his attack power. But he remembered the rumors of the Yi family, and said with some anticipation, according to the rumors of the 7 forms of the Night Emperor, if the 7 forms can be fused into one, then the power will increase by 10 times. But these 7 forms feel completely different. How can they be fused? Fused? This martial art can be fused? Even if it can be fused, it will be quite difficult. No one in the Yi family has ever succeeded in fusing it? Xiaohei shook its little head and said doubtfully through telepathy. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly and said in a self-deprecating manner, "I also know that it's impossible. The Yi family has had many strong warriors in the past, but no one has succeeded in fusing it. Even ancestor Yi Ruoxue has never heard of a successful fusion. Sigh, but I don't practice this? What do I practice? I don't know anything." Yi Qinghan began to repeat his boring and monotonous life. Every day, Apart from cultivating, he would fight monsters, constantly familiarize himself with the way to control his aura, and practice the 7 forms of the Night Emperor, hoping to comprehend the rumored 7 forms of the Yi family and increase his attack power by 10 times. Then he could easily sweep away a group of crocodile monsters and break through their encirclement. Yi Qinghan practiced day and night in the god-slaying mountain, living a monotonous life. There was no time in the mountain, so he did not know what season it was and what day it was. But the fire dragon continent was very lively. Time flew. After Yi Qinghan went to the god-slaying mountain, another year had passed. The fire dragon festival was approaching. This fire dragon festival was different from his old age. This time, it was year 10,000 of the fire dragon calendar. It had been 10,000 years since the beginning of the fire dragon continent. The 3 residences began to celebrate joyfully. Although the 3 residences had different levels of culture, the Fire Dragon Festival was a festival that all 3 clans believed in. Song City also became lively, and the Yi family castle was of course no exception. The place was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and the atmosphere was joyous. However, the back mountain of the Yi family castle was quiet as usual, and the atmosphere was even a little solemn and depressing. Yi Tianlong, Yi Baihu, and Yi Qingyo were not in the mood to practice. Instead, they gathered together. The 3 of them stood by the lake helplessly, looking at the entrance to the back mountain. They felt a little sad and helpless. The entrance to the back mountain was a long flight of stairs. Standing at the entrance, one could see the entire Yi family castle, half of Tsong City, and the most prosperous south gate of Tsong City. At the top of the stairs, there were 2 graceful women. One of them was dressed in white and had white hair. She stood on the stairs with a lonely and stubborn expression, looking into the distance in the direction of the south gate of Tsong City. She did not say a word. This person was Yi Qingyu. Yi Qingwu stood beside her, a little disappointed. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and no one knew what she was thinking. "Go back, Qingyu. It's getting dark. I don't think your brother will come back. Besides, even if your brother comes back, once the family receives the news, they will immediately report it. There's no point in you standing here like a fool, right?" After a long time, Yi Qingwu sighed softly and advised Yi Qingyu. This little girl, other than practicing, she had been standing here and looking at the south gate of Tsong City like a fool. It seemed that she thought her brother would come back when the Fiery Dragon Festival was coming. Little did she know, Yi Qingyu did not reply, nor did she turn around. She only shook her head slightly and continued to stare blankly in front of her. A pair of clear eyes without any impurities were filled with faint sadness and melancholy. The wind began to pick up. The cold winter wind caused Yi Qingyu's white dress to flutter in the wind. Her silver hair danced in the wind and the cold tears hidden in the corner of her eyes were blown into the distance. Chapter 211. In the small loft, Yi Tianlong, Yi Baihu, and Yi Qingyo, as well as Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu, sat around a large table, preparing to have a reunion dinner. Tomorrow was the Flame Dragon Festival, and according to the customs of the continent, the night before the festival, families would gather for a reunion dinner. Originally, Yi Tianlong had a reunion dinner with the elders of the family last year. But this year was different. In order to make sure that Yi Qingyu would not feel left out, Yi Tianlong had already ordered the Yi family castle to send over a large table of delicacies. He called over Yi Qingyo and the others to accompany Yi Qingyu for the reunion dinner. Yi Qingyu was now extraordinary. 3 months ago, she had come out of seclusion and broken through to the general realm from an ordinary person who had never cultivated before, shocking him, Yi Qingyo, and the others. And in these 3 months, Yi Qingyu's cultivation speed had left him dumbfounded. Yi Qingyo and Yi Baihu were so shocked that their jaws almost fell off, and Yi Qingwu felt ashamed of herself. It also made Yi Ruoshui come out of seclusion once again. After checking Yi Qingyu's realm and cultivation from afar, she left with a smile on her face. 3 months, just 3 months. Yi Qingyu had actually broken through from the general realm to the 2nd level of the martial realm. She had broken through more than 1 realm to the 5th level. Yi Qinghan was amazing, wasn't he? A genius? But when he returned from the Savage Mountains, he was already a 1st-level general. How long had it taken for him to break through to the martial realm? 8 months. 3 months on the road to Dragon City, 5 months on Nether Island. And most importantly, it should not be forgotten that Yi Qinghan had only broken through to the martial realm after absorbing the energy of the dragon crystal. Yi Qingwu was amazing, right? Before Yi Qinghan became stronger, she had always been the most talented girl in the Yi family. However, at this moment, she felt inferior in front of Yi Qingyu's cultivation speed. After Yi Qingwu returned from Nether Island, she cultivated diligently and finally broke through to the second level of the martial realm. A 21-year-old second-stage martial was indeed one of the most talented people in the House of Aries. But in front of Yi Qingyu, it was nothing. Yi Qingyu was only 16 years old, and she was already a level 2 martial realm martial artist at the age of 16. This was already a historical record. Even Yi Qinghan's talent was inferior to hers. But most importantly, Yi Qingyu had only been cultivating for 5 months, and she was still improving at such a terrifying speed. 10 years to become a deity. Yi Tianlong believed in these words because he had witnessed so many miracles. And these miracles were still happening. He believed that in 10 years, this crazy miracle would be born. Yi Tianlong and the others were also very curious about the strange and illogical things happening to Yi Qingyu's body. At the same time, they were even more curious about the divine crystal that caused these miracles. What was this thing? However, Yi Ruoshui did not say, so they could only keep it to themselves. Of course, although they did not understand what was happening to Yi Qingyu's weak body, it did not stop them from treating Yi Qingyu like a treasure. Actually, not to mention the fact that Yi Qingyu could become a deity in 10 years, just because she was Yi Qinghan's younger sister was enough to make the 3 old men pay attention to her. Moreover, Yi Qingyu had suffered so much, and her body emitted a weak and pitiful aura. This made Yi Tianlong and the others like and love her from the bottom of their hearts. Eat more. Lass, your body is too thin. You need to nourish yourself. Yi Tianlong sat next to Yi Qingyu, constantly putting food into her bowl and ladling soup. He was no longer stubborn and inflexible in the past. Instead, he was like a kind old grandfather. That's right, little girl. You have to eat more. Yi Baihu and Yi Qingyu chimed in with smiles on their faces. Yi Qingwu smiled as she watched from the side. She did not feel a trace of jealousy or disappointment. Yi Qingyu's weak and gentle temperament could touch the soft part of everyone's heart. They could not help but feel a trace of love and tenderness towards her. Yi Qingyu did not move her chopsticks. Instead, she sat at the table in a daze, her head lowered, and she did not speak. After a moment, she suddenly began to cry silently. 2 clear streams flowed down her cheeks, wetting her face, her clothes, and everyone's hearts. Huh? What's wrong, lass? Why are you crying? If you have something to say, tell Grandpa. Don't cry. Yi Qingyu's sudden tears startled them. Tianlong hurriedly stood up and asked anxiously, "What's wrong?" Yi Qingyu also stood up and said with concern, "Yes, lass, tell Grandpa Qingyu if you have something to say. I'll help you settle it." Yi Baihu and Yi Qingwu did not speak, but their expressions were very ugly. They vaguely understood why Yi Qingyu was crying, but there was nothing they could do. Yi Qingyu took out a silk handkerchief and wiped her face, stopping her tears. However, she did not reply to Yi Tianlong and Yi Qingyu. Instead, she stood up and took a step back. Then, she knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the 3 of them. After kowtowing 3 times, Yi Qingyu raised her head and looked at the 3 of them with piercing eyes. She bit her lip and asked, "Grandpas, can I ask a favor of you?" Tianlong hurriedly helped Yi Qingyu up and said anxiously, "Oh, lass, what are you doing? Get up and tell me. If I can do it, I'll promise you anything." Yi Qingyu also walked over and raised his hands anxiously. "Yes, lass, why are you kneeling for no reason? The ground is cold. Get up and talk." "No. Promise me and I'll get up." Yi Qingyu shook her head and pushed Yi Tianlong's hands away. She said firmly, "I want you to tell me everything about my brother. Don't hide anything from me." "Things about Yi Qinghan?" Yi Tianlong sheepishly withdrew his hands. Yi Qingyu and Yi Baihu looked at each other, their expressions changing slightly. Meanwhile, Yi Qingwu sighed softly and her eyes became complicated. It seemed that Yi Qingyu had sensed something. The four of them fell silent, not knowing what to say. After all, they did not know what kind of intense reaction Yi Qingyu would have if she knew that Yi Qinghan's current situation was unknown. Yi Qinghan looked at the silent expressions of the four of them. His expression gradually dimmed and his eyes became a little misty. After a long while, he said in a trembling voice, "My brother, is he dead?" "Your brother is not dead. I can absolutely guarantee this. As for Sai, shall you tell him?" Yi Tianlong hurriedly said. However, as he spoke, he let out a heavy sigh, flicked his sleeves, turned around, and let out a long sigh. "Sister Qingwu, quickly tell me, what happened to my brother? Where is he now?" When Yi Qingwu heard this, her complexion became slightly better, and she looked at Yi Qingwu with eyes full of hope. "Your brother is now at Luotian Mountain. Actually, Xiao Yu, what I told you is true, except for the part where we went to the Mist Forest after returning from the Divine City after the prefecture battle. The only thing I hid from you is that when we returned from the Divine City, we were attacked by the demon race. Your brother was accidentally trapped in Luotian Mountain." Yi Qingwu frowned slightly, a trace of pain and longing flashing in her eyes. She seemed to remember the scene at the foot of Luotian Mountain when Yi Qinghan was slowly sucked into Luotian Mountain. Her expression gradually became lonely. Chapter 212. God-Slaying Mountain? The place where father died. Big brother was trapped there. How could he still be alive? No, you must be lying to me again. I don't believe you. Yi Qingyu knelt on the ground powerlessly, shaking her head and murmuring. "Xiao Yu, I really didn't lie to you. Last time, because you had just woken up and your body was weak, we were afraid that you would be agitated, so... Your brother really didn't die." This was what the elder ancestor said. "If you don't believe me, you can ask the three grandfathers." Yi Qingwu hurriedly explained. "I promise you with my honor as the head of the Yi family that what Xiao Wu said is true." Yi Tianlong understood Yi Qingyu's personality and was afraid that she would overthink things and do something wrong, so he solemnly promised. Yi Qingyu also hurriedly said, "I also promise that this is true. Moreover, your brother's elder ancestor said that there is an 80% chance that he will return safely, so you don't have to worry too much." Yi Baihu did not say anything and only nodded sincerely. "Elder ancestor?" Yi Qingyu did not understand and asked doubtfully. Seeing that Yi Qingyu was somewhat convinced by their assurances, Yi Tianlong hurriedly explained again. "Elder ancestor is the god of the Yi family and is a heavenly god like the city lord of God City. Do you think the words of a god are false?" "God? Can I see him?" Yi Qingyu was slightly shocked, but still asked anxiously. Tianlong forced a smile and said, "In fact, you've already met him. 3 months ago, when you finished your cultivation, the one with white eyebrows. As for now, it's a little difficult for you to meet him." Yi Qingyu frowned slightly. She remembered that Yi Tianlong had asked her and Yi Qingwu to kowtow, and that person had even asked for her name. However, she could not see him now and ask him personally about Yi Qinghan's situation. She was somewhat worried and disappointed. At this moment, the air in the room suddenly trembled, and a figure appeared out of thin air. It was white-browed Yi Ruoxue. "Greetings, old ancestor." Apart from Yi Qingyu, the other 4 people in the house hurriedly cupped their hands and greeted. "Speak of Yi Ruoxue, and she will arrive." However, Yi Ruoxue had originally instructed them not to kneel and pay their respects, so they could only bend their bodies to pay their respects. "Yi Qingyu, right?" Yi Ruoxue had a gentle expression on her face as she casually waved her hand at them and smiled at Yi Qingyu. It was obvious that Yi Ruoxue had been paying attention to Yi Qingyu's situation and was very concerned about her. Her sudden appearance at this moment showed her attitude. "Old ancestor, how is my big brother now? Can you tell me?" Yi Qingyu was startled by Yi Ruoxue's sudden appearance. After seeing her clearly, she happily asked, "Your brother is fine now, and he has already broken through the first trial of Mount Luotian 3 months ago. His cultivation has also greatly increased, and he has broken through to the Duke realm. So you don't have to worry." Yi Ruoshui seemed to understand Yi Qingyu's thoughts and directly told her everything. Upon hearing Yi Ruoshui's words, everyone in the room was wild with joy and beamed with joy. Yi Qinghan had actually broken through the first trials so quickly and had directly cultivated to the Duke realm. This was great news. Then when will my brother return? Yi Qingyu had witnessed Yi Ruoshui's miraculous abilities and somewhat believed her words. She asked worriedly once again, "When will he return?" Yi Ruoshui frowned slightly and said again, "I cannot completely guarantee you. I can only give you a rough estimate. Your brother has an 80% chance of returning safely when you have cultivated to the Saint Realm." 80%? Yi Qingyu bit her lip and exhaled. She said, 80%? Then I will work hard to cultivate to the Saint Realm. So what? How long will it take for me, your ancestor, to cultivate to the Saint Realm? At most 6 to 7 years, at least 4 to 5 years. This will depend on your comprehension and how hard you work. Yi Ruoshui smiled and her long eyebrows arched. She said again, "So you have to cultivate quickly. Even if your brother successfully breaks through Mount Luotian and returns to the Yi family, he will definitely be in some trouble. When that time comes, he will need our help to defend him against external enemies. Sky Dragon and the rest of you as well. If Yi Qinghan succeeds in breaking through, the Yi family will face a calamity. So all of you have to work hard in your cultivation." Yi Qingyu did not say anything else. Her eyes were filled with unswerving determination. All of you continue eating. I'm going into seclusion." Yi Ruoshui smiled faintly and disappeared into thin air. Yi Donlong, Yi Baihu and the rest looked at each other and became serious. Since the ancestor had spoken, if Yi Qinghan returned, the Yi family would definitely face some trouble. Although they did not know what kind of trouble it would be, if Yi Ruoshui, a God Realm warrior, thought that it would be trouble, then it would definitely be big trouble. So they all made up their minds to go into seclusion after the new year and strive to make a breakthrough in a few years to deal with the calamity. On the tranquil lake island of Ecstasy City, Yu Qingxing did not go to the reunion dinner with the family elders. Instead, she sat alone by the side of the mirror lake, playing the Chinese zither, dancing the sword dance, and chanting, breaking the formation. She wore a peach blossom robe, a tacky peach blossom, an otherworldly beautiful face, a pair of dull black eyes, and a calm lake. The scene was extraordinarily beautiful. Feng Zi and Hua Chao came out of seclusion. With the support of the family's large amount of spirit medicine and their hard work, their realms increased extremely quickly. They broke through 2 realms and reached the 2nd level of the martial realm. However, when the two received the compliments from the elders of the family, they surprisingly did not feel happy. Instead, they thought of the young man in the Luotian mountain. I wonder, if this monstrous young man did not die, what realm would he have reached? In Dragon City, Old Man Long was overjoyed. His only daughter, Long Sainan, had successfully broken through to the Emperor realm a month ago. She became the 2nd genius in 100 years, other than Yi Dao, to break through to the Emperor realm before the age of 30. Old Man Long was overjoyed and held a banquet to celebrate Long Sainan's birthday. Long Sainan was not very happy, but she felt a little stifled in her heart. She hurriedly left the banquet. Sitting alone in her room, she stared at herself in the mirror in a daze. She furrowed her brows. Her eyebrows furrowed as if she was pondering whether a woman's love or career was more important. The Divine City was also very lively. This was because a miracle had occurred in the Divine City again today. The citizens of the Divine City once again felt the power of the gods and the miracles of the gods. Miracles were naturally created by gods. Although there was more than one sky god in the Divine City, there was only one person who was qualified to create miracles, the Divine City Lord Tuesday. The miracles were very beautiful. The colorful light shrouded the entire Divine City above the Divine City Lord Pavilion. This lasted for about half an hour. A vast, majestic, and sacred aura shrouded the entire Divine City and did not dissipate for a long time. The citizens of the Divine City collectively knelt in the direction of the light. They prayed continuously and expressed their loyalty and faith to the gods. The 4 divine guards and hundreds of divine city messengers did not go for a reunion dinner. Instead, they all knelt in front of a huge teleportation array in the Divine City Lord Pavilion the moment the light shone. They knew that this multicolored light was not a miracle, but the light of the teleportation array. However, this vast, majestic, and sacred aura was the aura of a person. This person was the peerless expert, Divine Master, too. The light slowly dissipated, and the majestic, sacred aura slowly dissipated. The huge teleportation array shone with the back view of a tall, demonic god. On the back of the figure was a huge bald head, a bald head with a strange tattoo. The bald head slowly turned around, revealing a pair of strange eyes. They were actually the same as Shui Wuheng's eyes, but one of them was black and the other was red, looking extremely terrifying and ferocious. Greetings to the Divine Master. The Divine Master is mighty and invincible. When the divine guards and the rest saw this pair of strange eyes, they hurriedly knelt down and prostrated on the ground. Their attitudes were extremely respectful. Chapter 213. Divine City, City Lord's Pavilion, Study Room. The study room was huge and had a huge collection of books. A few tall sandalwood bookshelves were neatly arranged with countless books. There were about a few thousand books. There were people in the study room. 1 was sitting and 4 were kneeling. The person sitting there was a bald man with a strange tattoo on his bald head. His eyes were even more strange. 1 was black and 1 was red, and they shone with a faint light, making people feel that he was powerful without being angry. Tell me, what happened in the fire dragon dimension when I was not around? Also, why were there so few souls collected in the previous residence battle? I need an explanation. The bald man was the city lord of the divine city, too, the uncrowned king of the fire dragon dimension. We are guilty. Please punish us, Divine Master. The 4 were the 4 guards of the divine city. When they heard the anger in Tu's tone, they hurriedly kowtowed and asked for forgiveness. Only then did the massacre god guard raise his head and hurriedly replying to Divine Master, nothing major happened before the prefecture battle. During the prefecture battle, a genius youth appeared in the Yi clan of the battle god residence. He possessed a beast that was at least at the upper 8th tier. Furthermore, he even produced a heaven-defying fusion technique that instantly killed a large number of demonic emperors and barbarian emperors. Therefore, there were almost no casualties in the battle god residence. This was why there were so few souls that died in this prefecture battle. During the residence battle, this disciple from the Yi family killed Yao Xie's son. Hence, the residence battle ended at the Luotian mountain. Killing this disciple from the Yi family caused a disaster. In the end, all the experts in the House of Ares were mobilized to seek revenge at the demon god residence. However, they were appeased by me. The massacre god guard started to explain in detail, basically talking about everything that had happened in the past 1 year. Of course, he didn't dare to say that Tu Qianjun plotted against Yi Qinghan and instigated Yao Xie to destroy the Dragon City's teleportation portal. He had seen many of the Divine Master's methods. He was afraid that the Divine Master would exterminate him and his entire family in a fit of anger. Yi family has another genius young man? There's actually such an insane fusion skill? Yi Ruoxue must be overjoyed. Divine Master Tu waved his hand lightly and gestured for them to stand up. I don't think Yi Ruoxue will be happy. That disciple of the Yi family was sucked into the fallen god mountain and is probably dead. The god master's reply surprised the massacre god guard, but he still answered truthfully. Oh, if they entered the god-slaying mountain, they would not be able to survive. The god-slaying mountain will open the heavenly path in 4 years. Prepare a group of elites and continue to challenge the checkpoints to obtain the divine sword. As usual, whoever obtains the divine sword, I will directly confer him the title of the 5th guard of the divine city. Accept him as a direct disciple and give him a chance to go up. Divine Master Tu continued to speak calmly. He seemed to be very interested in obtaining the divine sword of the god-slaying mountain as he actually offered such a price. Yes, I will do my best to complete this task. I have already prepared 30 Peak Emperor Realm experts and will continue to select more. The massacre god guard hurriedly nodded. Seeing that the divine master, massacre god, didn't pursue the demon god residence battle and the House of Ares battle, he couldn't help but feel relieved. What are the movements of those little things and that old fart from the dark forest recently? Master God 2 asked after a moment of silence. Little thing? Old fart. The massacre god guard was sweating profusely. Of course, he knew about the little things that 2 was referring to. He was referring to the god-level experts from the 3 residences and the other side of the sea. Of course, the old fart was referring to Lord Devour, the king of the dark forest. However, the oldest god-level expert from the 3 residences and the other side of the sea was only over 2,000 years old. To 2, who had thousands of years of battle experience, they were indeed little things. The massacre god guard pondered for a moment and said, "Nothing big. Not long ago, Yi Ruoxue went to the hidden island and then to the dark forest. As for what they were discussing, I have no idea." You guys can leave." Divine Master 2 waved his hand lightly, indicating that he understood. He didn't ask any more questions and ordered the few of them to leave. "Yes, I will leave now." Seeing that the Divine Master 2 didn't ask too many questions and didn't intend to reprimand them, the 4 guards of the Divine City were overjoyed. They bowed and left respectfully. "In the future, don't play any tricks. I'll give you a chance this time. Next time, you can commit suicide. Also, bring that dual-pupiled youth to me. He's born with dual-pupiled eyes just like me." Interesting. The massacre god guard's joy did not last for even a minute. A faint voice transmission appeared in his mind, scaring him so much that his soul nearly left his body. He staggered, and his back broke out in cold sweat. He quickly replied with a voice transmission and left with large strides. The appearance of the miracle in the Divine City had caused the heaven and earth essence energy in the Divine City to be slightly disturbed. Of course, this couldn't be hidden from the god-level experts of the Fire Dragon continent. Yi Ruoxue opened her eyes slightly and then closed them again. The few old fellows of the Dragon City left hurriedly before the banquet ended. A slightly surprised voice rang out from the Demon God Mountain and broke the silence in the valley. The hand of the old man who was fishing on the hidden island trembled slightly, and ripples appeared on the calm lake surface. Firecrackers and fireworks were set off all over the continent to celebrate the arrival of the year 10,000 of the Fire Dragon calendar. They were also celebrating the things that they felt should be celebrated. It was very lively outside. Fireworks were everywhere, and the sky was colorful. However, Yi Qinghan couldn't see anything. He could only see the yellow sand that filled the sky and the crocodile monsters that kept popping out from under the sand. He could not see anything in his eyes or in his mind. The only thing he could see was his cyan dagger, as well as the glints of saber light that were produced as his arm continued to dance. Through his daily cultivation and continuous exploration, he had mastered the 7 forms of the Night Emperor to the point of perfection. However, no matter how he practiced the 7 forms, it was still the 7 forms. It couldn't become the 6 forms, nor could it become the 1 form. It was just that, today, when he was fighting with the crocodile monsters, he suddenly felt that the 7 forms of the Night Emperor that he casually performed were a little different from the ones he had performed in the past. There seemed to be a slight change. It seemed like the 7 forms had become the 8 forms? Why did it become the 8 forms? After Yi Qinghan quickly finished off the last crocodile monster, he began to slowly dance the dagger. At the same time, his mind was blank. There was only the 8 forms that he had accidentally performed. When he was fighting just now, he used the Wandering Dragon Slash to attack a monster on the side. Suddenly, a monster appeared from the ground. In a moment of desperation, his dagger involuntarily floated down in an arc. As a result, the crocodile monster on the ground was directly smashed into the ground, and it even smashed a hole in the ground. This move was very powerful. It wasn't weaker than the Earth Splitter, but it was also different. Therefore, Yi Qinghan was very puzzled. Why didn't he fuse it as he practiced? Instead, it was getting older and older? He couldn't figure it out, so he started to stop thinking about it. Instead, he waved the dagger and began to practice slowly. He felt that since he couldn't practice too little, it wouldn't be bad to practice more. It was always good to have changes, Therefore, he began to immerse himself in deducing every move. He believed that since the wandering dragon slash could be derived into one form, then the heaven splitter, the earth splitter, the wind-chasing strike, these could all be derived into one or more forms. He decided to thoroughly explore it. Moreover, he had a vague idea that these derived forms seemed to contain the true secret of the 7 forms of the Night Emperor. However, unbeknownst to him, a white light flashed across the restriction of Mount Luotian. The heaven and earth yuan qi above his head rapidly thickened when he was completely immersed in it. He suddenly entered the state of soul stillness that he hadn't entered since leaving Tranquil Lake Island. Chapter 214. HM? No, this wind-chasing slash can actually derive 3 styles? Then other styles can continue to derive. This Night Emperor's 7 styles has actually become the Night Emperor's 13 styles after being deduced by me. Interesting, continue deducing. I want to see how many styles can be derived in the end. In the yellow sand, Yi Qinghan's eyes were closed, but his limbs and body were constantly waving. From time to time, the dagger would suddenly slide out a strange light, and from time to time he would suddenly open his mouth and mutter a few words. It was as if he had already become mentally deranged and absent-minded. Unknowingly, he had already continued like this for 3 hours. The qi of heaven and earth continuously gathered above his head. And completely unbeknownst to him, his body was constantly absorbing the qi of heaven and earth, converting it into battle qi and finally gathering it on his core. And at this moment, his soul also emitted a gentle light, like a bamboo shoot after the rain that received nourishment, and began to slowly grow. Yi Qinghan had fallen into a state of spiritual silence and was unaware of what was happening outside and in his body. But Xiao He, who was in his war beast space, was completely aware. Moreover, he seemed to enjoy the feeling of this state very much. His whole body was lying in the war beast space, and his whole body was enveloped by a soft white light. It was warm and comfortable to the extreme, almost making him want to sleep soundly. However, he knew that he couldn't sleep, because this place was full of danger. He had to use his soul to explore the surrounding situation, so that he could wake up Yi Qinghan at the first sign of danger. Another hour passed. This magical state, as well as this peaceful time, was finally broken by a yellow figure that suddenly appeared beside him. "Boss, stop cultivating, it's dangerous." Xiao He's voice immediately sounded in Yi Qinghan's mind, waking up Yi Qinghan, who had fallen into a state of spiritual silence. "Xiao!" Yi Qinghan woke up, and without thinking much, he saw a yellow figure on his left and subconsciously swung his blade. Bang! The brown blade energy left the dagger and directly hit the yellow figure that was rushing over. The strong energy sent the figure flying. The blood mist that filled the sky scattered and was instantly absorbed by the dry yellow sand. The yellow figure was a crocodile monster. After the monster attacked, it quickly escaped. However, the crocodile monster had already fled, but Yi Qinghan was still staring blankly ahead. He had yet to come to his senses. Something seemed to be wrong? Blood mist. That's right, it's the blood mist. A hint of surprise flashed in Yi Qinghan's eyes. Smelling the faint salty smell in the air, he finally understood what was wrong. His casual slash had actually caused the crocodile monster to bleed. After all, he had been in this damned place for a few months. He had fought off countless crocodile-like monsters, but he had never made the crocodile-like monsters shed a single drop of blood. This time, a casual slash actually made the crocodile-like monsters bleed. This meant that his attack power was increasing, and it had already increased. Swish, swish, swish. Just as he was pleasantly surprised and wanted to further investigate the condition of his body, several figures appeared beside him and broke his contemplation. Helpless, he could only use his body fusion combat technique and aura to repel the attacking monsters. Bang, bang, bang. After a battle for half an hour, Yi Qinghan finally cleared all the attacking monsters. At the same time, he confirmed one thing. The 6 techniques that he had derived from the Night Emperor's 7 forms seemed to be more powerful than the Night Emperor's 7 forms. Every time he used the Night Emperor's 7 forms to attack the monster, he would at most be sent flying. However, The derived techniques were able to injure the crocodile monster a few times. Looking at the yellow scales on the ground, Yi Qinghan's mouth curled into a happy smile. There's hope. The derived techniques were actually so powerful. He felt that what he was looking at was not a bloody scale, but a path, a hope. A golden path that could increase his attack power and break the puppet channel, a hope to return home. In the following period of time, Yi Qinghan became immersed in the deduction of the Night Emperor's 7 forms. He forgot the time, forgot everything outside, forgot everything. He knew that only by constantly practicing could he break the puppet channel, have the opportunity to enter the 3rd level, and finally leave the god-slaying mountain. He didn't know that every time he was completely immersed in the deduction and cultivation, the white fog restriction of the god-slaying mountain would flash inexplicably. He didn't know that every time he was completely immersed in the deduction and cultivation, the chi of heaven and earth above his head would inexplicably become denser. He didn't know that his battle chi would increase by dozens of times when he was deducing. He didn't know that his sea of soul was constantly expanding and growing. He only knew that when he was deducing, his body and his soul would be completely open. He enjoyed this state very much. He liked this comfort and was very immersed in this state. Therefore, he didn't want to think about anything except for the time when Xiaohei reminded him that there was a monster attacking him. After that, he would quickly solve it and immerse himself in the deduction. Half of the Moon Queen, the Night Emperor's 13 forms became the Night Emperor's 24 forms. 1 Moon Queen, the 24 forms became the 33 forms. 3 Moon Queen, the 33 forms became the 33 forms. As time passed by, the derived techniques became fewer and fewer. However, Yi Qinghan was not anxious at all and didn't want to stop, because he had a vague feeling that he had not reached the limit yet. Moreover, he felt that once he completely derived the Night Emperor's 7 forms, his attack power would at least increase by 2 times, or even more. He knew that he had dug up a treasure trove, and he had a faint feeling that this Night Emperor's 7 styles wasn't that simple. If he worked hard to explore it, there might really be hope for him to reach the height that the founding ancestor, Yi Huang, had used the Night Emperor's 7 styles. 3 months passed. 5 months passed. Half a year passed. Yi Qinghan finally stopped. It wasn't that he felt tired from practicing and deducing, but because he felt that he had reached a bottleneck. He had not made any progress in the past half a month. It seemed that he had reached the limit. No, this isn't the limit. If the heaven-splitting slash can be derived into 7 forms, shouldn't the other moves also be derived into 7 forms? Isn't the limit the 7 by 749 forms? It's only the 38th form now. Why can't I deduce the remaining 9 forms? Yi Qinghan sat lazily in the hot yellow sand. A trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. Unknowingly, half a year had passed. The Night Emperor's 7 forms became the Night Emperor's 38 forms. The heaven-splitting slash became the heaven-splitting 7 forms. The earth-splitting slash became the earth-splitting 6 forms. Wind-chasing slash. In the past half a month, there was no progress at all. Yi Qinghan had no choice but to stop deducing. He knew that this was something that could only be found by chance. It was already very good that he could deduce so many moves. As for the remaining 9 forms, it would depend on luck and a certain moment of enlightenment. Forget it. After practicing for so long, it's time to rest. The Night Emperor's 7 forms became the Night Emperor's 38 forms. My attack power will probably increase by at least 3 times. I should be able to pass this stage easily. Yi Qinghan stretched and fell straight to the ground. He smiled and suddenly said to the air, "Xiaohei, come out and have some fun. This cultivation must have taken a lot of time. You must be bored." Chapter 215. Hee. Boss, you finally remembered me. Xiaohei transmitted his voice full of complaints as soon as he appeared. At the same time, he roared a few times and began to run wildly on the yellow sand. After running for more than 10 minutes, he finally ran back to Yi Qinghan in satisfaction and lay on top of him. "Xiaohei, how long have I been cultivating this time? I think it's been at least 2 or 3 months." Yi Qinghan extended a hand and stroked Xiaohei's head, feeling the comfort of his smooth fur as he asked with a smile. Xiao He pursed his lips and actually rolled his eyes like a human. He transmitted his voice back. Boss, you're no ordinary bull. You actually don't know how long you've been cultivating. You've been cultivating for more than half a year. Damn. It's actually been half a year and I really don't know. I've only been thinking about the 7 forms of the Night Emperor. Fortunately, I didn't waste any time and made some small progress. Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose in embarrassment and smiled with some shame. Small progress? Boss, you'll be struck by lightning if you act tough. Don't you know that you've cultivated your battle aura to the 2nd level of the noble realm after cultivating for half a year? That's not important. The most important thing is, the strength of your soul has at least reached the pinnacle of the noble realm. Xiao He's words shocked Yi Qinghan. He was so frightened that he hurriedly sat cross-legged and looked at Xiao He with some confusion for a while. Then, he hurriedly meditated and examined his body with his inner vision. After a moment, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with shock, ecstasy, and confusion. What's going on? My core has actually doubled in size and my soul ocean has also expanded by a third. This is simply unbelievable. This doesn't make sense. I haven't even cultivated, I've only derived martial arts, but my battle aura and soul have actually strengthened so much? This inexplicable situation made Yi Qinghan completely dumbfounded. This was like a poor man who bought 100 yuan of stocks 10 years ago, and then suddenly found out that the stocks had increased by tens of thousands of times. Yi Qinghan was pleasantly surprised by this sudden windfall, but he also felt a trace of panic. It was as if this was not something he had painstakingly cultivated for. He was not used to it and did not dare to accept it. In fact, Yi Qinghan did not know that he had unintentionally entered the state of soul stillness again. This state was the most mystical realm for martial artists. Cultivating for 1 day was equivalent to cultivating for 10 days. Most importantly, in this state, the speed of the soul's movement became tens or hundreds of times faster than usual. Otherwise, Yi Qinghan wouldn't be able to deduce these 38 styles even if he spent several years deducing them. Soul stillness, as the name suggested, had the greatest impact on the cultivation of the soul. In this state, the soul would involuntarily strengthen, and the soul ocean would slowly expand unconsciously. In this state, the body would automatically cultivate, absorbing the vitality of heaven and earth and transforming it into battle aura in the body. In the state of soul stillness, the heaven and earth above his head and around his body would be 10 or even 100 times denser than usual, so of course his cultivation would be fast. Therefore, it was not an exaggeration for Yi Qinghan to achieve such results after cultivating in seclusion for half a year. After all, in the history of the House of Aries, only one person had successfully comprehended this state of soul stillness. That person was the Yu clan's Moon Queen, who could single-handedly fight against the founding ancestors of the 4 great clans, the 4 great saints. Boss, don't be silly. This is the result of you entering that kind of soul-silent state to cultivate. Furthermore, this is not all. You don't know, Xiao He, I have also gained a lot in this half a year. My soul has already reached the level of a level 8 beast, and my body's strength has also reached the level of a level 7 beast. If I go out now, I would be able to sweep away this kind of crocodile monster by myself. Xiao He saw Yi Qinghan's silly expression and couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Bakaska laughed and threw out another huge surprise. The strength of a level 8 battle beast? Then, does that mean that our body fusion can instantly kill an Emperor Realm warrior? Yi Qinghan was once again shocked by Xiao He's words. He swallowed his saliva and asked hesitantly. I think an ordinary Emperor Realm warrior can be instantly killed. However, those with a strong soul and a deep understanding of the laws of heaven and earth are probably not enough. Xiao He's reply caused a huge wave to surge in Yi Qinghan's heart. He could actually kill an Emperor Realm warrior in an instant? What did this mean? This meant that he had finally become a powerful warrior of his generation. It meant that he had finally become a big shot that could look down on all the warriors in the House of Aries. Of course, the 7th master of the Yi family had not only become the 7th young master of the Yi family, but also the 7th master of the Yi family? Even though Yi Qinghan had killed an Emperor Realm warrior in the past, he was still an Emperor Realm warrior. The scene of Yi Rong being stabbed to the ground by his dagger was still vivid in his mind. However, that was a temporary strength that his sister exchanged with her life. It was like the epiphyllum in the night, appearing and disappearing after a short while. Now, he had finally become a powerful warrior. He had become a powerful warrior that could look down on everyone else. Of course, Yi Qinghan was excited. The oath he made in front of his mother's coffin, the narrow escape from death in the barbaric mountain range, the blood splattered in front of the enchanted garden. Everything flashed in Yi Qinghan's mind. Unknowingly, he had grown up. Unknowingly, he had become so powerful. At this moment, a scene suddenly appeared in his mind. If he could leave the Ghost God Mountain? After returning to the Yi family, would he suddenly capture Yi Jian alive in front of the elders and Yi Tianlong? Would this make the Yi family's eyes and jaws drop to the ground? Let's go, Xiaohei. Let's go out and bask in the sun and roast some wild animals. The more Yi Qinghan thought about it, the more excited he became. He let out a long roar, jumped up, and ran straight to the exit of the tunnel. After staying in this never-changing desert for 7 months, he was starting to miss the taste of flowers, trees, and beasts. Whoosh! Whoosh! A man and a beast swaggered towards the entrance of the passageway. Xiaohei took the lead and transformed into a black shadow, rushing straight ahead. Yi Qinghan casually followed behind. After this period of training and fighting against the crocodile monster for so long, he was now very clear about the attack power of this monster. He was very confident that he could easily kill his way in and out. Ao! Xiaohei's arrogant figure easily angered the countless crocodile monsters outside the tunnel. In an instant, all the monsters straightened their bodies, and 2 pairs of red eyes glared at them. A cruel and bloodthirsty aura immediately enveloped the surrounding space. However, it was very strange that although these crocodile monsters were restless and looked like they wanted to devour human flesh, they did not leave their original spots. Instead, they were constantly baring their fangs and brandishing their claws and roaring. "Boss, I'll take the lead, let's kill our way in." Xiaohei shouted excitedly and rushed into the group of crocodile monsters. Of course, Yi Qinghan did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly followed. Xiaohei was like a sharp sword, shooting straight towards the group of crocodile monsters. His small body rolled up and down in the group of crocodile monsters, swaying left and right, like a lonely boat in a raging sea. However, among the monsters that were constantly attacking him, not a single one of them could touch his small body. And its 2 small claws were like divine weapons. With a simple swing, a grab, a lift, or a slap, the monsters nearby were sent flying. Some of their scales fell off, and arrows of blood flew into the air. Xiaohei was actually so fierce? Yi Qinghan was secretly shocked. However, when he remembered that Xiaohei had said that his body had already reached the level of a level 7 magical beast, it was obviously very easy to deal with this group of peak level 5 crocodile monsters. Chapter 216. Xiaohei, don't be obsessed with fighting. Charge! Yi Qinghan shouted. The dagger in his hand flickered, and a green saber wave that was more than a meter long was drawn. He didn't even release his aura and charged straight at the monster horde. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Qinghan's wrist moved quickly and the dagger constantly changed into different moves. The 1-meter-long green saber wave swayed with the dagger and suddenly turned into countless dazzling saber lights that enveloped the oncoming crocodile monsters. Crack, crack. The sound of gauze being torn apart by a sharp object could be heard, followed by a mist of blood. Then, more than 10 crocodile monsters were cut into pieces and fell heavily to the ground, smashing into the sand. How could it be so powerful? It can actually kill a group of monsters in seconds? Yi Qinghan was slightly startled, but he was ecstatic. He took large strides and rushed forward. The dagger in his hand quickly transformed and the 1-meter-long green saber wave kept swaying around him, turning into saber lights that shrouded the area in front of him. Boss, you're awesome. I spent a lot of effort to injure a few monsters, but you killed a group of them. Charge, charge, charge. I'm going out to eat barbecue with you. Xiaohei looked back and his eyes flashed with a hint of joy. He shouted and transmitted his voice before pouncing forward again. Crack, crack. Following the sound of cloth being torn, the crocodile monsters turned into minced meat on the ground, and then were trampled by the monsters behind them. The monsters were endless and could never be killed. They fearlessly rushed towards Yi Qinghan and Xiaohei like moths to a flame. Of course, Yi Qinghan wasn't that stupid. This wasn't the mansion battle where there was no reward for killing too many monsters. He couldn't be bothered to kill them, so he and Xiaohei began to slowly rush towards the entrance of the passage. Hoo-hoo. 10 minutes later, Yi Qinghan and Xiaohei finally broke through the encirclement and approached the translucent light shield at the entrance of the tunnel. Xiaohei, beast fusion. Yi Qinghan did not dare to be careless. He created a few saber waves and slashed at the crocodile monsters nearby. Then he shouted at Xiaohei. After all, it was better to be safe than sorry before entering. Of course, Xiaohei understood Yi Qinghan's meaning. He turned around, turned into a shadow, and burrowed into Yi Qinghan's chest. After feeling his battle chi increasing a bit, Yi Qinghan became more reassured. Xiao Chen moved like he was taking a leisurely stroll through the monster horde. He swung his hand, and countless saber lights shot out, easily getting close to the translucent light shield. As soon as he stepped in, the light shield suddenly lit up with a dazzling white light. The crocodile monsters around Yi Qinghan all cried out strangely and retreated in fear, not daring to take even half a step closer. Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows in astonishment. Without thinking too much, his body flashed and he walked into the white light shield. One step was like 1,000 miles away. With a flash of white light, Yi Qinghan found that the surrounding scenery had completely changed. He appeared in a valley with green mountains and rivers. There were mountains, rivers, trees, flowers, sunlight, and many low-level small animals in the valley. In the center of the valley, there was a huge black staircase. On the staircase, there was a black hole that flashed with a faint black light. Damn, the creator of the god-slaying mountain is too awesome. I'm speechless. The first thing that came to Yi Qinghan's mind was that the creator of the god-slaying mountain was too powerful. The power of a god-rank expert was indeed boundless and omnipotent. Once again bathed in the sunlight, once again smelling the fresh air, once again seeing the familiar flowers, trees, beasts, and the small pool, Yi Qinghan could not help but feel a surge of admiration for the creator of the god-slaying mountain. Xiaohei, come out and play. We'll rest in this valley for 5 days. Yi Qinghan was in a good mood. He quickly summoned Xiaohei, while he himself rushed to the small pool next to the valley. Crash! In midair, Yi Qinghan untied the golden leather armor on his body and took off the bag on his back. Wearing only a pair of shorts, he directly jumped into the small pool. The small valley was not big, and he could clearly see the situation inside at a glance. It was very safe here, so he completely let go of the tension that had been building up for more than a year. It had been more than a year since he entered the god-slaying mountain, and this was the first time he had entered a completely safe place. His mind was extremely relaxed and comfortable. Boss, this place is good. I like it, let's stay for a few more days. It's been more than a year, it's time to relax. Little Black dived directly into the pool and chirped happily. It dived in and out of the water, having a great time. All right, let's rest for 10 days. I'll go kill a few small beasts, roast some meat, and then sleep for 3 to 5 days to relax. Yi Qinghan wiped the water off his face and grinned. I'll go. Upon hearing this, Xiaohei hurriedly jumped out of the water and flew directly to the other side of the valley. There were many small animals in the valley, but they were all herbivores. When they first saw Yi Qinghan enter, they had already burrowed into the grass and were too scared to come out. Squeak, squeak. A few animal cries came from the bushes. Not long after, Xiaohei came out from the bushes, holding a fat rabbit that weighed at least 3 to 4 kilograms in its mouth. With a flick of its head, it threw the rabbit straight to the side of the small pond. He then burrowed into the grass again. After a while, Xiaohei came back with a few fat rabbits. Yi Qinghan also came out of the water, naked except for a pair of underpants. He collected some dry firewood nearby. Yi Qinghan operated his battle aura and directly released a wave of air. The temperature of the battle aura was very high. After a while, the dry firewood on the ground was set ablaze. Picking up the blue dragon dagger, he cut open the fur of the fat rabbits, dug out their guts, and pierced them with a piece of wood. Yi Qinghan then began to roast the rabbits. When he was training in the barbaric mountains, Yi Qinghan had already learned how to roast meat. However, he had brought a flint with him at that time. Of course, he did not have it in his bag now, so he could only release his battle aura to ignite the fire. This battle aura to ignite the fire was something he had learned from plants on Nether Island. Without any condiments, the roast meat was certainly not delicious. However, Yi Qinghan enjoyed it very much. Although he had swallowed the 7 emotions fruit and was not hungry, he had not eaten for more than a year, so his taste buds had long become bland. At this moment, the fat rabbit had just been roasted. He tore open a thigh and ate it with relish. "Boss, this thing looks very delicious?" Xiaohei was standing at the side with its 2 small eyes, watching Yi Qinghan eat with interest. It had not eaten any food since it was summoned. It had always relied on devouring demon crystals and directly absorbing the energy in Yi Qinghan's body to maintain the nutrients in its body. "Try it. Although you are a holy beast and do not eat the food of mortals, and these low-level foods have weak energy and have impurities, at least they taste good." Yi Qinghan tore open the other half of the rabbit's thigh and passed it to Xiaohei. He knew that Xiaohei was a high-level beast, so it probably ate pure energy items. There were no impurities in its body, so of course its body would be very strong. However, he always felt that if he was deprived of the right to eat delicious food, then he did not want to be so strong. If there was no joy in life, then living for too long would be meaningless. Chapter 217. The taste is a little weird, but it seems pretty good. Xiaohei hesitated for a while, then grabbed the rabbit's leg and opened his mouth to take a bite. He chewed faster and faster, and in a short while, the fat leg was completely devoured. "Boss, it's delicious. Give me some more." It was Xiaohei's first time eating barbecued meat, and he seemed to want more. His eyes rolled around a few times, and he asked Yi Qinghan for more barbecued meat. "Hee, I'll give it all to you. This one is almost done too." Yi Qinghan smiled and gave all the rabbit heads in his hands to Xiaohei. In his heart, Xiaohei was no longer a beast, but like his own younger brother. Even if Xiaohei wanted the stars in the sky, if he could pluck them, he would pluck them for him without hesitation. After eating a few rabbits, Yi Qinghan and Xiaohei lazily lay on the grass beside the pool, enjoying the afternoon sun. It was already summer now, and the Yu Clan's summer fire festival had already passed. The sun should be scorching hot. However, when the sunlight shone through the transparent barrier above the valley and shone on Yi Qinghan's body, he didn't feel a trace of heat or scorching heat. Instead, he felt a very warm feeling. Gradually, he started to close his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. He was too tired. He hadn't had a good sleep for more than a year, and he hadn't slept peacefully without worry. At this moment in this small valley, he finally let go of the vigilance in his heart, let go of the burden on his back, let go of everything and fell into a deep sleep. This sleep lasted for 2 days and 3 nights. Yi Qinghan slept comfortably and warmly. When he opened his eyes in a daze, he looked at the transparent light shield above his head, the resplendent starlight, and the silver-white full moon. He felt a little absent-minded. He squinted his eyes slightly, listening to Xiaohei's heavy breathing, the rustling sounds of small animals nearby, and the sound of small animals drinking water by the pool. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed and inexplicably flustered. Alone in a foreign land as a stranger, every festive occasion makes one think of one's family. I know from afar that when my brother ascends to a high place, there will be one less cornel planted everywhere. The fallen god mountain was a strange place, and he was a strange guest. Even the flame dragon continent was a strange guest. It was not a festive season, but there was a moon in the sky with stars twinkling beside it. In his previous life, he had no relatives, and in this life, his relatives were not by his side. He felt an inexplicable sense of loneliness and sorrow. This feeling came suddenly and inexplicably. This kind of feeling made him very sad, and he almost shed tears. He remembered what he had said to Yi Tianlong in front of the Yi family castle: "I shouldn't have come to this world." This world doesn't belong to me. It was just that. He suddenly remembered that his name seemed to have been engraved in this world. There were already people he cared about and people he couldn't abandon. But where were those people now? What are they doing? Would she think of him? Then he thought of Yi Qingyu. He thought of that soft and weak figure. After a moment of sadness and disappointment, his heart was occupied by pity and longing for Yi Qingyu. Was the most important woman in his heart saved? If she was saved, what kind of heartache and sorrow would she feel when she found out that he was trapped in the fallen god mountain? He did not know whether Yi Ruoxue would tell her that he was alive, but he knew that he missed her very much at this moment. Then he thought of Yu Qingqing. Had the holy maiden of the Yu family returned to the Yu family? Had she chosen another husband? Or was she waiting for him like Yu Yan'er waiting for his father? Would she still be wearing a tacky peach blossom dress with an even tacky peach blossom flower on it? He thought of Yi Qingwu, her pure and pretty face and her full breasts. This girl, who was like Sora Aoi, had inexplicably taken up a part of his heart after they inexplicably had a relationship. Although he wanted to dance with her every night again. He thought of the big pink bed in Man City, of the purple wind, of the flowers and plants, and of Long Sinan. He thought of Yao Kaka, of Man Gone, of many people, and of many things. As he thought about it, he felt that he could not think about it anymore. He should sleep again, completely forget this sadness, forget all the heartache, and have a good sleep. Tomorrow he would continue his unfinished journey. He knew that longing was not a kind of dumpling, but a kind of disease, a disease that would spread like a plague. If he wanted to go out alive, then he could not get sick and could not miss her. He could only forget everything and move forward bravely until he broke out of the mountain. Shui Wuhan was very excited, very excited. It had been more than a year, more than a year. He had been under house arrest in that small pavilion for more than a year. Today, he could finally see the light of day again. More than a year ago, to prove his loyalty to God City, he planted a hidden worm on Yi Qinghan without hesitation and worked together with Xiao Kaka and Man Gone to murder Yi Qinghan. In the end, he did not succeed. Tu Qianjun was imprisoned, and he was also under house arrest. The small pavilion's illusion realm was not bad, and he did not have to worry about food and drink. The massacre god guards arranged for scouts were also very attentive, and he could play with the maids in the pavilion as he pleased. However, he was in a bad mood. He was angry, conflicted, and panicked. He hated Yi Qinghan, hated Yao Kaka, and was very reckless. He even hated Tu Qianjun and the massacre god guards. He was afraid that one day, countless people would suddenly barge into his attic and tear him to pieces. He was afraid that the massacre god guards would sell him out to appease the big families and the demon and barbarian residences. He was afraid that the Shui clan would be exterminated because of him, but he was most afraid that Tu Qianjun and the massacre god guards would forget about him and lock him up for life. Until half a year ago, he met that bald man. His bald head was shiny, and there was a strange tattoo on the back of his head. Most importantly, his eyes were actually double pupils like Shui Wuhan's. However, one was black and the other was red. It was terrifying and slightly sinister. He was summoned by God City's divine master, Tu Qianjun. More than a decade ago, he met Tu Qianjun and learned of a huge secret of the Fire Dragon continent. Therefore, he was constantly fantasizing about joining God City and using God City to break the shackles of the Fire Dragon continent for thousands of years. He would successfully escape from this dead well and soar into the vaster sky outside. On Tranquil Lake Island, Tu Qianjun had given him hope. On Netherworld Island, God City had given him a chance. However, even though he had finally entered God City after many years of hard work, he was still a prisoner. Half a year ago, he finally met the most powerful man in God City. Furthermore, this man had given him a chance to ascend to the heavens in a single step. Furthermore, he had gotten rid of his prisoner status and given him the status of an emissary of God City. Shui Wuhan didn't like being shrouded in a golden robe all year round and not being able to show his face. However, he had immediately accepted it without any hesitation. Furthermore, he had knelt down in front of that man and wished that he could kiss the soles of his feet. I like people with double pupils. Meeting each other is fate, so I will give you a chance. As long as you can break through to the Imperial realm before the heavenly path of the Fallen God Mountain opens and enter the Fallen God Mountain to obtain the Divine Sword, I can help you become a god and give you a chance to ascend to the heavens. Every time he recalled Divine Master Tu's words, Shui Wuheng's blood would boil uncontrollably, and his eyes, one gray and one black, would twinkle. If he didn't grasp the bliss that had come so suddenly, he wouldn't be Shui Wuheng. He began to cultivate day and night. With the support of the large number of spirit medicines and panaceas in God City, his cultivation began to grow rapidly. He believed that after a few years, he, Shui Wuhen, would appear in front of the world with an unprecedented status and strength. Chapter 218. After resting for 5 days in the small valley at the entrance of the passage, Yi Qinghan was ready to set off. It wasn't that he didn't like the peace and comfort of the small valley. On the contrary, he was a little afraid that if he immersed himself in this kind of comfort for too long, his courage to press forward would slowly be worn down, and he would become weak, losing the courage to charge forward. Just like how he forced himself not to think of the people he missed, some things, once he got used to it, would completely overflow until he was completely submerged. Directly merging with his beast, Yi Qinghan packed everything. Actually, there wasn't much to pack. It was still the same golden leather armor, a bag, and a blue dragon dagger. However, there were a few dried meat jerkies in the bag. Stepping on the dark green stairs, he walked towards the dark cave entrance. The dark cave entrance emitted a faint green light. Yi Qinghan's figure flashed, and with a flash of brilliance, he appeared on a wide road. The road was very wide, at least a few hundred meters wide. There were trees, flowers, and small animals. Everything made Yi Qinghan feel as if he had been transported to the puppet passage for the first time. There was still a dark cave entrance 1,000 meters in front of him that flickered with green light. If it wasn't for the fact that this mountain path was slightly curved and different from the beginning of the teleportation to the puppet passage, Yi Qinghan would have really thought that he had been transported back. Ayo. As expected, the angry roars of a group of monsters came from the back of the mountain path after a few minutes. Yi Qinghan turned around to look, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, forming an arc of a smile. Behind him was still the same group of magical beasts he had encountered last time, and in front of him was a fiery red python that was sticking out its scarlet tongue, quickly pouncing towards him. Buzz! Yi Qinghan smiled again and directly activated his aura, leisurely flashing towards the cave entrance in front of him. Things were different now. Half a year had passed, and Yi Qinghan's strength had greatly increased. His battle aura had reached the 2nd level of the Marquis realm, and the Night Emperor's 7 forms had become the Night Emperor's 38 forms. His attack power had more than tripled. Of course, he didn't really care about such a low-level magical beast. However, he did not make a move to kill this group of magical beasts. Yi Ruoshui had told him that if he killed one wave of magical beasts in the puppet tunnel, a second wave would appear, and then a third wave. Furthermore, they would become more and more powerful. He was not that stupid. Walking on the mountain road leisurely, Yi Qinghan would casually release his battle chi to force back the demonic beasts in front of him. With the protection of his chi field, the long-range attacks of the demonic beasts could not hurt him at all. A few minutes later, he arrived at the top of the road. Taking 2 deep breaths, Yi Qinghan stepped into the cave without hesitation and was transported to the small space of the 2nd test. This small space was a plateau. There was no fog, no yellow sand, and strangely, no monsters attacked him. Therefore, in half an hour, Yi Qinghan easily found the exit of the 2nd test and also found the guardian beast of this test. The entrance of the 2nd test was very strange. It was actually inside a cave. The cave was shining with a translucent light, and within the light was a dark green staircase that was very eye-catching. At this moment, Yi Qinghan finally understood why the monster in the 2nd test had attacked him. This was because there was only one monster in the 2nd test, and this monster was very large. It was dozens of meters tall and more than 10 meters wide. It was like a small mountain sitting cross-legged outside the light. The monster had 6 human head-like eyes that were suffused with a blood-red light. Its mouth was relatively small, and the strangest thing was that this monster's body was covered with hands. No, it would be more accurate to describe it as tentacles. Dozens of tentacles that were dozens of meters long were constantly waving towards Yi Qinghan, as if warning Yi Qinghan not to go over, otherwise, these dozens of tentacles would strangle Yi Qinghan alive. The tentacles were very thick. Each one was as thick as Yi Qinghan's thigh. Moreover, the tentacles were covered with black spikes. Obviously, if he was hit or strangled, the consequences would definitely not be very comfortable. Without much hesitation, Yi Qinghan directly released his aura and fully ran his battle chi. Then, he started to slowly and tentatively walk forward. Whoosh whoosh. Not long after, the octopus monster started to attack. Its two long tentacles were like two iron whips. One on the left, one on the right, one on the top, and one on the bottom. With a whistling sound, it fiercely swept towards Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan remained expressionless. He just quickly twisted his feet for a few times and flashed away, leaving the attacking range of the tentacles. Bang bang! The two tentacles didn't touch Yi Qinghan's body. In the end, they heavily smashed on the ground. Two deep grooves appeared on the ground. Whoosh! Yi Qinghan didn't stay for too long. He once again stepped forward. This time, he closed his aura. However, the dagger in his hand spat out a cyan chi wave, ready to attack at any time. After a few steps forward, he stopped and quietly waited for the octopus monster's tentacles to attack. A moment later, the two tentacles arrived as promised. Whoosh! Yi Qinghan's eyes shone brightly as he stared at the two tentacles that broke through the air. With a deep roar, his body flashed and he jumped into the air, dodging the attack of one of the tentacles. At the same time, the battle chi on his arm surged. The saber wave in his hand met the other tentacle in front of him and heavily chopped down. Crack! As Yi Qinghan expected, the tentacle was cut off. Yi Qinghan swayed in the air and retreated. Bang! After Yi Qinghan retreated, a small part of the tentacle heavily smashed on the ground, releasing a brown liquid. What was strange was that Yi Qinghan saw that the tentacle that was cut off and retreated slowly grew back. After a while, the broken tentacle slowly grew back again. Seeing this scene, Yi Qinghan smiled with satisfaction. In fact, he had a rough idea of the monster's strength in this level. Yi Ruoxue said that in fact, these 12 small caves, there were 12 small space checkpoints. They were divided into 3 levels of strength. The first, 5th, 9th, and last level were the most difficult. The other levels were relatively easy. Especially the last level, it was extremely abnormal. Every time people went to search for treasures, they would either be defeated or die at the 12th level. Without further testing, Yi Qinghan directly opened his aura. With the blue dragon dagger in his hand, his figure flashed and his speed skyrocketed. He directly rushed toward the transparent light shield behind the octopus monster. Whoosh, 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 the octopus monster let out strange cries again and again. The dozens of tentacles on its body were like an inescapable net, pouncing toward Yi Qinghan from all directions. It seemed like it wanted to firmly bind Yi Qinghan and strangle him into a pile of rotten meat. Break for me! With a loud roar, Yi Qinghan quickly swung his arm. The cyan saber wave at the tip of the dagger constantly left his body and transformed into saber lights. With Yi Qinghan as the center, they quickly shot out in all directions. Chapter 219. Bang! Bang! Countless cyan blade waves collided with the tentacles that swarmed over from all directions, directly cutting them off. For a time, brown liquid sprayed all over the sky, and broken limbs continued to fall to the ground. Yi Qinghan watched as the octopus monster's tentacles quickly retracted once they were cut off, then slowly regrown and continued to attack. He couldn't help but smile coldly. His body didn't speed up. Instead, he slowly walked towards the octopus monster step by step. Humph, let's see if you grow faster or if I cut you faster. A blade light flashed, and a few tentacles were cut off. Another blade light flashed, and a few more tentacles were cut off. Yi Qinghan's face was cold and arrogant. He walked forward step by step. The octopus monster's tentacles became fewer and shorter. Finally, when Yi Qinghan approached the translucent light shield of the cave, all the tentacles were cut off, leaving only countless long tentacles, constantly waving and slowly growing. I don't have time to play with you, I want to break through 3 levels in a row. Yi Qinghan looked at the octopus monster that kept screaming, smiled faintly, waved his hand, and walked into the light shield. With a flash of white light, he was once again sent to a quiet small valley. This small valley was actually similar to the small valley where he rested for more than 10 days a few days ago. It was very quiet and very comfortable. He didn't stay for too long. After resting in the small valley for half an hour, he set off again. He decided to break through 3 levels in one go. After passing through the exit stairs, he once again appeared in the puppet tunnel. Without stopping, he directly entered the 3rd small cave. He was sent to a very large canyon. The canyon was about more than 10 meters wide, with many twists and turns, and he couldn't see the front or the back. Yi Qinghan touched his nose, a little confused. Should I go forward or backward? How long is this canyon? What kind of magical beasts or monsters are guarding it? Just as he was about to make up his mind to take a random path, the roars of magical beasts came from both the front and the back of the canyon. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to be careless. He immediately merged with his beast and activated his qi. He stood up and leaned close to the side of the canyon, preparing for battle. Ao! It seemed as if Yi Qinghan's arrival had triggered some sort of mechanism here. At the 2 ends of the canyon, a dense horde of magical beasts appeared at the same time. As far as the eye could see, it was a black mass, with no end in sight. A magical beast of the 6th rank, Iron Wolf? Yi Qinghan recognized the name of the attacking demonic beast at a glance. This type of demonic beast was not rare in the Fire Dragon continent. There was a huge number of them in the Misty Forest. The Iron Wolves were pitch black in color, and their defense was higher than that of ordinary magical beasts of the 6th rank. It was just that their attack power was a bit lower. However, they usually appeared in packs, and each pack had at least tens of thousands of them. Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief, but shook his head helplessly. The canyon was only so big. There was nowhere to hide and nowhere to run. If he wanted to find the exit, he could only kill his way out. But this black mass of wolves with no end in sight, when would he be able to kill them all? Releasing his qi, Yi Qinghan decided not to continue fighting. He directly leapt high into the air, randomly chose a direction and rushed towards it. Sword waves swallowed and sword light flashed. Yi Qinghan completely relied on the defense of his qi. He didn't care about the wolves on his left and right, or behind him, as he rushed forward in a straight line. With great difficulty, he was completely submerged in the black mass of wolves. Half an hour later, his qi dissipated under the continuous attacks of the wolves. Yi Qinghan had no choice but to kill his way to the side of the canyon. With his back against the canyon wall, he began to defend himself. Little Black, come out and help me block them. I need to take a rest to recover my battle qi. It will consume too much of my battle qi. Yi Qinghan forced a smile. Although his battle qi could support him to fight for several days and nights, if he continued like this, he would eventually run out of battle qi and die. He didn't know how many iron wolves were in front of him, or whether there were other powerful magical beasts. He decided to be steady and move forward slowly, maintaining his battle qi and physical strength. Okay boss, don't worry and recover. Xiaohei, killing these level 6 beasts is as easy as cutting watermelons for me. Xiaohei shouted excitedly. He turned into a black shadow and continuously rushed back and forth in 3 directions in front of Yi Qinghan. There was no doubt about the sharpness and hardness of Xiaohei's claws and teeth. Once summoned, Xiaohei's teeth could crush magical crystals. It was relatively terrifying. At this moment, facing a level 6 demon wolf, Xiaohei's claws easily tore the heads of the iron wolves into pieces. Moreover, Xiaohei was extremely fast. His small figure was actually jumping in 3 directions in front of Yi Qinghan, blocking and killing the iron wolves that were attacking from 3 directions. Yi Qinghan looked at the iron wolves that were falling under Xiaohei's claws and teeth and nodded in relief. He immediately sat cross-legged and started to recover his physical strength and battle qi. 10 minutes later, after a few circulations, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes and looked at the countless corpses of iron wolves in the 3 directions in front of him. He couldn't help but be speechless. Xiaohei, come back. You rest, it's my turn. I'll continue to take over later. Yang Ling smiled and shouted at Xiao He, who was killing merrily. Boss, I'm killing to my heart's content. Alright, I'll kill later. Xiao He chirped a few times and once again tore the waist of an iron wolf in front of him into pieces. Its stomach was full of internal organs and blood. Xiao He then turned into a black shadow and returned to Yi Qinghan's body. Phew! There are too many monsters and they don't give me any experience. It's not fun killing them. Yi Qinghan sighed inwardly and thought of the online games in his previous life. He seemed to be in a game where monsters were everywhere. But then he remembered that this god-slaying mountain was originally a game created by that god-rank powerhouse, and he was only one of the players. There was no time to sigh. The countless iron wolves in front of him were stepping over the corpses of their own kind and rushing toward Yi Qinghan. His battle chi flashed and his aura was activated again. He continued to kill in the same direction as before. Just like that, he killed and stopped, constantly taking turns with Xiao He. After 5 hours of bloody fighting, Yi Qinghan finally killed his way to the end of the canyon. But when he reached the end of the canyon, Yi Qinghan was dumbfounded and started cursing in his heart. There was no road at the end of the canyon. It was completely sealed off. There was only a huge transmission array that continuously teleported the pitch-black, blood-red-eyed iron wolves. Yi Qinghan searched the surroundings but did not see any stairs or passageways. He had gone the wrong way. The exit was at the other end. F***CKU, second master. Why don't you use road signs? You can't do this. Yi Qinghan wanted to cry but had no tears. He cursed a few times and helplessly continued to kill his way back. In the end, it took him more than 10 hours to kill his way to the other end of the canyon and enter the passageway. The only fortunate thing was that there were only 2 transmission arrays at the front and back of the canyon. Iron wolves were constantly teleported out, and no other powerful magical beasts or monsters appeared. Chapter 220. Walking through the translucent light barrier, Yi Qinghan was once again transported to a small valley. This time, Yi Qinghan was more certain. It seemed that the entrance to every stage of the puppet channel was in a completely sealed small valley like this. This time, he rested for 3 whole days. More than 10 hours of continuous killing had left him physically and mentally exhausted. He was not a god, but a warrior of the Duke realm. He also needed to rest. 3 days later, he set off again and charged straight into the 4th level. The 4th level's magical beast was also not very strong. It was a level 6 magical beast, the white spider. Yi Qinghan had never seen this white spider before. He heard that it was a special product of the dark forest, one of the 3 most dangerous places on the continent. It was more than a meter tall and a meter wide, and had poisonous thorns on its feet. It could also spit out spider webs. The spider webs were not very strong, but they were very sticky, making it difficult for people to move. Yi Qinghan did not take the white spider seriously. It was a bit difficult to deal with, but it was easy to deal with if he spent some time. What gave Yi Qinghan a headache was the terrain of this level. The 4th level was also a canyon. It was just that this canyon was different from the one in the previous stage. As they walked, there would be many forks in the canyon. Moreover, there were many forks in the canyon. Yi Qinghan would feel dizzy inside. This was a labyrinth. In the 3rd level, Yi Qinghan faced a steady stream of iron wolves, but it only took him a day to reach the exit. As for the 4th test, Yi Qinghan spent half a month in it and was still going in circles. The only thing that comforted him was that he actually found 3 spirit tools and a treasured tool armor after walking around the place. Yi Qinghu had once told him that there were countless treasures and spirit fruits on the god-slaying mountain. If he was lucky, he could even pick up a divine weapon. He had eaten a lot of spirit fruits. But this was the first time he had seen treasures, and he had actually picked up 5 in this level. This made him both happy and confused. Why hadn't he picked up anything in the previous levels and in the Land of Illusion? In fact, he was not sure. The treasures of the god-slaying mountain were randomly scattered the moment the heavenly road opened. Whether or not one could pick it up depended entirely on one's luck. When Yi Qinghan was sucked into the god-slaying mountain, it had already been a few years since the last time the heavens road opened. The treasures that were scattered the last time the Heavens Road opened had already been searched by the experts from the 3 prefectures and other mainland experts. As the terrain of this stage was too complicated and too huge, there were many places that no one had explored before, so he was lucky enough to pick up a few items. For example, the Saint artifact bronze ring he was wearing was a precious treasure that his father, Yi Dao, had obtained by accident. After wandering around blindly for more than 20 days, he finally found the entrance to the passage. After killing the few white spiders guarding the side, he was once again transported to the small valley. Passing 3 stages consecutively didn't bring Yi Qinghan much joy. After he was teleported to the small valley, he started to sit at the side and cultivate. Furthermore, he started to try to enter the state of soul stillness again and continue to deduce the 7 styles of the Night Emperor. This was because the 5th stage was before him. Yi Ruoxue had told him that the 159 stages and the last 12 stages were all very difficult stages. If he was not careful, he could very well lose his life. Therefore, he decided to cultivate and see if he could enter the state of soul stillness again, so that his Night Emperor 38 forms could turn into the Night Emperor 40 forms. Most importantly, in the state of soul stillness, his battle chi and soul cultivation would increase rapidly. He knew that if he wanted to pass easily, he had to be as strong and safe as possible. However, after cultivating for 3 days, he did not enter the state of soul stillness again. Feeling somewhat helpless, he took a bath and replaced the golden leather armor on his body with the precious artifact armor that he had obtained in the 4th stage. He once again entered the puppet passage and was transported to the 5th stage. With a flash of white light, the scenery around him changed. He felt as if he had arrived in the Savage Mountains. This was a jungle world. The dense foliage, thorns, vines, and so on made it very difficult to see if there was any danger in this place. Yi Qinghan immediately released his aura. With the blue dragon dagger in hand, he carefully explored his surroundings. This place was overgrown with vines and branches. He could not even tell which direction he was in, not to mention the magical beasts and monsters that might be hiding in here. There are too many vines in this godforsaken place. On the trees, on the ground, on the thorns, and everywhere. And there's such a thick one. How strange. I'll walk slowly and check the surroundings first before making a decision. Yi Qinghan thought to himself. He began to move slowly and his eyes swept around. His ears pricked up and he was highly focused, ready to receive the attacks of magical beasts and monsters at any time. However, unbeknownst to him, his feet suddenly stepped on a vine on the ground. Immediately, countless sharp sounds rang out in his surroundings, and the entire nearby forest seemed to have suddenly come to life. Chi-chi, the grass swayed, the ancient trees swayed, the thorns swayed, and even the ground shook. Not good, there's a monster attacking. No, it's vines. Yi Qinghan was shocked at the first moment. His expression changed greatly as he nervously looked around, thinking that some kind of monster had started to attack him. But a moment later, his expression suddenly changed, as if he had seen a ghost. Indeed, the surroundings were swaying. Countless vines were swaying. The tens of meters long vines on the ground suddenly shot towards Yi Qinghan. The vines that were wrapped around the trees also broke away from the trees and wrapped around Yi Qinghan. In an instant, hundreds of vines, thick and thin, long and short, covered the sky, from the ground, from the surroundings, and even from the soil. In an instant, Yi Qinghan was trapped in this vine prison. Countless vines intertwined into a green vine ball with a diameter of 10 meters, completely enveloping Yi Qinghan. What the hell is this? Yi Qinghan looked at the numerous layers of vines surrounding him outside the chi field. He suddenly panicked. He knew that there must be all kinds of monsters in the puppet passage. Moreover, he had also encountered monsters that he had never encountered before. But the monster this time shocked him. It was actually a plant, and it was using such a brutal method to attack him. Swish! Regardless of the consequences, Yi Qinghan directly waved a saber wave towards the vines in front of him. Kacha! The saber wave directly broke through the vines, but Yi Qinghan discovered a tragic problem. There were simply too many vines surrounding the chi field. He didn't know how thick the vines were. The saber wave only broke through a few meters of the vines before dissipating powerlessly. There were still vines of unknown thickness outside. And the most important thing was that the vines that were cut actually grew again in a second and joined back together. Swish, swish, swish. Yi Qinghan didn't believe it. Once again, he unleashed 3 waves of saber waves, all of which were aimed at the same place. Chapter 221. Ka-chi, ka-chi, ka-chi. 3 saber waves broke out of his body and flew forward, separating the vines in front of him. This time, the saber waves advanced for more than 10 meters, but they still couldn't break through the encirclement of the vines. They still couldn't see the light outside. What the hell is this? Why are there so many vines? Forget it, I'll just hack and charge at the same time. Yi Qinghan's expression turned solemn. He didn't know how many layers of vines he was surrounded by. He could only try to hack in one direction and move forward to see if he could break through this vine prison. Xiao. After sending out a few saber waves, Yi Qinghan hurriedly flashed and rushed forward with the saber waves. At the same time, the dagger on his arm flashed and sent out a few more saber waves, breaking through the vines. After a while, he finally saw a glimmer of light in front of him. He became spirited and hurriedly rushed forward. When Yi Qinghan broke through the vine prison and reappeared in the forest, the huge ball of vines behind him collapsed in an instant. Countless vines retracted and returned to the trees, the thorns, the grass, and the ground. After a while, the forest returned to its original state. It was quiet and there seemed to be a trace of danger. This place is too strange. Yi Qinghan didn't think too much. After resting for a while, his battle aura surged under his feet and he madly ran outside. However, he didn't go more than 10 meters before countless chi sounds came from all directions. Countless vines swarmed over from all directions and surrounded him in a huge prison once again. Damn it, are you done yet? Yi Qinghan also hung his head dejectedly as he looked at the lush green vines around him. He had the urge to cry. He had stayed in this godforsaken place for 10 days. This place was filled with forests and vines. Every time he painstakingly broke out of the vine prison, he would feel a chill run down his spine. Every time he worked hard to break through the vine prison, he would be surrounded by vines again. Over the past 10 days, he had been imprisoned dozens of times. Although the vines were only imprisoning him, he had the protection of his force field, so the vines could not harm him. However, this feeling made him feel as if he had fallen into a quagmire. He pulled one foot out, and the other foot sank back into the quagmire, which drove him crazy. Most importantly, he had only advanced about 1,000 meters in the past 10 days. Moreover, he didn't know how wide the jungle terrain was. He didn't know when he would find the exit. If this place was tens of thousands of meters wide, then he would be trapped here until he died. Yi Ruoxue had told him that the 7 emotions fruit could only sustain his body for 3 years. If he couldn't break through the puppet passage in 3 years, he would starve to death and die of exhaustion. Moreover, after 3 years, the attacks of each stage would double. Even if they didn't starve to death, they would still be killed. It was only the 5th stage, but 7 or 8 months had already passed. One had to know that the checkpoints at the beginning were much easier. The further one went, the more difficult it would be. Moreover, he didn't know how long it would take for him to find the exit. Charge, charge, charge. Ignoring the exhaustion of his body and mind, Yi Qinghan started to move forward with difficulty in the quagmire. Turning around, there was a jungle. Walking over, there was a jungle. Taking a step forward, there were vines. Moving to the left, there were vines again. Yi Qinghan continued to live a tragic life. This kind of life made him go crazy, boring, and depressed compared to the desert terrain. Fortunately, Yi Qinghan had lived 2 lives. Moreover, he had spent more than 10 years in the Yi family's castle. Not long ago, he had spent more than half a year in the desert. His mental fortitude was very strong. If an ordinary person of his age was in such a situation, they would definitely go crazy. 3 months later, Yi Qinghan finally found the passageway after a long and arduous journey. Looking at the black staircase that was flickering with a faint green light, as well as the pitch-black cave entrance, Yi Qinghan's heart was filled with an indescribable feeling. as though he had found his comrade who had been separated from him for many years. He was a little excited, a little wronged, and a little sad. "Damn it, I finally found you." Yi Qinghan's nose twitched a few times, but he walked straight forward. Instead, he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. He had a feeling that this exit was not going to be easy, because he found that the jungle outside the exit was denser than anywhere else. The vines were thicker and darker than anywhere else. He decided to cultivate his body to its peak state and then rush through in one go. Half an hour later, he stood up and jumped high. His speed began to increase, and finally reached the peak of his speed. As he expected, countless vines shot out from the sky and the ground, forming a vine cage in the air. Then, the cage expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qinghan was wrapped in a super-large vine cage with a diameter of hundreds of meters. But Yi Qinghan did not care at first. He thought that as long as it was the original vines, it would not matter how big the cage was. It would just take him a little more effort to break it. However, with the faint green light emitted by the aura, he found that the vines this time were different from before. This time, the color was very dark, and there were some faint strange patterns. Swoosh. After observing for a while, Yi Qinghan did not hesitate too much. He directly waved a saber wave and slashed forward. Clang, clang. The saber wave and the vines collided, making a sound of metal colliding. Hearing this sound, Yi Qinghan screamed in his heart, "Oh no!" Sure enough, when he looked over, he saw that there was only a shallow knife mark where he had just chopped. At most, he had cut off 1 or 2 vines, and the recovery speed of the vines was several times faster than before. In the blink of an eye, it was restored to its original state, as if nothing had happened. Swish, swish, swish. Yi Qinghan was anxious. He continuously sent out saber waves and slashed at the cracks. Clang, 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 clang. The sound of metal colliding rang again. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes with the help of the saber wave. He found that this time, the saber wave had only cut off half a meter of the vines. It seemed that the vines could absorb the energy of the saber wave. The saber wave would become very weak after cutting off a vine, and it would no longer be able to cause damage to the vines behind. This was not the most important thing. As long as he could cut it off, it would not be a problem. Yi Qinghan could slowly move forward and eventually break out of the cage. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan found a very terrifying problem: the recovery speed of the vines. It was too fast. The cut was actually reconnected in just a second. With such a terrifying growth speed, Yi Qinghan did not dare to rush forward. If he squeezed in like this, his aura would be squeezed smaller and smaller by the rapidly growing vines. Eventually, it would cause his aura to disappear completely. His body would be completely bound by the vines, and by that time, it would be a dead end. Dead end? No way to escape? Chapter 222. A trace of madness flashed through Yi Qinghan's eyes. His arms flashed rapidly as he continuously swung his saber waves at the chaos in front of him. Clang, 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 clang. Sparks flew as the saber waves collided with the vines. "Boss, don't get worked up. If you go on like this and the force field becomes unstable, we'll really be finished." Yi Qinghan was somewhat worked up, but Xiaohei was very calm. He promptly transmitted his voice to remind Yi Qinghan to get up. "It's over, Xiaohei, we can't get out. We're going to be trapped here until we die." Xiaohei's transmitted voice calmed Yi Qinghan down a little, but he still said anxiously, "These ghost vines not only have super strong defenses, but they also heal very quickly. We can't get out." Xiaohei transmitted his voice again to calm Yi Qinghan down. "Boss, don't think too much. In any case, these vines are only trapping us and won't attack. You have time to recover your battle chi and maintain your force field, so we won't be in danger for the time being. We have time to think of a way to break out of this cage." Phew! Calm down, calm down, calm down. Yi Qinghan took a few deep breaths and told himself to calm down. In the past few years, he had encountered even more dangerous situations and almost died a few times. Now, he was only trapped. Xiaohei's persuasion gradually calmed Yi Qinghan down. He no longer looked around and closed his eyes. He began to recall Yi Ruoshui's words, as if he wanted to find the secret to breaking through her words. Yi Ruoshui had told him that the puppet passageway was very mysterious. It seemed to have been created by the god-slaying mountain and was specifically designed to test the potential of those who broke through. Those with different levels of strength would encounter monsters or wild beasts of different strength. It wasn't that the higher one's realm was, the easier it was to pass through. On the contrary, those with lower realms but higher attack and defense had a higher chance of success. Yi Qinghan's battle chi realm wasn't high, but his overall strength was very strong. However, all of this depended on his fusion technique. Now that the fusion technique was ineffective, he was just an ordinary marquis. This checkpoint must be very difficult for him. There was no other way. Yi Qinghan pondered over Yi Ruoshui's words over and over again, but he could not find any shortcut. The only way was to increase his attack power again. The only way to increase his attack power was to continue comprehending the Night Emperor's 7 forms. After figuring everything out, Yi Qinghan calmed down completely. He was no longer irritable, anxious, or worried. Since there was only one way to go, then he could only continue walking down this path. If this path didn't work, then he could only wait for death. Swish, swish, swish. Yi Qinghan slowly closed his eyes, and the dagger in his hand began to fly in different arcs. He began to practice the Night Emperor's 38 forms. He continued to practice and comprehend, hoping to deduce the 39th form, the 40th form. Time passed quickly. Yi Qinghan was already fighting at Luotian Mountain, but outside, a few major events that shocked the House of Aries had happened. Several peerless geniuses had appeared in the House of Aries. Perhaps the word appeared wasn't too accurate. It was more accurate to describe it as usual. The first was the only daughter of Dragon City's Master Longtime. After Yi Dao, she became the second expert in the House of Aries to break through to the Imperial realm before the age of 30. It was also said that she had reached the threshold of understanding the wood element. After breaking through, she was accepted as a disciple by one of the war gods in the divine city. The legend of the war gods had always existed in the House of Aries. It was said that there were several powerful figures in the House of Aries who were comparable to the Lord of the divine city. They had always been guarding the House of Aries. Longtime was accepted as a disciple by one of the war gods. Her future would be limitless. The Feng clan produced a genius. Ever since the Feng clan's young master Feng Zi returned from the elite school tournament, he seemed to have changed into a different person. He went into seclusion for 2 years. With the support of the Feng clan's enormous resources, he actually went from the peak of the general realm to level 1 of the noble realm. Moreover, he had already practiced the Feng clan's imperial sword technique very well. After 2 years, he improved even further and was almost as good as the Feng clan's elders. In the end, the Feng clan's supreme elders and clan master were in a good mood. They immediately gave the order that as long as he dared to continue cultivating, he could squander the Feng clan's resources. It was fine even if the Feng clan went bankrupt. The major clans all produced geniuses. Of course, the Hua clan was not to be outdone. Spirit medicines and fruits from all over the continent were sent to Luo Hua City in an endless stream. They were sent to the small building where Hua lived. The Hua clan's most famous peeping Tom did not appear in the windows of the ladies' chambers in Luo Hua City for 2 years, nor did he appear in the city's brothels. Hua seemed to have disappeared. There was no news of him in Luo Hua City for 2 years. They only heard that the Hua clan master was in a good mood recently. He went to Luo Hua City's largest brothel, the Pity Flower Pavilion, to drink flower wine. He actually paid and did not drink the tyrant flower wine again. The Feng clan and the Hua clan purchased large amounts of spirit medicines and fruits in the past 2 years. This caused the price of spirit medicines and fruits to skyrocket. The Shui clan originally compensated a large amount of spirit medicines and treasures because of Shui Wuhan's matter. The clan's vitality was greatly damaged and the clan's disciples ate cabbage and tofu for a few months. This time, because of the Feng clan and the Hua clan's crazy actions, they once again ate exotic delicacies. The Yu clan did not take action because the Yu clan's bloodline was very special. Warriors from other clans relied on their battle chi cultivation to increase their soul cultivation. However, The Yu clan was the opposite. Their soul realm increased and their battle chi cultivation increased rapidly. Other warriors could not cultivate their soul before reaching the imperial realm. However, once the Yu clan's women successfully awakened their bloodline, they could use the Yu clan's special secret manuals to cultivate their soul. Therefore, the Yu clan's attacks were mainly soul attacks. Yu Qingqing wore a peach-red palace dress for 2 years. She wore peach blossoms for 2 years. She played the zither for 2 years. She danced the sword dance for 2 years. She recited the breaking formation for 2 years. The Yu clan members seemed to have never seen her cultivate. However, she was the one with the fastest cultivation speed among the young masters and young mistresses of the various clans in the residence battle. In 2 years, she went from the peak of the general realm to the second level of the duke realm. The Yu clan's patriarch, Yu Shishue, came out of seclusion many times for her. He was surprised by her unique cultivation method, shocked by her abnormal cultivation speed, distressed by her demonic mental state, and pitied her sorrowful heart. Every time he saw Yu Qingqing by the lake, he would shake his head helplessly and sigh at the sky. Yi Qingwu was very lucky. 2 years ago, when Yi Baihu and Yi Qingyu saved Yi Qingyu, she had absorbed some of the scattered energy. After Yi Qingyu woke up, she did not need the spirit pill. Yi Tianlong was in a good mood because of Yi Qingyu's matter. He directly gave her the spirit pill that he had obtained from the divine city. In the past 2 years, other than taking care of Yi Qingyu, she had spent the rest of her time cultivating. The scattered energy from the divine crystal, the powerful help of the spirit pill, and her hard work had resulted in gratifying results. She had finally broken through to the Duke realm not long ago. Chapter 223. Several peerless geniuses had appeared on the continent all of a sudden. The Earth list was constantly changing. Every city's hotels and taverns discussed this all day long. They didn't understand why this generation of peerless geniuses had appeared more frequently than in the previous 100 years. They didn't understand why the families were so crazy about this. Were there any secrets? In fact, the elders and chiefs of the various families knew that these young masters and mistresses were extremely talented. It was just that they had been too lazy in their cultivation. Now that they were cultivating crazily and with the help of large amounts of spirit herbs and spirit fruits, it was expected that they would achieve this. They all knew that Feng Zihua, Yu Qingqing, Yi Qingwu and the others were cultivating crazily for the opening of the heavenly path in 3 years. They knew that they had no hope of breaking through to the Emperor realm and entering the Fallen God Mountain in 3 years. But they were still working hard, hoping to break through to the Emperor realm when the heavenly path opened. They entered the Fallen God Mountain under the guidance of the family's experts. They wanted to see if Yi Qinghan, who had disappeared for a few years, was still alive. They wanted to see if he would suddenly descend from the sky with his demonic purple light when the heavenly path opened. He would smile faintly at them and say, "I'm back." In fact, no one in the divine battle abode knew about this. There was another peerless genius hidden in the Yi family. No, it was more accurate to describe her as abnormal. She was Yi Qingyu. The 17-year-old white-haired girl, Yi Qingyu, had reached the peak of the Duke realm. The speed at which his strength rose could be said to be unprecedented. If Yi Qingyu's age and strength were exposed, it would definitely overturn the House of Aries' definition of genius and its suspicion of cultivation methods. But Yi Qingyu stayed in the Yi family's back mountain all day. She cultivated and cultivated. The Yi family's back mountain was completely sealed. Even the elders of the Yi family weren't allowed to take a step inside. So Yi Qingyu's matter had always been a secret, and Yi Tianlong and the others were prepared to keep it a secret. Something big had happened in the Fire Dragon continent recently, but very few people knew about it. The cause of this was a voice transmission that came from the Dark Forest. This voice transmission covered the entire Fire Dragon continent like a clap of thunder in the middle of the night, jolting all the divine-level experts in the Fire Dragon continent awake. However, this voice transmission was like ultrasonic waves. Ordinary people would not be able to sense it, and only divine-level experts would be able to hear it. 3 years later, when the God-slaying mountain's path of heaven opens, the supreme treasure will appear. The voice transmission was very simple, with only a few words. But the meaning behind it was very shocking. The god-level experts were very clear about the most precious treasure of the god-slaying mountain and were very eager to obtain it. Not to mention that the divine sword represented some kind of key to the treasure. However, just the word, divine artifact, was enough to move them. It should be known that although the Fire Dragon continent had many god-grade experts, there were only 2 divine weapons, which were in the hands of the Divine City's City Lord and Lord Devour. The few old fellows from Dragon City walked out of the secret chamber. The demon god mountain was no longer as calm as before. Whispers could be heard everywhere. A few giants walked out of the Barbarian Valley and went straight to the heavenly Barbarian City. The Divine City's City Lord sat in the secret chamber for a whole night. His red and black eyes flashed, and the bald man with the tattoo on his head was dazzling. Yi Ruoxue stopped cultivating, her eyes flashing. She seemed to be thinking whether the appearance of the supreme treasure of the god-slaying mountain had anything to do with that kid Yi Qinghan. In fact, Lord Devour's words were very suspicious and inexplicable. Why did he send such a voice transmission? Why was he so sure that the supreme treasure would appear in 3 years? What was his purpose in sending such a voice transmission to the entire continent? No one knew and no one asked. They just started to prepare silently. At the same time, they were very interested in the opening of the path of heaven in 3 years. Would the Fire Dragon continent, which had been peaceful for so many years, finally become lively again? The Divine City began to send out secret orders, gathering a large number of Emperor Realm experts to prepare to enter the god-slaying mountain in 3 years to search for the treasure. They wanted to see if they could pass the 3 tests and enter the small divine pavilion to obtain the supreme treasure of the god-slaying mountain. Although the Divine City had been waiting for this wish for thousands of years. Moreover, every 10 years, they would send a large number of experts to enter with hope. However, they would return in the end helplessly. This time, it was obvious that the City Lord of the Divine City was paying more attention to it. He actually increased the reward. For a moment, the Divine City began to stir secretly. Many experts who had been living in seclusion began to rub their palms and prepare secretly. In Dragon City, a few old fellows had come out of seclusion because of Long Seinen's matter. They gathered all the peak experts of the House of Ares and held a secret meeting. They began to make arrangements in secret. The Demon God Mountain was very lively that night. The leaders of the 12 clans of the demon race all gathered at the Demon God Mountain for a night. They only returned to their clans the next day. The heavenly barbarian city welcomed a few guests that hadn't appeared for hundreds of years. Mangon looked at his father and a few barbarian saints in his clan. He knelt respectfully in front of these tall barbarians and seemed to understand something. The hidden island was located in the East Sea. It was very big, about 1/4 the size of the House of Ares. Thousands of years ago, this place wasn't called the Hidden Island. It was called the Sin Island. The criminals of the 3 prefectures would be exiled here, leaving them to fend for themselves. The number of criminals gradually increased. Also, thousands of years ago, the 3 prefectures were in constant war. Many people were suffering unspeakably. There were constantly people going out to sea to avoid calamity, escaping here. More and more people came to the Hidden Island. In the end, they all settled down here and no longer returned to the Flame Dragon continent. At the start, the Hidden Island was very chaotic. Experts from all walks of life occupied the Hidden Island and fought with each other, causing blood to flow everywhere. In the end, the Island Lord of the Hidden Island appeared out of nowhere. His cultivation base was at the deity realm, and no one dared to oppose him. Sin Island was renamed Hidden Island, and the people began to live and work in peace. They no longer fought and killed, and Hidden Island became a paradise. Thus, more people from the 3 manors began to migrate over, and Hidden Island became the 4th mansion besides the 3 manors. The Island Lord of the Hidden Island didn't care about worldly affairs and only focused on cultivation. In order to manage the Hidden Island, he accepted over 10 in-name disciples and formed the Hidden Pavilion. The Hidden Pavilion's order became the highest order of the Hidden Island. Recently, the Hidden Island, which had been quiet for a long time, became lively again. The Hidden Pavilion, which rarely issued orders, had unexpectedly issued a very strange order. The Island Lord's order was to gather all the Emperor Realm experts of the Hidden Island. 3 years later, they would enter the Godown Mountain. If they were lucky enough to pass the 3 challenges and obtain the treasure, the Hidden Island Lord would accept them as his only personal disciple and do his best to help them become a deity. This order was very strange because the Hidden Island had never participated in the struggle between the 3 prefectures. They had never gone to the Godown Mountain to search for treasures. Moreover, the Hidden Island Lord had never accepted a personal disciple. The Hidden Island began to boil. The various clans on the island became active, and the hidden experts also appeared one after another. For a time, the Hidden Pavilion was very lively. Countless experts signed up, and countless experts began to secretly prepare for the trip to the Luotian Mountain 3 years later. They were preparing to become the personal disciples of the Hidden Island's Island Lord, and preparing to become a god-level existence with the help of the Island Lord. At this time, the Hidden Island Lord was fishing by himself by the sea, silently thinking about the Dark Forest's king, Lord Devour's message. Why was Lord Devour so sure that when the Heaven Road opened 3 years later, the Godown Mountain's treasure would definitely appear? The Flame Dragon continent, because of Lord Devour's message, became turbulent. Chapter 224. Yi Qinghan didn't know how many things had happened outside. He didn't even know how long he had been trapped in this vine cage. He only knew that he had entered the state of soul stillness twice, and had derived the Night Emperor's 38 forms into the Night Emperor's 49 forms, but he still couldn't break out of this strange cage. And it seemed that after 49 forms, he had reached his limit. Yi Qinghan had derived for a long time, and his scalp was breaking. He couldn't derive another form. His attack power had increased a little, and he could also unleash 49 slashes at the same time, enveloping his entire body in sword light and sword shadows, leaving not a single gap between him and his opponent. But no matter how many sword lights he used, no matter how many moves he used, he felt that there was only so much power. He was far from being able to break through the vines and fly out. Have I reached my limit? I've probably reached my limit. But why hasn't my attack power increased much? If this goes on, how am I supposed to break out of this cage? Yi Qinghan opened his eyes and stopped cultivating. He looked at the faint green aura field around him, and the vines outside the aura field that seemed to be made of steel. Xiaohei, come out. Sai, what should I do? How long have we been in this puppet passageway? He summoned Xiaohei and controlled the aura field at the same time. He didn't affect Xiaohei's movements so that it could move freely in the aura field. Boss, don't be discouraged. We still have time. We've been in the land of illusion for more than 8 months. In this puppet passageway, we've been here for more than a year. Xiaohei jumped into Yi Qinghan's arms after being summoned. Its 2 black eyes had lost their luster and were a little dim as it transmitted its voice. They had spent more than half a year in the desert terrain of the puppet passageway, and then almost 7 or 8 months in this forest world. During this time, Xiaohei wanted to use its sharp teeth to break through the vines, but, although its teeth were sharp and hard, and the vines could be easily bitten through, it was entangled by the vines from all directions the moment it burrowed into the vines. It was directly trapped like a meat dumpling. In the end, it had to be helped by Yi Qinghan to retreat with great difficulty. In this place, there was nothing he could do. He could only wait and see if Yi Qinghan could comprehend something and increase his attack power by several times. With a wave of his saber, he could destroy a patch of vines. Otherwise, he would not be able to escape. However, Yi Qinghan only knew one type of martial art, and this martial art seemed to have been cultivated to the extreme, and its power could only be increased so much. Therefore, Yi Qinghan and Little Black felt very powerless and discouraged. Sigh. These vines are intertwined, one sticking to the other. Their defense is too strong. Boss, if you knew a martial art, how good would it be if you could break all of them in one move? Then we can go out slowly. I miss the smell of roast meat. Xiaohei was lying weakly in Yi Qinghan's arms. The black horn on his head kept rubbing against his arm as he chatted with Yi Qinghan through telepathy. Yi Qinghan did not answer Xiaohei. He raised his head and stared blankly at the dense vines that intertwined with each other like a fishing net. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. His face suddenly glowed with a red light, and his eyes suddenly became frighteningly bright. After a moment, he suddenly spoke. His voice was urgent and agitated. Xiaohei, what did you just say? I say, I really want to taste barbecue. Xiaohei stood up in confusion. He blinked his eyes and looked at Yi Qinghan. Why was he so excited when he heard about barbecue? No, it's that sentence before, the first sentence before that. What was the first sentence before that? Yi Qinghan seemed to be very excited. His whole body trembled as he asked anxiously. Xiaohei was even more confused. He rubbed his face with his claws and transmitted his voice. I didn't say anything. I said that these vines are intertwined with each other. One is stuck to the other. Their defense is too strong. What's wrong, boss? Did I say something wrong? Intertwined. One is stuck to the other. Fishing net. Why didn't I think of that? Yes, that's right. That's it. Yi Qinghan suddenly laughed out loud. Then, without asking Xiaohei's opinion, he forcefully recalled him back into the beast space. Then he quickly took out his dagger and practiced the Knight Emperor 49 styles in the air. Entwined? Fused? Fishing net? Rays of light flashed in Yi Qinghan's eyes. He stared at the blade qi that was produced as he waved it in the air. He felt the trajectory of the 49 blade qi. The azure dragon dagger in Yi Qinghan's hand continued to dance. It was as if Yi Qinghan could see 49 fire dragons tumbling and dancing in the air. Then, the fire dragons in his eyes intertwined with each other. The two merged and finally turned into 25 fire dragons that were even thicker. He continued to send out saber waves, but this time, there were 25 saber waves. Immediately after, the 25 saber qis fused into 13 saber qis. The 13 blade qi fire dragons continued to merge and became 7. 7 turned into 3. 3 of them eventually became 1. When Xiaohei was forcefully recalled back into the beast space by Yi Qinghan, he felt very confused and wronged. Yi Qinghan had always been very good to him. He had never treated him like this before. It was just that he saw everything that Yi Qinghan did through the connection between his soul and Yi Qinghan in the beast space. He couldn't help but understand. Yi Qinghan must have thought of something just now and directly started cultivating. He knew that this state was called enlightenment. Enlightenment was something that could only be encountered by chance. So he didn't make a sound. He only silently observed everything outside in the beast space. He saw Yi Qinghan waving countless blade qi. These blade qi didn't attack the vines through the aura. Instead, they kept flying and swimming in the aura. But, after a while, he felt that something was wrong. Why did the blade qi become fewer and fewer? 49, 25, 13, 7. 1. In the end, it completely disappeared. Also, why did Boss suddenly stop cultivating and close his eyes? There was no problem if he stopped cultivating and closed his eyes. But the problem was, why did Boss suddenly cancel the aura? Then Yi Qinghan suddenly closed his eyes and canceled the aura. The vines outside were like a beast released from its cage. They quickly spread towards Yi Qinghan's body. The vines in all directions were like poisonous snakes, quickly shooting towards Yi Qinghan's body. Boss? Xiaohei was shocked. This wasn't a joke. If he was entangled by these vines and Yi Qinghan couldn't move, then it would be completely over. He anxiously transmitted his voice, as if preparing to remind Yi Qinghan to quickly open the aura. However, before he could finish his transmission, Yi Qinghan suddenly opened his eyes. The corner of his mouth moved slightly, forming an evil smile. He slowly raised the dagger in his hand. The blade slowly spat out light and casually swung it down. Night Emperor's first move, World Extinguishing Slash. Chapter 225. With a loud shout from Yi Qinghan, the saber radiance in front of him suddenly soared, forming a several-meter-long saber wave in the shape of a fire dragon. The saber wave directly left his body and flew forward. The saber wave was like a real fire dragon, bringing with it a piercingly cold and boundless momentum as it fiercely collided with the swarming vines in front of it. Chi chi chi. There was no big explosion, no clanging sound of metal colliding. The fire dragon-like saber wave directly pierced through the swarming vines without the slightest resistance or obstruction, just like a blue dragon dagger piercing through an ordinary wooden board. It was very casual and very easy, directly piercing a 2-meter-wide hole in the vine cage. Ha! The long-lost sunlight refracted in, causing Yi Qinghan to involuntarily narrow his eyes. Yi Qinghan laughed heartily as he looked at the flowers, plants, and trees outside that glowed green under the sunlight. His figure flashed and directly passed through the hole that had not yet completely closed, walking out of the vine cage that had surrounded him for several months. The taste of sunlight is so damn good. Standing on the ground, Yi Qinghan did not care about the countless vines that were quickly retreating, but raised his head to look at the dazzling sun in the sky. Although he did not know whether the sun in this forest terrain was the same as the one in the Flame Dragon continent, or whether it was an illusion created by the master of the god-slaying mountain. But he only knew that at this moment, the sunlight felt so warm on his body. After sighing with emotion for a moment, he did not stay for long and directly walked toward the translucent light shield outside the greenish-black stairs on the right. "Boss, how did you suddenly become so fierce? You actually broke the vine cage with one slash?" In the small valley, Xiaohei was eating roasted meat in big mouthfuls. His small face was full of high spirits and joy. Yi Qinghan grabbed a pheasant leg with one hand and took a big bite. He was in a very good mood, sweeping away the listlessness of the past few months. His face was ruddy and he was in high spirits. "It's all thanks to you, Little Black. Just a casual sentence from you was enough to enlighten me. After figuring out the secrets of the Night Emperor's 7 forms, I finally combined the Night Emperor's 49 forms into one form. My attack power increased by more than 10 times, and breaking these vines was a piece of cake." Yi Qinghan began to drink slowly as Xiaohei explained. It turned out that the Night Emperor's 7 forms was to slowly divide him. Each form would become 7 forms, which would become 49 forms. Finally, these 49 forms would interweave and fuse together like a fishing net. They would interweave and become inseparable, becoming a whole. Of course, the attack power would explode 10 times. It was like 7 thick ropes of hemp. If you wanted to twist them together, it would be very difficult and not firm. But if you divide these 7 hemp ropes into countless smaller ropes, then interweave them together, and finally twist them into a big hemp rope, then it would be much easier, and it would be incomparably firm, able to withstand hundreds of kilograms of weight. It was the same principle. If you wanted to force the Night Emperor's 7 forms to fuse them together, it would be very difficult. And even if you could fuse them, you would at most be able to fuse 2 or 3 forms, and they wouldn't be very powerful. But if you divided them into countless smaller forms and fused them together to form a single form, it would be much easier, and the power would be much greater. Although this was easy to say, it was very difficult to do. And the Yi family probably didn't have the specific training method for the Night Emperor's 7 forms. Otherwise, no one in the Yi family would have been able to learn it after so many years. Of course, if Yi Qinghan hadn't entered a state of soul stillness, his soul's thoughts would have been more than 10 times faster than usual. And in that moment of sudden enlightenment, he probably wouldn't have been able to learn the famous move of the Yi family's founding ancestor, the Night Emperor. Wow, I don't understand what you're saying, but it seems to be very powerful. And boss, the world-extinguishing slash that you chose is so cool. Xiaohei ate the barbecued meat while listening to Yi Qinghan's explanation. In the end, he still didn't really understand. Ji excitedly chirped a few times and continued to transmit his voice. "Then boss? Are you confident that you can directly break through the later levels? Directly out of the puppet tunnel and into the 3rd level. Then, after breaking through the 3rd level, we can get the divine weapon, escape, and return to the Yi family castle." Yi family castle. Yi Qinghan's heart was filled with a trace of longing, not for the Yi family castle, but for the 2 people in the Yi family castle. At the same time, he also thought of the quiet lake behind Ecstasy City. He shook his head and suppressed his longing, and said with a slightly gloomy face, "Xiaohei, you're too naive. Not to mention the 3rd level, I don't even have the confidence to break through the last level of the puppet tunnel. However, I'm very confident in breaking through the 6th to the 11th level. After resting for 3 days, we'll break through 6 levels. Okay. Boss, I'm going to take a bath, GG. After resting for 3 days, Yi Qinghan once again embarked on his journey. He had already wasted too much time on the first 5 levels. Half of the 3 years had already passed, and there were still 7 more levels left, and the final challenge. Taking Xiao He with him, Yi Qinghan didn't even need to merge with his battle beast. He directly stepped into the entrance of the passage and appeared in the puppet passage again. Without waiting for the monsters in the passage to appear, he directly entered the small parallel space. The 6th level was a rocky hill, and there were stone arrays everywhere. However, the monsters in the 6th level were actually stone mechanical men. In the beginning, when Yi Qinghan saw these strange mechanical puppets, he was slightly startled. He easily waved his blade a few times, and directly smashed the stone mechanical men into pieces. Forward. He killed along the way. In less than half a day's time, Yi Qinghan had already found the tunnel to the 6th level. At the entrance of the tunnel was a mechanical man that was a few times bigger than the stone mechanical man from before. Without any pleasantries, he directly used World Extinguishing Slash to blast a large hole in the stone mechanical man's chest and walked into the translucent barrier. Without stopping, he continued on his way. The 7th level, the 8th level, he easily broke through the 7th and 8th levels. When he reached the 9th level, Yi Qinghan once again encountered some trouble. He encountered a level 7 magical beast, the rock-swallowing rat. Although the rock-swallowing rat's teeth could crush rocks, its speed was relatively fast, and its defense was also very strong. However, Yi Qinghan didn't put it in his eyes. It was just that he didn't encounter one, but a group of them. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that they covered the mountains and plains. At a glance, there were at least a few billion of them. Moreover, the 9th level was a flat terrain, unlike the 3rd level which was a canyon. There were places to hide. Fortunately, the terrain of the 9th level was very flat. As soon as he entered, he could see the translucent barrier emitting a faint green light in the distance. Helpless, Yi Qinghan could only put his life on the line and kill his way to the exit. Along the way, his aura was shattered by the rock-swallowing rats that swarmed him from all directions. He could only protect his head. The rest of his body was instantly torn to pieces by the rock-swallowing rats that came from all directions. It was a tragic sight. There was even a time when he accidentally bit off half of the bone in his hand. Fortunately, he had the Saint Artifact bronze ring, which healed him in time. Moreover, he used his Yuan Qi to continuously activate his aura. Finally, after half a day's time, he reached the exit. Walking into the small valley at the entrance of the tunnel, he saw that there was not a single part of his body that wasn't covered in scars. He couldn't help but break out in cold sweat and collapse to the ground. Chapter 226. He believed that other dukes would definitely die if they entered such a perverted level. No one else had a perverted sacred item like the bronze ring. He wondered what kind of even more perverted monsters would appear if an emperor came to challenge the level. Guardian beasts of different strength appeared in the puppet passageway based on strength. If a group of emperors entered, they might even encounter a group of black dragons. This time, he rested for about 10 days. After all, he would feel uncomfortable if his wounds weren't healed. 10 days later, he couldn't help but kiss the bronze ring on his finger when he saw that there wasn't a single wound or scar on his body. This thing was too amazing. He wouldn't trade it even if he was given 10 sacred items. He continued on his way. Yi Ruoxue had said that the 1st, 5th, 9th, and 12th levels were the hardest. Therefore, after passing the 9th level, Yi Qinghan felt relieved. He prepared to continue passing the 10th and 11th levels before resting for a while. Finally, he passed the 12th level in one go. The 10th level was a group of magical beasts he had never seen before. He hadn't seen them in the magical beast register of the House of Aries either. These beasts were 5 to 6 meters tall and more than 10 meters long. They had the head of a lion, 9 legs, and sharp spikes all over their bodies. They looked very terrifying. Most importantly, these beasts' defense was astonishing. Yi Qinghan could at most knock them back and injure them, but he couldn't kill them completely. Fortunately, these beasts weren't fast. Yi Qinghan used a few Armageddon slashes to create an opening in the encirclement of the beasts. He quickly escaped. The 11th level was actually very easy. Of course, it was very easy for Yi Qinghan. If it had been anyone else, they would definitely have died. The 11th level was a group of beasts that looked like wasps. The wasps could shoot poisonous stingers from their tails to attack the challenger. Most importantly, the poisonous stingers could actually penetrate Yi Qinghan's aura and the artifact armor that Yi Qinghan was wearing. They shot directly into his body. These poisonous stingers didn't have any other toxins. The only thing they could do was to make the victim bleed non-stop. This level was very perverted. He believed that if it were any other vassal realm cultivator, they would definitely die. Yi Qinghan once again thanked his father 10,000 times in his heart. The bronze ring's magical airflow immediately stopped the bleeding. In the beginning, Yi Qinghan kept pulling out these poisonous needles. After that, he simply ignored him. No matter how fast he pulled them out, they couldn't be faster than the poisonous needles shooting from all directions. Therefore, he endured the numbness and itchiness all over his body and directly ran in all directions, looking for an exit. In the end, he finally found the exit after 2 hours, and once again despised the creator of Mount Luotian 100 times. This was simply toying with the challengers to death. In just 2 hours, even the blood of the dragon had been drained dry. After returning to the small valley, Yi Qinghan spent more than a day pulling out the hundreds of millions of fine needles from his body. Yi Qinghan had the urge to beat someone up when he saw the numerous needle marks on his face, hands, and even his lower body. However, he didn't dare to beat someone up or vent his anger on monsters or magical beasts. This was because if he continued, it would be the last level, the most difficult level that Yi Ruoxue had said. Helpless, the small beast of the holographic department in the small valley became his target to vent his anger. For a time, the small valley was filled with strange cries. This time, it only took Yi Qinghan less than a month to break through 6 levels in a row. He was prepared to cultivate and rest for a while to let his mental state reach its peak. He also wanted to see if he could cultivate again to see if he could enter the state of soul silence a few more times and make a breakthrough in his strength. He didn't hope to break through to the Emperor realm. After all, the Emperor realm needed to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth in order to enter the Emperor realm. He only hoped to enter the state of soul silence and cultivate for a month or two so that his battle chi cultivation could reach the peak of the Duke realm. However, this state was like the wind and couldn't be grasped. If he deliberately wanted to enter it, he couldn't do so at all. Yi Qinghan thought hard for half a month and tried all sorts of methods to no avail. Finally, he began to cultivate. On the contrary, when he didn't deliberately pursue it, Yi Qinghan suddenly entered this state again after cultivating for a month. This time, he entered the state of soul silence while Yi Qinghan was cultivating. At that moment, Yi Qinghan could clearly feel that the surrounding origin energy was involuntarily surging towards his body. His battle chi automatically circulated in his body, gathering the origin energy into his meridians and then into his dantian. It automatically turned into a liquid state and finally into a solid state, fusing with the core. This feeling was very strange. Yi Qinghan felt like he was a bystander. He watched as his body involuntarily operated like a machine. He continuously processed the origin energy of heaven and earth, turning it into battle chi, then into liquid battle chi, and finally becoming a part of the core. Moreover, he felt that his soul sea was boiling with excitement. It was constantly expanding and becoming bigger. However, this state only lasted for a very short period. After that, Yi Qinghan woke up automatically. The origin energy above his head automatically dispersed, and his battle chi automatically stopped circulating. Amazing, amazing! Yi Qinghan slowly opened his eyes as he recalled the feeling he had just experienced. It was rather wonderful and could even be said to be ecstatic. Boss, you're so awesome. You've cultivated for 3 months. When Yi Qinghan was still immersed in this feeling, he was awakened by Xiao Hei's secret message. What Xiao Hei said made him even more shocked. How come? Xiao Hei, I feel that I've only cultivated for a short while. How come 3 months have passed? Yi Qinghan touched his nose and asked out of amazement. Boss, this state of yours is too amazing. I'm so envious. Look at your current cultivation level. Xiao He clicked his tongue and exclaimed. Yi Qinghan hurriedly checked himself. To his surprise, he felt a core in his dantian. It was so huge that it almost took up his entire dantian. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Boss, you're now at the peak of the Duke realm, and the strength of your soul is probably stronger than the first-level Emperor realm experts of your human race. If we leave the God-slaying mountain, the old fools of your family will be so scared that their eyeballs will fall out. Now that we've merged, we can probably kill most of the Emperor realm experts in an instant if they ambush us. Xiao He chuckled. Of course, he was happy for Yi Qinghan. At the same time, he felt that he had followed the right person to follow Yi Qinghan. Peak of the Duke realm? First-level Emperor realm soul cultivation? Able to kill most Emperor realm experts in an instant with a sneak attack? Yi Qinghan swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. He could no longer remain calm. Before cultivating, he had only thought about it and fantasized about it. He wanted to see if he could enter a state of soul silence. He didn't expect it to actually happen. It seemed like his luck was really King good. Chapter 227. 2 years had passed, and Yi Qinghan did not stay for long. He rested for a day and had a good barbecue. He looked at the small valley with nostalgia, and stepped onto the dark green stairs, ready to enter the 12th checkpoint, the last checkpoint of the puppet passage. It was also the checkpoint of death that Yi Ruoshui mentioned. Whoosh! With a flash of white light, Yi Qinghan was ready for battle. At the same time, his eyes were like lightning as he quickly scanned his surroundings. The 12th checkpoint was very small, only the size of a football field. There was a spacious hall with countless luminous pearls hanging on the walls, illuminating the hall as if it was daytime. He could see through this hall with a single glance. There was no door or anything else. Most importantly, there were no monsters or demonic beasts. This is strange. Why are there no guardian monsters? Why is there nothing here? Yi Qinghan thought that he had gone to the wrong place. He rubbed his eyes and scanned his surroundings again, only to find that there was nothing at all. Wait, nothing at all? Yi Qinghan suddenly discovered a very frightening problem. There was nothing in the hall. In other words, there was no exit, no stairs, and no translucent light cover. Your second master, how can you do this? How can I get out? Yi Qinghan was dumbfounded. A moment later, he began to run around, searching everywhere. But after running for a long time, he found nothing. No door, no mechanism, no monster, no exit. Just as Yi Qinghan was about to start cursing, the flow of air in the center of the hall suddenly changed. A black figure appeared out of nowhere in the center of the hall. At the same time, a low voice suddenly sounded, startling Yi Qinghan. It's been more than 300 years. Finally, another challenger has come. Such a low level? Such a young age? So it's the lucky person who obtained the soul ring. There's someone here? Yi Qinghan reacted immediately. His muscles tensed, and his battle aura circulated. The blue dragon dagger in his hand flickered, ready to strike at the man in black. But, after a moment, he suddenly thought of something, and his body suddenly stiffened. His Adam's apple moved up and down a few times, and with great difficulty, he opened his mouth and said shakily, "Blink, teleportation? You're a god-tier master?" This man appeared out of nowhere, and he didn't see any teleportation array flashing. Then, the only explanation was that this man was a god-tier master who could teleport. According to the Flame Dragon dimension, I'm a god-tier master. The man in black was very tall, about 2 meters tall, and looked to be in his 40s. He had a goat-like face, a sparse beard on his chin, and his 2 eyes were long and narrow, like slits. Hearing Yi Qinghan's question, the goat-faced middle-aged man nodded and replied faintly. I saw a god. Yi Qinghan's body began to tremble involuntarily. Although he told himself to stay calm and steady, he still couldn't help but tremble. In the Yi family manner, Yi Qinghan had already told him that a god was not that powerful, and that a god was just a warrior more powerful than a sage. In the land of illusion, he knew that the Yi family also had a god, and that he had chatted with this god for a long time. He had even scolded him and said that he was his ancestor, but this was the first time he had seen a god, and at such a close distance, and in such a strange place. Yi Qinghan couldn't help but become excited and panicked, so he began to tremble uncontrollably. "You're the creator of Luotian Mountain? That god-tier master?" After a long while, Yi Qinghan's curiosity once again suppressed his fear. Seeing that the goat-faced man in black was still quietly standing there, looking at him with an expressionless face, he finally mustered up the courage to ask. "Creator? Luotian Mountain? Oh, no, this place was created by my master, and I don't have that much ability. I'm only responsible for guarding this checkpoint. I'm called Lushi." The man in black opened his slender eyes a little, still standing there, and said indifferently, "Damn." When Yi Qinghan heard this, his body staggered and he almost fell to the ground. This man turned out to be the guardian of this checkpoint. A god-tier master guarding this place? Wasn't this King obvious playing with them? Who could break through the protection of a god-tier master? However, seeing that the middle-aged man with a goat's face just stood there and didn't do anything, Yi Qinghan seemed to feel that there might be some tricks or rules that he didn't know about. Otherwise, if this person wanted to kill him, he would be killed as soon as he entered this place. There would be no chance for him to ask questions or sigh. "Senior, may I ask what the rules of this checkpoint are?" Yi Qinghan hesitated for a moment before he braced himself and began to ask. His expression began to slowly regain its indifference. Since the guardian was a god-tier master, then any tricks were all fake. If this man in black wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be able to escape death no matter what. Well, not bad. She seemed to be very satisfied with Yi Qinghan's performance. His expressionless face twitched slightly as he said, "If you want to pass this checkpoint, it's very simple. You just have to defeat or injure me within a year. Of course, I will control my strength to be twice your current strength. After a year, if you still can't defeat me, I will attack and directly destroy you." Defeat him? Twice his own strength? If he didn't succeed after a year, he would die? Sure enough, there were rules, and these rules were so abnormal. Twice his own strength. How could a person win against someone twice his own strength? "Senior, I don't know what you mean by twice the strength you mentioned. Do you mean twice my current strength? Is it twice as powerful as all of my powers?" Yi Qinghan thought for a moment and decided to clarify things. If he included his body fusion, then there was no need to fight. He could just surrender. His current body fusion could instantly kill most emperors. If he included twice his strength, he should be able to instantly kill a sage, right? He might as well commit suicide if he fought someone who could instantly kill a sage. You are currently at the peak of the 7th rank, which is what you call the peak of the Duke realm. Then I will set my strength to the intermediate stage of the 8th rank, which is the 2nd level of the Emperor realm. Your soul is currently at the beginning stage of the 8th rank, so I will set your soul strength to the peak of the 8th rank, the peak of the Emperor realm. If you can defeat or injure me within a year, you win. She seemed to be very patient as he explained to Yi Qinghan in detail. Where are the martial techniques? Also, you can't use the laws of heaven and earth, right? I haven't comprehended any of the laws of heaven and earth. Yi Qinghan decided to clarify everything. Otherwise, if this goat-faced divine rank expert used the laws of heaven and earth to attack him, he wouldn't even need to fight anymore. One had to know that once one comprehended the laws of heaven and earth, the power of one's martial techniques would increase by several times. The goat-faced she narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment before replying, according to the rules set by the master, since you haven't comprehended the laws of heaven and earth, I won't use the laws to attack you. As for martial techniques, I won't use them. I will directly use my energy, battle chi to attack you. Battle chi, 2nd level Emperor realm? Soul strength, peak of the Emperor realm? Not using the laws? This seemed to be a little interesting. Chapter 228. Yi Qinghan was slightly excited. With his battle beast, his battle chi could reach the second level of the Emperor realm. His battle technique could even make most peak Emperor realm warriors dizzy for a second. He still had a year. If he was lucky enough to break through to the Emperor realm, he could definitely use his battle technique to defeat the Guardian and successfully pass. Did the Guardian not know about his 2 hidden trump cards, or did he know about it but deliberately let it go? It's been more than 300 years. Finally, another challenger has come. But he's actually at such a low realm? At such a young age? So he's the lucky person who got the soul ring. At this moment, Yi Qinghan recalled the baffling words the man in black had said when he first appeared. He was the first person to pass this level in 300 years? The lucky person who got the soul ring? What was the soul ring? Yi Qinghan suddenly remembered that his bronze ring seemed to have the word soul on it. And this ring seemed to be something from the God-slaying mountain. His father got it from the God-slaying mountain. It seemed like the soul ring the black-clothed man was talking about was his bronze ring. However, this soul ring was just a holy artifact. Other than healing injuries, it had no other use. It shouldn't be in the eyes of this God-rank expert, right? Could it be that there was something more amazing about this ring? He didn't realize it? Senior, you just said the lucky person who got the soul ring? Are you talking about me? Is this the soul ring? Yi Qinghan raised his left hand, revealing a bronze ring with a big soul character on it. And this is the soul ring. Although it's damaged, it's still an amazing treasure. As for the origin and use of this ring, I will naturally tell you after you pass the 3 levels and obtain the godly sword. If you can't and die, I will take the ring back. You don't need to know. Lu Shi nodded and said slowly, damaged? Even a damaged treasure is considered a great treasure? Then wasn't this ring very amazing before it was damaged? Yi Qinghan was very shocked. It seemed that the ring his father got was indeed a treasure of the God-slaying mountain. Even a God-rank expert said it was an amazing treasure now that it was damaged. Before it was damaged, it was definitely a super treasure. After thinking for a while, Yi Qinghan asked one last question. Senior, if I attack you now, you won't fight back, right? You said that you can only kill me after a year. Lu Shi nodded lightly and grinned. Don't worry, you'll be safe for a year. However, I won't kill you. If you anger me, it doesn't mean that I can't beat you up. Senior, are you sure your battle chi has been suppressed to the 2nd layer of the Emperor realm? His soul was at the peak of the Imperial realm? And will you maintain this level of strength for a year? Yi Qinghan made a final confirmation and prepared to attack. He saw Lu Shi nod her head. His battle aura began to circulate, and with a dagger in his hand, he began to run quickly. Finally, he leapt high into the air and shouted, Senior, please take this. Earth Splitter. The cyan blade wave came crashing down on Lu Shi's head. In the blink of an eye, the long blade wave had already reached the top of his head and was about to split Lu Shi in half. Swish, Lu Shi's expression was already indifferent. When the blade wave was only half a meter away from his head, he casually waved his hand. As he waved his hand, a black energy sword suddenly appeared and rushed towards the blade wave. Bang! The collision of energy caused an explosion and brought up a gust of wind. However, this small explosion only made Yi Qinghan and Lu Shi's hair and robes flutter. It didn't cause much impact to them. Earth Splitter 2nd Style. Yi Qinghan saw that Lu Shi was indeed trustworthy. He didn't use any special techniques and only released his battle aura. He used his battle aura, which was 2 times stronger than his, to forcefully resist his attack. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. His body shifted sideways in the air, and the dagger in his hand drew a strange arc, creating a blade wave from the side. Earth Splitter 3 Style, Earth Splitter 4 Style. Wind Chasing 6 Style. At the same time, he used the downward momentum of his body to hack a few more times. When he landed, he had already created countless blade waves. Moreover, he didn't stop. As soon as he landed, he slid his feet and began to move quickly around Lu Shi. At the same time, the dagger in his hand quickly hacked out different kinds of moves, creating a series of cyan blade waves that continuously hacked towards Lu Shi. For a moment, the hall was lit up with bursts of cyan light. In just 1 or 2 seconds, Yi Qinghan had already hacked out 18 blade waves, surging towards Lu Shi. The blade waves were more than a meter high, glowing with a faint cyan light. They quickly rushed towards the black-clothed man from all directions. The scene was extremely beautiful and dazzling. Lu Shi faced countless blade waves. There was still no expression on his face, but his eyes revealed a trace of contempt. He began to wave his left hand casually, as if he was driving away mosquitoes. As he waved his hand, black energy swords continuously shot out in the air. Each energy sword collided with a blade wave with extreme accuracy. Bang, 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 there was a series of sounds like firecrackers being set off. Countless fireworks exploded around Lu Shi. Sparks flew in all directions, creating a myriad of colors. After a series of explosions, a strong wind blew around Lu Shi, causing his black hair and clothes to flutter loudly. But strangely, there was not a trace of disorder. Damn, his control is so precise. There's not a single mistake? Yi Qinghan was secretly shocked. He decided not to try anymore. The power of the Night Emperor 49 forms was only so great. This level of attack would probably only tickle Lu Shi. Didn't you see that he was standing in place? He didn't move at all, let alone hurt him. Annihilation Slash. A blade wave that was several times longer than the previous one and twice as large as the previous one blasted towards Lu Shi like a fire dragon. Yi Qinghan didn't hold back and blasted out his strongest attack at the moment. His own battle aura had already reached the peak of the Duke realm. It was just that he didn't have any powerful martial techniques, so he could only unleash 50% of his attack power. He deduced that the attack power of the Night Emperor 49 forms barely reached 100%. However, this Annihilation Slash was a super powerful move that was combined with the understanding of the Night Emperor 49 forms. According to his estimation, the attack power had increased by at least 300% to 500%. It was at least the normal attack power of a level 1 Emperor Realm warrior. He didn't believe that Lu Shi, whose strength was only suppressed to level 2 Emperor Realm, could take this attack head-on without dodging. As expected, when Lu Shi saw this fire dragon blade wave, the contempt and mockery in his eyes disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by seriousness and calmness. A translucent light shield with some black patterns suddenly lit up. At the same time, Lu Shi's right hand, which had been motionless all this time, moved. He pushed his hands forward at the same time, and a black chi sword that was several times larger than the previous one appeared. It collided heavily with the fiery dragon-like blade wave. Bang! This time, it was different from before. There was a thunderous sound in the hall. A dazzling white light lit up in the air, followed by a powerful shockwave that pushed Yi Qinghan back. He only steadied himself after retreating more than 10 meters. His chest felt suffocated and he almost vomited blood. After taking a few deep breaths, Yi Qinghan opened his eyes and saw that the goat-faced Lu Shi had also left his original position and retreated 2 or 3 steps. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. He smiled and squinted his eyes. There's hope. Chapter 229. Senior, this is already my strongest attack, but it couldn't hurt you in the slightest. It seems that I have to work hard in my cultivation and strive for a year's worth of improvement. Otherwise, I won't be able to defeat you and pass this trial. Yi Qinghan bowed deeply to the black-robed man and smiled. It's not easy for you to make me take 2 steps back. Go cultivate. Whether you live or die will depend on whether you have a big breakthrough in a year. If you feel that your attack has improved, you can challenge me anytime. Lu Shi faintly nodded his head. Then, with a sway of his body, he moved to a corner of the hall, sat down cross-legged, and closed his eyes to meditate. Yi Qinghan cupped his hands at Lu Shi again and walked to the other side to sit down. Although he didn't show any expression on his face, he was overjoyed and excited. Through the attack just now, he concluded that he had a high chance of passing this level. He was at the peak of the Duke realm. World Extinguishing Slash could increase his attack to the level of a level 1 Emperor. But don't forget, he hadn't merged with his beast yet. If he merged with his beast, his basic attack power would reach the level of an Emperor. With the addition of World Extinguishing Slash, his attack power would reach the level of a level 2 Emperor. His attack power would be on par with the black-clothed man. Most importantly, his opponent was a human, not a puppet. He had a soul. If he had a soul, then his most important trump card, Soul Stun, would be effective. As long as she could be stunned for 0.1 seconds, then the next world exterminating slash from Beast Fusion would definitely injure Shi. Then he would win and pass the test. Shi suppressed his soul strength to the peak of the Emperor realm. Yi Qinghan wasn't sure if Soul Stun would affect the soul strength of a peak Emperor. Therefore, he didn't dare to reveal this trump card. If he didn't succeed, Shi would increase the difficulty of the challenge with his hidden strength. Then he would be finished. Therefore, he decided to cultivate for half a year. He didn't need to improve his attack power. At least, he wouldn't be able to say that he comprehended body fusion during this half a year. However, he still decided to cultivate. If he was lucky enough to break through to the Emperor realm or enter a state of soul silence to strengthen his soul, then he would have a higher chance of defeating the black-clothed man. Yi Qinghan closed his eyes and stopped cultivating his battle chi. Instead, he began to ponder about the laws of heaven and earth. Everyone in the House of Aries knew that Emperor realm martial artists had comprehended the laws of heaven and earth. Thus, they were recognized by the laws of heaven and earth and were granted the right to fly in the sky. However, very few people knew what the laws of heaven and earth were and how to comprehend them. Yi Qinghan knew a little, but he didn't understand. Of course, if he understood, he would have already entered the imperial realm. Yi Qingyo had told him some things, and Yi Ruoxue had also explained many things to him. The law of heaven and earth was an invisible order that existed between the heavens and earth. It was the law of heaven and earth that maintained the balance between the heavens and earth. Although the world was vast, it was ultimately composed of different elements and different laws. The heavens bestowed life upon humans, and humans experienced birth, old age, sickness, and death. Hence, there was the law of life. The alternation of day and night, nocturnal and nocturnal, resulted in the law of light, darkness, darkness, and darkness. The great earth gave birth to all living things, yet it possessed a unique pulse that would forever continuously circulate. This was the natural laws of the great earth: wind, rain, thunder, lightning, birth, and destruction. There were also countless other laws. There were countless laws in the world. As long as one explored them, then these laws would appear. As one explored more and more clearly and thoroughly, one would understand the origin of the laws. Then, the laws would recognize one, and one would be able to borrow the power of the laws to split open the heavens and earth, to soar into the heavens and enter the seas. There was nothing one could not do. The world was too vast and there were too many laws. Even Yi Ruoxue didn't know exactly how many types there were. However, she had divided the laws she knew into two. One was the supreme laws, such as life, destruction, light, thunder, death, space, time. The other was the elemental laws, such as metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. These were the 5 elements that made up the world, and so on. Each type of law had its own profound mysteries. For example, the earth elemental laws that Yi Tianlong had comprehended were also known as the earth elemental laws. There were 5 profound mysteries: the earth elemental mysteries, the gravity elemental mysteries, the life elemental mysteries, and so on. If one could completely comprehend all 5 of these profound mysteries, then one would become a god. Although it was easy to say and easy to hear, it was extremely difficult to comprehend even a sliver of it, much less all of its profound mysteries. Everyone knew that light could illuminate the world and bring life to the world, but who knew how light was produced? Why could it radiate heat? Why could it give birth to all things? What are the natural laws, exactly? And how am I supposed to reach this doorstep? Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment, but still couldn't figure it out. However, he knew that this wasn't something that could be rushed. If someone could comprehend the natural laws in a few days, then the human race wouldn't be able to stop that person. He was no longer human. At least, no such person had appeared in the Flame Dragon continent. Of course, there were 2 other types of people. One was a spiritual body, and the other was a jade spirit body. Spiritual bodies were naturally close to nature and could more easily sense the natural laws. Thus, every spiritual body that appeared on the continent was at least at the emperor realm. Some had even reached the saint realm, and were on the verge of becoming a god. The body of a jade spirit body contained the natural laws. As long as a peak marquis merged with her, they would be able to comprehend the mysteries within, making it easier for them to comprehend the natural laws. Yi Qinghan's sister, Yi Qingyu, had a sacred body with a jade spirit body. However, she had been crippled in the infatuation garden, and Yi Qinghan was currently trapped on the god-slaying mountain. Of course, he didn't have the opportunity to experience this mysterious feeling. The road is long, and I will continue to search. Yi Qinghan sighed slightly and began to explore the laws of heaven and earth. Just as Yi Qinghan closed his eyes and meditated on the natural laws, Lu Shi, who was sitting cross-legged on the other side, suddenly opened her eyes. She raised her head in surprise, glanced at Yi Qinghan, and disappeared from the hall in a flash. Meanwhile, a stranger suddenly appeared in the small valley where Yi Qinghan had been resting. It was a woman shrouded in a fiery red robe. From the back, this woman's figure was quite perfect. She stood calmly beside the small pool, quietly gazing at the water. The small beasts beside her were either digging for fruits, eating grass, or drinking water. It was as if they didn't see her at all. It was very strange. The air suddenly rippled, and Lu Shi, who had been guarding the 12th level, appeared out of thin air in the small valley, scaring the small beasts away. But Lu Shi didn't even look at them. She glanced at the woman by the lake and suddenly knelt down. She said respectfully, "Lu Shi greets you, milord." Chapter 230. Lu Shi pays his respects to milord. The god-level expert Lu Shi, the ultimate guardian of the puppet passage, knelt down to pay his respects. The red-robed woman by the lake did not have any special reaction. She continued to quietly look at the lake without speaking or turning her head. The goat-faced Lu Shi did not complain or blame her at all and continued to kneel respectfully. "Get up." After a long while, the red-robed woman finally spoke. Her voice was very pleasant and crisp, but it had a natural feeling of vicissitudes. The young voice had a vicissitudes of life, which made it sound very strange. "Thank you, milord." The black-robed god-level guardian, Lu Shi, stood up with a serious face, but did not say much. The red-robed woman spoke again. "Lu Shi, you won't blame me for breaking the rules set by your master, right?" Lu Shi wouldn't dare, and I didn't break the rules. I only gave him the lowest level of difficulty. It is also fate that this child obtain my master's soul ring. Moreover, even if he passes, the 3rd level was set by my master himself. If he can't pass it, he won't get the divine sword, so I didn't break the rules. Lu Shi seemed to be very afraid of the red-robed woman and quickly explained respectfully. The red-robed woman sighed slightly. "Well, I can only help him this much. If he can't even pass this level of difficulty, then he's just a good-for-nothing. You've been guarding this god-slaying mountain and watching him pass the levels all the way. What do you think of this child?" "Very good. At least in this fire dragon dimension, his aptitude, character, and comprehension can be considered top-notch. As for his future path, how far he can go will depend on himself." The black-clothed man Lu Shi pondered for a while and gave a pertinent answer. If he can't pass the 3 levels, spare his life, destroy his cultivation, and throw him out of the god-slaying mountain. If he can't even pass the small god-slaying mountain, then he's not qualified to get something he shouldn't have." Although the red-robed woman's tone was still flat, the invisible momentum she exuded made even Lu Shi feel a burst of mountain-like pressure. He did not even dare to breathe loudly. After the red-robed woman finished speaking, she disappeared into thin air. There was not even the slightest fluctuation in the air. It was very strange. Phew! The black-robed man saw that the red-robed woman had disappeared. He raised his head, straightened his back, shook his head, and returned to the hall of the 12th level with a flash. The goat-faced Lu Shi suddenly disappeared and then suddenly returned, but Yi Qinghan did not notice it at all. He had been in meditation the entire time, pondering and comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. However, the laws of heaven and earth were just like the mysteries contained within them. They were too king profound. It could not be seen or touched. It was like a farmer in the mountains who finally managed to enter the city, but when he passed by a toll booth, the person at the toll booth asked him to explain what parts were used to build a car. The farmers in the mountains only knew how to farm. They had rarely seen a car. How would they understand if they were to explain this? How could he understand? By the same logic, Yi Qinghan had very little basic knowledge to begin with, and he was also very young. His current strength was obtained through hard work, diligent cultivation, and several fortuitous encounters. Now, he was suddenly asked to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. This was simply like a blind man trying to have an affair. He couldn't find the door. After comprehending for half a month, Yi Qinghan was finally defeated. It seemed like this thing wasn't something that could be accomplished in a day. He decisively gave up on the idea of comprehending the laws of heaven and earth to step into the emperor realm. If this path didn't work, then there was only one path left, and that was to cultivate the soul. If he wanted to strengthen his soul, then he had to enter the state of soul silence. However, he started practicing the Night Emperor's 49 forms when he had nothing to do. He cultivated when he had nothing to do, and he wanted to see if he could enter this state again. However, the Night Emperor's 7 forms became the Night Emperor's 49 forms, and finally became the current Night Emperor's 1 form, World Annihilation / There was nothing left for him to cultivate. In his heart, he already believed that this was the most perfect state, so he couldn't enter the original state of concentration no matter how much he cultivated. As for cultivation, the battle aura in his dantian was already saturated, and the core had grown to its limit. Cultivation could no longer increase the battle aura. Therefore, he tragically discovered that his cultivation was also ineffective. He couldn't comprehend the Night Emperor's 7 forms, and he couldn't cultivate either. Yi Qinghan discovered that he actually didn't know how to enter the state of soul silence. Could he not cultivate? Could he not comprehend? Couldn't he deduce? Yi Qinghan discovered that he actually had nothing to do. This can't go on, I'll die. After half a moon queen, Yi Qinghan finally stopped cultivating. Or rather than saying cultivating, it was more accurate to say that he was letting his thoughts run wild. He couldn't cultivate, couldn't deduce moves, couldn't comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. Then his chances of breaking out of seclusion became smaller. The more anxious his heart became, the more his mind naturally liked to let his thoughts run wild. Therefore, he couldn't think calmly, and he fell into a vicious cycle. After letting his thoughts run wild for a month and a half, he finally came to his senses. If this went on, not only would he not be able to cultivate anything, he wouldn't be able to comprehend anything. In the end, he might even end up with schizophrenia. Therefore, as expected, he opened his eyes. When he saw the man in black sitting quietly opposite him, his eyes lit up. Yes, I can't cultivate, I won't cultivate, I can't comprehend, I won't comprehend, I'll find someone to secretly learn. After all, there was a deity-level expert sitting opposite him. If he were to learn anything from him, he would definitely benefit immensely. So he stood up and walked towards Lu Shi, a gentle smile on his face. No, it would be more accurate to use a charming smile. Senior. Yi Qinghan felt that his voice had never been so gentle before, even a little coquettish. What's the matter? The goat-faced Lu Shi did not open his eyes, only lightly asked. Senior, don't you feel that the days are a little boring? Yi Qinghan asked tentatively. When the man in black did not reply, he continued, Senior, you've been guarding this fallen god mountain for many years, right? Have you ever gone out to play? Silence. Lu Shi did not seem to hear Yi Qinghan's words. His eyes were still closed and he did not reply. Seeing that Lu Shi did not respond in the slightest, Yi Qinghan awkwardly rubbed his hands, coughed twice, and continued, cough, cough. Senior, actually, these days are too boring. We can chat more, for example, talk about history, talk about literature, talk about the laws of the earth and so on. When Yi Qinghan mentioned the laws of heaven and earth, Lu Shi had a slight reaction. He opened his slender eyes, a hint of ridicule flashed across them, and faintly said, Young man, don't show off your cleverness in front of me. You want to secretly learn from me? No way. But, if you're really bored, I can train you for free. Chapter 231. Practice, practice, practice? Well, Yi Qinghan could not ask for more. In any case, according to the rules, she could not kill him within a year. And getting injured? He had a bronze ring, no, a soul ring. He had a soul ring, and no matter how he tortured him, he could quickly recover. At most, he would just have to endure some pain. As for pain, what Yi Qinghan was least afraid of was pain. His strength was obtained through painstaking training. What kind of pain could be as painful as having his meridians broken? Well, senior, please make your move. This is called learning from each other, it's not a challenge from me. Senior can make your move at will. Yi Qinghan said boldly. His meaning was clear. Make your move, this young master is not afraid. The goat-faced she looked at Yi Qinghan with some surprise. He did not expect this kid to have a masochistic tendency. Since it was not a challenge, then it was not against the rules for him to make a move. Moreover, his days at the God-slaying mountain were really boring, so he would reluctantly fulfill his wish. This could be considered as doing that person a favor. As for whether or not he could comprehend anything, it would depend on his luck. Kid, if you can't stand it, tell me. She stood up, the corners of his mouth twitching a few times, revealing a gloomy smile. He suddenly waved his left hand, and a 2-meter-long brown iron rod as thick as a fist suddenly appeared in his hand. Yi Qinghan felt that in the blink of an eye, she had magically produced an iron rod. He could not help but sigh at the ability of a god-level expert. But without waiting for him to sigh, the goat-faced she suddenly laughed mischievously. He raised the iron rod in his hand high, and then slowly swung it down towards Yi Qinghan. The iron rod suddenly disappeared in midair. When he blinked again, the iron rod slowly appeared out of thin air. However, this time, the iron rod was already above his head, fiercely chopping down at his head with a series of afterimages behind it. Damn, this magic is too mysterious. I've only heard that god-level experts can teleport. How can weapons also teleport? Yi Qinghan was secretly surprised. It was too late to dodge, so he could only release his aura as quickly as possible to resist the iron rod that suddenly appeared above his head. At the same time, he used the shadow step and dodged to the side. Pa! Yi Qinghan's chi field didn't obstruct the iron rod in the slightest. It was as if the iron rod had hit a piece of tofu, directly smashing Yi Qinghan's chi field apart. Fortunately, Yi Qinghan's body had just slid, so the iron rod did not hit his head, but his left shoulder. Feeling a heavy object pressing down on his shoulder, his body staggered and he almost fell to the ground. Yi Qinghan ignored the intense pain coming from his left shoulder and quickly retreated to the side along with the force. The brown iron rod once again disappeared in front of Yi Qinghan. By the time he reacted, the iron rod had already reappeared behind him, smashing down hard on his back again. The iron rod kept disappearing and reappearing. No matter how Yi Qinghan dodged or ran, the iron rod would hit him every time. However, she obviously controlled her strength. Every time, she only made Yi Qinghan feel an intense pain. She didn't cause any fatal damage to him, nor did she cause any bone fracture or internal injury to him. 10 minutes later, Yi Qinghan was smashed into a giant panda. Apart from his face, there was not a single part of his body that had not been smashed. All of his muscles were swollen. The plot was very interesting. Yi Qinghan was constantly being hit by the iron rod like a monkey being chased by a swarm of bees. He constantly jumped up and down and rolled around. Stop. Senior, stop. After another 5 minutes, Yi Qinghan finally couldn't stand it anymore. In the past few minutes, his physical strength, battle chi, and mental strength had been greatly consumed. Because he didn't know where the iron rod would appear next, he had to pay full attention to his surroundings every second. Once there was a rustle in the wind, he would be able to react quickly and determine how to dodge in his mind. Then, his body would quickly react. However, the iron rod's appearance was too strange and fast. Most of the time, he could only protect his vital parts from being attacked. She chuckled and reached out his left hand. The iron rod appeared in his fingers out of nowhere as he jokingly said, "How long has it been? You can't stand it anymore?" Senior's attack is too strange. Is this the law of space? Yi Qinghan sat on the ground, rubbing his shoulders and thighs as he grimaced in pain. He knew that God-rank powerhouses could teleport, but he had never heard that weapons could teleport. Moreover, he thought of the supreme law of space, so he asked tentatively, "Are you going to fight or not? If you can't stand it, don't bother this old man anymore." She didn't admit or deny it. "Fight? Why aren't you fighting anymore?" "Senior, please wait for half an hour. Let me rest for a while," Yi Qinghan hurriedly replied. She didn't deny it. Obviously, he agreed that this was an application of the law of space. Moreover, he could feel the application of the law of space at such a close distance. Only an idiot wouldn't fight. Moreover, she controlled his strength with each attack. He didn't hurt his muscles or bones. As for the small injuries on his muscles, the soul ring could heal them in less than half an hour. Of course, he had to continue fighting. Although this couldn't be called fighting, it was more accurate to say that he was being beaten. However, to be beaten by a God-rank powerhouse using the law of space, this kind of treatment was something that all the powerhouses in the Fire Dragon continent would fight for. Half an hour later, Yi Qinghan got up again and began to enjoy Lu Shi's abuse. He was prepared to use a very stupid method to comprehend the law of heaven and earth to avoid Lu Shi's attacks. Lu Shi's attacks contained the law of heaven and earth. If he could completely avoid his law of space attack, it would mean that he had already touched the threshold of the law of space. This meant that he could enter the Emperor realm. Lu Shi's law of space attack used the law of space. It could cross space and appear anywhere. It was fast and strange, making it hard for people to defend against it. Logically speaking, Yi Qinghan couldn't avoid it at all. It would be useless even if he was beaten 100 million times. However, Yi Qinghan continued to stand up with great interest. He continued to enjoy being chased around like a monkey. This time, he didn't continue to stay in place and wait for the rod to attack. Instead, he used a strange footwork in the hall and kept moving around. At the same time, his footwork kept changing, making his figure look ethereal and very strange. He used the shadow step. Lu Shi's attack just now reminded him of Yi Ruoshui's shadow step. He had started cultivating the shadow step on Nether Island. However, he had been stuck at the first stage and hadn't broken through to the second stage. Now that he saw Lu Shi's strange law of space attack, he thought of the second stage of the shadow step. The first stage of the shadow step was called Follow Your Heart. The second stage was called Shifting Shadows. And the third stage was called So Close, Yet Worlds Apart. Originally, he didn't understand why he couldn't cultivate the second stage no matter how hard he tried. Now, he somewhat understood. Shifting shadows, shifting shadows. This was the usage of the law of space. If he didn't comprehend the law of space, how could he successfully cultivate the second stage? Chapter 232. He believed that as long as he could avoid Lu Shi's attacks, he would definitely be able to enter the second level of the shadow step. Cultivating the second level of the shadow step meant that he had comprehended the laws of heaven and earth, which meant that he was about to break through to the Emperor realm. Once he broke through to the Emperor realm, he was absolutely confident that he could defeat Lu Shi, who had set a limit on his strength, and break through the puppet channel. A God-rank expert constantly used the laws of space to attack him. Wasn't this a free sparring partner and teacher? If Yi Qinghan didn't seize this opportunity to comprehend the laws of space, then he would be a pig. Thus, he began to cultivate painfully and happily. Lu Shi was helpless. He had been guarding this god-slaying mountain for thousands of years. The word guarding was not accurate. It should be said that he had been trapped in this god-slaying mountain for thousands of years. Even if he was a God-rank expert, time was no longer important to him. A God-rank expert had an almost immortal lifespan of hundreds of thousands of years. Usually, they would cultivate in seclusion for decades or even centuries. For thousands of years, it was just a snap of a finger. However, staying in this god-slaying mountain all the time was not the same thing. He was a God-rank expert. Even if he didn't enjoy the supreme glory of dominating a region, he should at least have a free and hot-blooded life. Moreover, although the master of the god-slaying mountain had given him a supreme secret skill, his comprehension of the mysteries of the laws had been stuck. As a result, his strength could only be at the peak of the heavenly god realm. Things like the mysteries of the laws could not be comprehended by meditating and deducing. Therefore, he really wanted to go out. Not to mention exploring other places. Even if he just strolled around the Flame Dragon continent, he might be able to comprehend something. Moreover, he had stayed in this place for thousands of years and was very tired of it. He longed for an exciting and adventurous life, longed for freedom, longed for the outside air and sunlight. However, the restriction of the God-slaying mountain would not disappear until the small divine pavilion at the top of the God-slaying mountain was opened. Although his strength was considered top in the Flame Dragon continent, he couldn't break this restriction and couldn't get out. After 500 years, the second genius to reach the last stage of the puppet channel had finally arrived. However, it was a youth who hadn't even cultivated to the Emperor realm. Alright, it doesn't matter if you're weak. In any case, the checkpoints of the God-slaying mountain were designed to test the potential, perception, and luck of the challengers. The fact that this young man was able to obtain the soul ring meant that his luck had reached its peak. To be able to reach this level of strength at such a young age, his comprehension and potential were quite good. But why didn't this foolish young man cultivate? Not going to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth? Why did he ask her to beat him up for no reason? He doesn't know? Had she already seen through his pet and his hidden strength? Did he not know that the strength he had set to pass the test had already reached the bottom line set by the master of Luotian Mountain? You said you wanted to comprehend the laws of others through their attacks. This was not wrong and it was feasible. Moreover, Lu Shi had suggested to Yi Qinghan that he wanted to train Yi Qinghan. Lu Shi also felt that this was a good way to go. Hence, he chose the simpler spatial law among the laws that he had mastered. He continuously attacked Yi Qinghan so that Yi Qinghan could comprehend something and step into the imperial realm. Then he would go to the third test to try his luck. If he was lucky, he could enter the small divine pavilion and break through the God-slaying mountain. In this way, he could also benefit from it and leave the God-slaying mountain that had imprisoned him for thousands of years. But what made Lu Shi so angry was that this kid was like a monkey. He had been jumping here for half a year without making any progress. And looking at this kid's appearance, he seemed to be enjoying it very much. Did he plan to continue jumping? He did not know that if one path of understanding the laws of heaven and earth did not work, would he find another way to understand it? Did he have to hang himself on a tree? Seeing that the time was getting closer and closer, but this kid was jumping more and more happily, Lu Shi was anxious. According to the previous method, if he failed to pass the test, he would be killed directly. It was just that this kid had a big tree behind him. The red-robed woman's aura alone made him feel that he was invincible. Although the woman said that if he failed, she would directly destroy his cultivation and throw him out. However, Lu Shi was afraid that if he really did this, he would secretly offend the red-robed woman. If he did not do this, he would break the rules set by the master of Luotian Mountain. So he was very helpless. Looking at Yi Qinghan jumping happily, Lu Shi was even more helpless. So he increased the strength of each attack. He decided to make this young man unable to be happy or jump. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, Yi Qinghan lay on the ground and waved his hands repeatedly, indicating that he had reached his limit and that if he continued to attack, he would die. Yi Qinghan was also very helpless. It had been almost 8 months since then. Every day, he was chased around like a monkey. He was covered in injuries and there was not a piece of good flesh on his body. He spent every day in pain, but he had not touched the threshold of the laws of space. Although his body had become extremely hard and his defense had greatly increased after being constantly beaten and healed by the soul ring for more than half a year. Although he had practiced the first level of the disorienting footwork to the point where he could move at will, his reaction speed had also become abnormally terrifying. But he had not fully understood the laws of space, and the disorienting footwork had not reached the shifting shadows stage. He had not stepped into the Emperor realm. Actually, he could not be blamed for this. It could not be said that Yi Qinghan's comprehension was poor, nor could it be said that Lu Shi was a poor sparring partner and teacher. It was just that Yi Qinghan's foundation and received too little knowledge. He was only at the first level of the elite realm before the age of 15. His current strength was completely achieved by continuous fortuitous encounters, constant hard work, and the help of the dragon crystal spirit fruit in the soul ring. Most importantly, his basic knowledge and foundation were too poor. Before the age of 15, he was still the seventh son of the Yi family. His position in the family was not even comparable to a high-ranking servant. He was not qualified to learn martial arts and cultivation knowledge at all. Moreover, he had never received a systematic explanation and education from a cultivation powerhouse. Although Yi Qingmiu and Yi Ruoxue had casually explained some to him previously, his martial arts cultivation theoretical knowledge was too poor. But his knowledge of martial arts cultivation theory was too poor, so poor that any random core disciple of the 5 great clans was much stronger than him. Without foundation, how could he quickly comprehend the laws of heaven and earth with just comprehension? How could a coal miner expect a nouveau riche to understand the true taste of a noble in such a short time? Kid, are you going to continue fighting? Lu Shi looked at Yi Qinghan lying on the ground, grimacing in pain and panting like a dog. She could not help but sigh. Of course, Yi Qinghan said with a grin. However, his grin had probably pulled at his wounds, causing his smile to become a little forced. Chapter 233. Yi Qinghan sighed inwardly. What else could he do but continue? He had no other choice but to grit his teeth and walk down the path of comprehending the laws of space. He really didn't know what to do. Sigh. Lu Shi sighed deeply and was about to say something to comfort him. Unexpectedly, he suddenly looked to the left, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. Yi Qinghan saw Lu Shi's cold, goat-like face suddenly change. He couldn't help but follow his gaze in surprise, but all he saw was the golden wall at the side of the hall. At this moment, there was a sudden fluctuation in the air. A pleasant sound suddenly surged into his heart. At the same time, he felt as if he saw, very strangely saw, a rainbow-colored cloud suddenly descend from the heavens and the earth. Then, this cloud suddenly bloomed, illuminating the earth. Then, a bolt of purple lightning suddenly fell from the sky, directly entering the ground, and then instantly disappearing without a trace. What is this? Yi Qinghan forgot his pain at this moment. His mouth was wide open in shock as he asked Lu Shi in a trembling voice. This scene was too magnificent, too shocking. And why did it suddenly appear in his mind? Lu Shi gave a rare smile. He looked at Yi Qinghan and said, "Don't be surprised. Someone from your flame dragon continent has become a god. This is the descent of the laws of heaven and earth, bestowing the instant movement skill and divine crystal upon him. And what you feel is a phenomenon that will occur automatically at this moment, as long as a martial artist has begun to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, or has already comprehended the laws of heaven and earth. Someone has become a god again. Someone has become a god." Yi Qinghan licked his lips, thinking of that rainbow-colored cloud and that bolt of purple lightning. He seemed to vaguely think of something. He hurriedly ignored the pain in his body, sat up with difficulty, and closed his eyes to meditate. Flame Dragon Continent, it was currently midnight. The ordinary people of the continent had long since gone to sleep. Only a few night owls who didn't talk much were still wandering the streets, bars, and brothels. When this rainbow-colored cloud suddenly lit up, very few people actually knew. But that bolt of purple lightning had startled countless people awake from their dreams. The clouds blossomed, and the entire continent's sky was filled with a demonic 7-colored light. Countless people were woken up by the thunderous dream and crawled up. When they saw the remnants of the rainbow light in the sky, they were so frightened that they knelt down in the direction of the divine city. Other than a miracle, there was no other explanation for such a change in the world. Countless experts at the pinnacle of the Marquis Realm, Emperor Realm, and Saint Realm experts saw this shocking change at the first instant. Their expressions changed, and they gathered together to discuss this strange scene. Could it be that a rare treasure had appeared in the world with such a great momentum? Of course, in Dragon City, although the experts of the 5 great families were very excited, they didn't have too many doubts. In their clan's history, it was recorded that this kind of divine purple lightning was a sign that someone had become a god. They were just flabbergasted. Who had become a god? The god rank experts of the Flame Dragon continent naturally knew who had become a god. Yi Ruoxue opened her eyes and revealed a faint smile. She then stood up and disappeared with a flash. The old ancestor of the Shui clan walked out of the cave outside the Drift's now city. The three war gods of the Dragon City walked out of the seclusion chamber. The fishing rod in the hand of the hidden island's island lord inadvertently trembled. Then, she put away the fishing rod and disappeared in a flash. The tranquility in the valley of the demon god mountain was once again broken by the sounds of people talking and sighing. A few tall barbarians in the barbarian god forbidden ground stopped cultivating and looked towards the east. In the Divine Lord Pavilion of the Divine City, Tu put down the book in his hand and looked at the distant sky through the window. He ordered the massacre god guards to appease the citizens of the Divine City and continued reading. He wasn't worried about the appearance of a few more god-rank experts in the Flame Dragon continent. Instead, he felt that things were getting more and more interesting. The Tranquil Lake Island was destined to be a chaotic night. That purple lightning struck the Tranquil Lake Island's northern court, the Happy Heart Pavilion. Everyone on the island woke up with a start, including those in the Ecstasy City. Countless warriors in the Ecstasy City were shocked. The warriors of the Yu clan rushed to the Tranquil Lake Island immediately. The other warriors followed behind them, wanting to enter the Tranquil Lake Island to find out what was going on. However, the Tranquil Lake Island had been sealed off by the Yu clan's experts. The leader was the Yu clan's supreme elder, Yuji. Yuji didn't give much explanation. She just said indifferently, "It's thundering, and it's going to rain soon. Everyone, go back to sleep. Keep your clothes. Yu clan's disciples, return to your positions." The hundreds of disciples and experts of the Tranquil Lake Island were confused. They didn't understand what was going on. However, the four supreme elders of the Yu clan took action and passed down their orders. Without further ado, all the disciples of the Tranquil Lake Island started to move, preparing to welcome the esteemed guest. The supreme elders didn't say anything, and the disciples of the Yu clan didn't dare to ask. Only a few experts had guessed what was going on, and their faces were filled with surprise. After a long while, a voice rang out in the air, making them even more ecstatic. "Yu clan's clan leader, you are a heavenly genius. You have cultivated the great Tao. Congratulations." A black figure suddenly appeared out of thin air on the plaza in front of the northern courtyard, causing a group of women from the Yu clan to be startled. However, the three supreme elders in front of the plaza quickly knelt down and bowed. "Thank you, Senior Yi, for visiting. Please rest first. Our clan leader will come out to thank you after he finishes his cultivation." "Greetings, Senior Yi." When the rest of the disciples saw the three grand elders kneeling down, they quickly followed and saluted. "It's all right. I can catch up with a few old friends." The person who came was Yi Ruoxue. He said with a smile. His long white eyebrows were slightly curved. He walked to the table that had been set up earlier and sat down. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The air trembled again. Four silhouettes appeared out of nowhere. They were the three gray-robed elders and the clan master, Long Bifu. The three elders looked very ordinary, but their eyes were frighteningly bright. The three of them were all smiling. When they saw Yi Ruoxue sitting at the side, they ignored the people of the Yu clan and directly walked towards Yi Ruoxue. One of them said, "Little Yi, you're quite fast." "Hee, I'm a little faster than my three brothers. Sit here." Yi Ruoxue's white eyebrows furrowed. He quickly stood up and cupped his hands. Then he ordered the supreme elder of the Yu clan, "Little boy from the Yu clan, dismiss everyone. Only the three of you will stay. My three brothers don't like too many people." The supreme elder of the Yu clan quickly dismissed the disciples. He quickly walked over and bowed. "Greetings, seniors." "Greetings, Clan Master Long." Although they had never seen the three of them before, they could easily guess that they were the three war guardians of the House of Aries when they saw the three of them together with Long Bifu. Chapter 234. Dispense with the formalities, dispense with the formalities. The Yu clan is very fortunate to have produced another divine-level expert after the Moon Empress. This is a cause for celebration. Little ignorant fellow, this time around, you've been defeated by a lady. One of the battle gods chuckled and teased the dragon. Yi Ruoxue assessed Dragon Coward, smiling. Ah, this kid's not bad. He has a chance to become a god in 10 years. Brothers, you've taught him well. Those idiots in our family aren't as good as you. Come on, little Yi. You're just showing off. Do you think we don't know that little girl in the mountain behind your house? She got the divine crystal? Anyway, I've always wanted to ask you. Where did you get it? It seems that only Lord Devour in the God City and the Dark Forest has it, right? It's impossible in the God City. Did Lord Devour give it to her? One of the war gods asked a question that had been bothering them for a long time. The Dragon City and the Yi family's fort were close to each other. With their sole cultivation base, it was easy for them to find out Yi Qingyu's situation. However, they hadn't asked Yi Ruoshui yet. Yi Ruoshui didn't answer. She just smiled as if she agreed. The arrogance on her face was obvious. Actually, although the divine crystal was important in his eyes, the fact that the Yi family could have another God realm expert was enough to make the Yi family proud. However, the relationship between Yi Qinghan and Lord Devour made him more proud and happy. No matter what, Lord Devour was the real king of the Fire Dragon continent. Indeed, Yi Ruoshui acquiesced. The three war gods and dragon coward wore solemn faces. The way they looked at Yi Ruoshui changed. The three great elders of the Yu family didn't understand the serious relationship, but Dragon Coward understood it clearly as the palace master. If Lord Devour had such a relationship with the Yi family, it would be a big benefit to the Yi family and the House of Aries. However, although he was the palace master, he didn't dare to talk in front of Yi Ruoshui and the three war gods. He just stood there quietly. Buzz. At this moment, the air trembled again, and a white-haired old man wearing a straw raincoat and holding a fishing rod appeared out of thin air on the square. The old man looked at Yi Ruoshui and the others and smiled. He swung his fishing rod, causing it to shrink until it was as long as a finger. The old man put away the rod and laughed. Everyone, I'm late. This journey is a bit long. We pay our respects to Senior Island Master. Dragon Weaver and the three Yu family elders had clearly seen this person before. They were the first to greet him. Yi Ruoshui smiled and waved her hand as she said, Island Lord is too modest. You teleported here at such a great speed. Clearly, your law of space has improved a step further. That's right. Little Ian, you can't pretend to be 13. Fishing on the hidden island has greatly increased your cultivation. It seems that we should also go fishing on the hidden island if we have nothing to do. The three war gods were obviously very familiar with the hidden island lord and were casually joking around. Well, it wasn't easy for me to come here. I'm not here to disgust you. I'm used to eating fish by the sea. Let's eat the Yu family's spiritual fruit. Is the Yu family's patriarch not done cultivating? The hidden island lord laughed and sat beside Yi Ruoshui. He grabbed the fruit on the table and began to eat heartily. He didn't have the demeanor of a powerhouse of a generation. So, fusing with the divine crystal is fast, but mastering teleportation will take some time. Alright, it wasn't easy for us to gather together. Let's chat and wait. In any case, the Yu family is rich. Let's eat as much as we want. Yi Ruoshui's white eyebrows twitched. She indicated for everyone to sit. In any case, time was worthless to them. Deity rank powerhouses didn't lack time. Swish. At this time, a gray-clothed old man appeared on the plaza. His hair was messy, and his robe was in disarray. He looked like a beggar wandering on the streets. The Shui family's old freak has also come. The hidden island lord chuckled and nodded at the gray-clothed old man. The three war gods also nodded at Shui Shiwen. Only Yi Ruoshui coldly nodded. This old man is no longer a member of the Shui family. I'm just a discarded disciple. There's something delicious to eat. Let's talk after we've eaten. Shui Shiwen cupped his hands at everyone. He reached out and grabbed a leg of meat, then took a big bite. Combined with his strange attire, he looked like an old beggar. Everyone shook their heads. Shui Shiwen was quite ruthless. He directly cut off his relationship with the Shui family so that no one would feel any dissatisfaction or ill will towards him because of the Shui family's previous actions. Yu Qingqing didn't go play the zither today. She had been summoned to the Happy Heart Pavilion by the Yu family's patriarch. At first, she was very confused. Why did the patriarch let her accompany her to the Happy Heart Pavilion for half a night, even though he knew that she was diligently cultivating? It wasn't until the middle of the night that she saw a rainbow-colored cloud and a bolt of purple lightning suddenly appear in the sky outside the pavilion. Only then did she realize that Yu Shishui was taking special care of her. That bolt of purple lightning mysteriously entered Yu Shishui's head. At the same time, it brought with it a dense amount of natural energy, as well as an aura that made her want to sleep. However, Yu Shishui told her that she couldn't sleep, and even instructed her to cultivate continuously until she woke her up. Yu Qingxing didn't know what was going on, but she didn't ask any questions. Instead, she closed her eyes and began to meditate. She quietly took in the intoxicating aura. Not too far away from Yu Qingxing, a white-clothed, masked woman was sitting cross-legged in midair. Her entire body was glowing with a faint purple light, and a holy aura slowly flowed around her body. After a long while, the scarf covering her face slowly slid off, revealing a beautiful face that could charm all living things. At the same time, her eyes slowly opened. Her limpid eyes shone like the stars in the night sky, dazzling and eye-catching. The corner of Yu Shishui's mouth curved upwards, revealing a smile that could make all living things go crazy. She glanced at Yu Qingxing and smiled again. With a gentle wave of her hand, a transparent barrier of light enveloped the entire room. Then, her body suddenly disappeared from the room. "Greetings, Patriarch." Yu Shishui reappeared in the northern courtyard plaza. The three grand elders of the Yu family were overjoyed when they saw her. They bowed to her, tears of joy streaming down their faces. You guys can leave for now. I have a few things to discuss with these seniors." Yu Shishui smiled faintly, trying to calm them down. At the same time, she turned around and bowed to Yi Ruoshui and the others. Yu Shishui greets the 6 seniors. "I am extremely grateful that you were able to come. Greetings, Patriarch Long." Younger sister Shishui is too courteous. "There's no need to call us seniors. Now that you've reached the deity realm, we are all of the same generation. You can just call us brothers. Little brat, there's no need to call us seniors. Just follow his example and call us brothers. In any case, you're about to become a deity." The 7 of them hurriedly stood up. One of the war gods hurriedly tried to resolve the situation when he saw that little brat Long didn't know how to address Yu Shishui. Chapter 235. Little sister Shishui, I'm older than you by a few years, so I'll just call you little sister. Congratulations, you've hidden yourself quite well. You actually took this step before me. Dragon Bastard was also a hero of his generation. He didn't put on any pretense and spoke directly. I had a sudden epiphany. I didn't expect to be one step ahead of you." Yu Shishui smiled slightly, her beauty stunning everyone present. Impressive, impressive. I didn't expect the Yu clan's charm arts to be so powerful after reaching the deity realm. We almost fell for them. Little sister Shishui's charm arts are unparalleled under the heavens. Yi Ruoshui chuckled and began to tease her. However, he couldn't help but sigh to himself. This woman from the Yu clan had become a deity, and her illusionary and bewitching techniques were incredibly powerful. If a group of saints had been standing in front of Yu Shishui, they probably wouldn't have been able to resist at all. Let's not joke around. Let's get down to business." The island lord of Hidden Island, who had been gorging himself, suddenly tensed up. He immediately set up a domain that enveloped them. Then he slowly said, "Actually, we came here this time because you've reached the deity realm, so there are some things that you shouldn't know about. Dragon Bastard, you're about to become a deity, so we won't avoid you." "Please speak, Island Lord." Yu Shishui smiled faintly. She knew that business was about to start, and she hurriedly listened attentively. As for Dragon Bastard, his eyes also shone brightly. He was very interested to hear it. First, the deity realm agreement. The deity realm experts of the 3 prefectures cannot directly participate in battles between commoners. Otherwise, all the deity realm experts on the continent will work together to destroy them. This agreement wasn't set by the city lord, nor was it set by Lord Devour. The Flame Dragon continent has existed for a long time. It was set up by the older generation of deity realm experts, and has been around for hundreds of thousands of years. You must remember this. You can take revenge for personal grudges, but you cannot harm the innocent. Otherwise, no one will be able to protect you. It wasn't set up by the city lord and Lord Devour? The continent used to have deity realm experts? Yu Shishue knew about the deity realm agreement a long time ago, but she didn't know that it had been set up by the older generation of deity realm experts. She asked suspiciously, there were deity realm experts 100,000 years ago? Hee. Although the flame dragon continent is lacking in spirit chi, it's still possible for a divine realm expert to appear every few hundred years. Old Snowbeggar became a god 1,000 years ago, and Little Knight also became a god 500 years ago. Both of you became gods at about the same time. Do you think there were any god-level experts in the past? The island lord seemed to know that she would ask such a question and quickly answered. Yu Shishue and Dragon Weaver glanced at each other. They could see a trace of shock and confusion in each other's eyes. Longfellow hesitated for a moment before asking, to think that the Fire Dragon continent has a history of over 100,000 years. If a divine-level expert appears every few hundred years, then wouldn't there be several hundred divine-level experts in the continent? Where did these experts go? According to what I know, a deity rank powerhouse has a lifespan of several 100,000 years. Yi Ruoxue suddenly smiled. She pointed to the sky and said, they have gone to the divine plane, which is the divine realm. Divine plane, divine world? An, as expected, expression appeared on Dragon Butcher's face, but he was even more confused. He continued to ask, then, why don't you all go to the God world? Can the two of us also go to the God world in the future? That's right. I've seen our clan records. The founding ancestors of our 5 clans all became deities, and they all went to the God world at the same time. Yu Shishue was also very confused. She asked the question that she had been hiding in her heart for a long time. The 3 war gods, Yu Ruoxue, and the Hidden Island Master all laughed bitterly and fell silent. Finally, Yu Ruoxue sighed. Our ancestors did indeed all go to the God world, but they were the last group to do so. Of course, we also want to go. The Fire Dragon Plane's spiritual energy is sparse, and if we want to advance our cultivation to the divine general realm, or even higher realms, it's almost impossible to succeed. If we don't go to the God world, it's almost impossible to succeed. It's just that, we can't go. It's not just us. I'm sure that the deities from the other 2 prefectures also want to go, but no one can. Apart from that bald-headed bastard from Divine City and Lord Devour, no one else can go to the God world. The Fire Dragon Plane is like a dead well with its lid closed. Divine General Realm? Bastard bald-headed bastard? Dead well? Yu Shishue and Long Bifu glanced at each other again, their expressions changing. There was actually a divine general realm above the heavenly god realm, or even higher. Yu Ruoxue had actually called the divine city lord a bastard bald-headed bastard? The Fire Dragon continent was a dead well? Why were the previous gods able to go to the god world? Why can't we go? Yu Shishue asked after digesting Yu Ruoxue's words. Because that damned bald-headed bastard from Divine City covered the Fire Dragon continent up. The Hidden Island Master was evidently just as angry as Yu Ruoxue towards the Divine City Lord. He actually cursed as he looked at the 2 of them. What I'm going to tell you next involves the greatest secret of the Fire Dragon Plane. Remember, you must not spread this information, or else the Fire Dragon continent will definitely fall into chaos. In the end, it is very likely that the entire Fire Dragon Plane will be destroyed. Actually, the natural laws of every plane have bestowed upon it a path to the God world. The entrance to this path is on Purple Island, which is a few thousand kilometers away from Hidden Island. There are 5 trials on Purple Island. As long as you can pass through these 5 trials with your own strength, you will be able to enter the Purple Island teleportation formation and be transported to the God world. However, a few thousand years ago, the Divine City Lord descended. The Hidden Island Master explained everything to Yu Shishue and Dragon Coward for half an hour before she was able to clearly explain everything. After she finished speaking, Yu Shishue and Dragon Coward didn't say anything for a long time. However, Both of their expressions were abnormally agitated and resentful. If this continues, won't we never be able to jump out of this dead well? The billions of people on the Fire Dragon continent will continue their fate forever? This is too tragic, too hateful. Yu Shishui sighed deeply and shook her head. At this moment, her good mood had been completely overturned. Her heart was filled with pain. No. We're all waiting. We're waiting for a peerless genius to appear. We're waiting for this peerless genius to lead us all out of the Fire Dragon continent's fate. Yi Ruoshui finally stood up. She gazed in the southwest direction, at the tall mountain shrouded in white mist. That's right. Unless a peerless genius is born, we can only stay in this dead well. We can only look up at the beautiful world outside until the Fire Dragon continent is completely destroyed. The Hidden Islands Island master sighed deeply and shook his head powerlessly. Everyone fell silent as they gazed in the east. In the east, dawn had already broken. The red sun slowly rose into the sky, and the night slowly receded. Warm sunlight shone down on the entire tranquil lake island, bringing with it a sea of light. Chapter 236. Yi Qinghan had cultivated for an entire day and night this time. The rainbow light and the purple lightning yesterday had moved him greatly. Not only him, but all the Peak Duke realm warriors on the continent were also greatly moved. After all, they had already begun to touch the threshold of the laws of heaven and earth. The rainbow light and purple lightning were the most essential manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth. Lu Shi watched as Yi Qinghan meditated for an entire day and night and sighed inwardly. This kid's luck was really heaven-defying. He had cultivated for tens of thousands of years. Of course, the manifestation of the laws of heaven and earth when one became a god was the most touching for Peak Duke realm warriors and Peak Sage realm warriors. Those with a strong perception would definitely have some enlightenment. This kid had cultivated for an entire day and night, so it was obvious that he had gained some enlightenment. It seemed that this kid had a high chance of breaking through to the Emperor realm within 3 months. The second test, the puppet channel, had probably been broken by him. Now it was time to see the last test. Thinking of the last test, Lu Shi could not help but smile helplessly. This master of Fallen God Mountain was really something. Who knew where he had learned all sorts of things to come up with such a clever move? Whether this kid could pass or not would depend on the will of the heavens. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes and shook his head inwardly. He sighed. Just a little more, just a thin layer of window paper. He would have stepped into the threshold of perceiving the laws of heaven and earth. He could vaguely sense the magical laws of space, but he felt that there was an indescribable feeling to it. He had not completely understood it yet. Yes, he would continue to cultivate the second level of the shadow step. Now, he could already feel a trace of the concept. As long as he continued to practice the shadow step and constantly corresponded with each other, this layer of paper would be pierced sooner or later. He believed that this day would not be too far away. Senior, please continue to train me. I will definitely defeat you within 3 months. Yi Qinghan stood up confidently and walked towards Lu Shi with a smile. As he walked, his footsteps were erratic and indistinct. If you cannot defeat me in 3 months, I will have to kill you. Whether you live or die will depend on your luck. Although Lu Shi's words were still cold, there was actually a trace of urgency in his heart. He hoped that this kid would succeed in the end so that he could escape the cage of Fallen God Mountain. Xiao! Lu Shi didn't stand on ceremony. He waved his arm and a black iron rod appeared out of thin air. Then, the iron rod disappeared and reappeared behind Yi Qinghan's head. Yi Qinghan had long been on guard. He quickly stepped to the side and twisted his body at the same time, dodging the fatal blow. However, the speed of the iron rod was too fast, and it still hit his left arm. Yi Qinghan endured the pain and didn't care. He didn't look. In the end, he simply closed his eyes and began to run quickly around the hall. The painful yet joyful training began again. Divine City. Shui Wuhan was wearing a long golden robe as he walked on the streets of the Divine City. Behind him were a few envoys of the Divine City who were also wearing the same golden robes. Today, Shui Wuhan didn't train even though he knew that he was pressed for time. He only had a little more than a year left. If he couldn't raise his strength to the Emperor realm in this 1 year, then he would have to wear this cowhide-like robe for the rest of his life. He would live in the darkness forever, without himself, without hope, and without a tomorrow. The Divine City's City Lord gave him an endless supply of spirit fruits, elixirs, and secret manuals, but he also gave him a deadline. Before the opening of Fallen God Mountain, he had to cultivate to the Imperial Realm and enter the trial to obtain the Divine Sword. If he succeeded, he would reach the heavens in a single step. If he failed, he would become an envoy of the Divine City forever and wear this golden robe for the rest of his life until he died. Therefore, he was pressed for time, so pressed that he didn't even have time to play with women. He cultivated every day and night, almost to the point of insanity. A large number of spirit fruits, elixirs, and secret manuals aided him. His hatred towards Yi Qinghan, the Yi family, and everyone in the House of Aries, as well as the hope that he had dreamed of for more than a decade. This gave him a very terrifying obsession, and this obsession created a rocket-like cultivation speed. A few years ago on Hades Island, he was a level 1 marshal. The 12 golden-shelled insects were comparable to the elders of the Shui family. His overall strength was at level 3 marshal. A few years later, he was at the peak of the noble realm. The 12 golden-shelled insects were fully matured. He was confident that he could kill an Imperial Realm expert with a sneak attack. However, he knew that this wasn't enough. He had to get stronger. He knew that the path of heaven would open in a year. There would be countless experts. If he wanted to survive, he had to get stronger. But today, he stopped cultivating. He put on the golden robe and walked out of the pavilion to the main street of the Divine City. Because he was released from prison alone. Tu Qianjun didn't change much. For years had passed. Time didn't leave many traces on his face. It was just a lot paler. These years in the divine prison, he still had good wine, delicious food, and beautiful women warming his bed every night. There wasn't much difference in his life. However, the lack of sunlight over the years had caused his face to have a sickly paleness. He looked at the countless people who came to welcome him at the entrance. He didn't say anything. He just stood under the sunlight greedily. He squinted his eyes and enjoyed the sun and the warm wind blowing from the corner of the street. Back to the Immortal slaughtering pavilion. After a long time, Tu Qianjun smiled faintly. He waved his hand and led a group of people back to the Immortal slaughtering pavilion. After returning to the Immortal slaughtering pavilion, Tu Qianjun walked into the study room of the massacring god guards. He chatted for half an hour before walking out with 2 jade boxes. Everyone else, disperse. Shui Wuhan, follow me. After dismissing the emissaries standing at the entrance, Tu Qianjun nodded to the emissary in front of him and walked into a small pavilion on the left. Congratulations, young master, for breaking through to the Imperial Realm. You have left the divine prison in advance. In the future, you will definitely soar through the 9 heavens. Shui Wuhan wasn't surprised. He followed Tu Qianjun into the small pavilion and took off the hat that covered his entire face. He knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, "Get up. I've troubled you for the past few years. However, it was a blessing in disguise. You obtained the Divine Master's recognition and your strength has skyrocketed." Tu Qianjun was full of smiles. Clearly, he was in a good mood after being released early and breaking through to the Imperial Realm. "I don't dare. Everything is because of young master's great fortune. However, when the heavenly path opens next year, I'm afraid I won't be able to return. I can't continue to follow young master around in the future." Shui Wuhan said bitterly. Don't worry. Don't you still have 1 year? Cultivate hard and break through to the Imperial Realm as soon as possible. Then, you can comprehend more laws. I have faith in you. Tu Qianjun waved his hand and replied with a smile. Then he picked up a jade box from the table and handed it over to Shui Wuhan. He then whispered in a mysterious voice, "I've specifically asked my father for this. You must practice diligently. Don't disappoint me." What is this? Seeing Tu Qianjun's mysterious behavior, Shui Wuhan couldn't help feeling excited. Tu Qianjun knew that the Divine City's City Lord had bestowed him with countless spirit fruits, spirit herbs, and secret manuals. Therefore, The thing inside this jade box was absolutely extraordinary. Chapter 237. Black Snow Lotus. Tu Qinjun said with a smile. Ah! Shui Wuhan was overjoyed when he heard this. His gray and black eyes suddenly burst out with a dazzling light. Black Snow Lotus was a treasure. Of course, it was a deadly poison for others, but it was one of the top 3 treasures for the Shui family. With this Black Snow Lotus, the power of his 12 insects would double. Once he stepped into the Emperor realm, the trip to the God-slaying mountain would be extremely comfortable. Shui Wuhan quickly knelt down and said with a trembling voice, "Young master, you treat me so well. I don't know how to thank you. No need to thank me." Tu Qinjun sneered. The smile on his face suddenly changed. It became somewhat ferocious and full of hatred. His tone also became cold. "You don't need to thank me. I just want you to go to the God-slaying mountain. If Yi Qinghan is not dead, dismember his body. If he is dead, kill all the members of the Yi family and the Yu family. Leave no one alive." Ha! Shui Wuhan opened his mouth and unexpectedly laughed. He turned around and walked towards the door. He said word by word, "Young master, you don't need to say more. As long as my golden-shelled insects successfully evolve, I will definitely make the people of the Yi family and the Yu family beg for death on the God-slaying mountain. No, it doesn't matter if it's the Yu family, the Yi family, the Feng family, the Hua family, or the people of Dragon City. I won't let any of them off." Ha! Ha! Two cold and cruel laughter rang out in the small attic, scaring the maidservants who were about to enter the attic to serve the guests. Lu Shi was very angry. Although he had suppressed his strength and soul realm, he felt that with his comprehension of spatial laws as a divine-level expert, Yi Qinghan would be like a locust trapped in a cage. No matter how hard Yi Qinghan tried, it would be impossible for Yi Qinghan to escape his grasp. However, he found something strange today. His iron rod that had always hit the target had started to miss. Although he missed once, he still felt that it was unforgivable. He was a God realm master. How many years had he cultivated? Tens of thousands of years. How could he fail? How could he fail? However, when he saw that his iron rod was still lying quietly on the floor of the hall, and Yi Qinghan's figure continued to jump more and more happily in the hall, his body becoming more and more blurry, faintly discernible, he knew that he had indeed failed. He wasn't surprised that Yi Qinghan was slowly comprehending the law of space. However, even if Yi Qinghan entered the Emperor realm and entered the door of comprehending the laws of space, Yi Qinghan wouldn't be able to do so. He didn't care about it at all. Although his comprehension of the law of space was not too deep, it was still a piece of cake for him to deal with a rookie who had just entered the field. But why did he fail? He could not figure it out, and he put it down to mental fatigue. It was just that even he didn't believe this idea. A divine-level expert's soul was extremely powerful. With such simple control, he would not feel tired even if he were to control it for 1,000 years. Since he couldn't figure it out, he stopped thinking about it. He decided to continue chasing that monkey, striving to force him into the Emperor realm as soon as possible so that this young man could break the puppet channel and try his luck in the 3rd stage. However, when he glanced at Yi Qinghan again, his brows suddenly twitched, and a trace of joy flashed in his eyes. He couldn't help but smile. In the hall, Yi Qinghan's figure was still constantly jumping. However, as he jumped, Yi Qinghan's figure became more and more blurry. In the end, he suddenly disappeared, directly appearing in the space more than 10 meters away. Then, his figure disappeared again, and in the next second, he appeared in the space more than 20 meters away on the left. His entire person was like a ghost, constantly flashing around in the hall. Shifting shadows, shifting shadows. I've finally succeeded in my cultivation. Emperor realm. I finally stepped into the Emperor realm. Yi Qinghan kept flashing back and forth in the hall as he laughed happily. After the rainbow light and the purple lightning that day, he finally stepped into the door of understanding the law of space in 2 months. He successfully cultivated the 2nd stage of shadow step, shifting positions. He also successfully stepped into the Emperor realm. At this moment, he felt unprecedentedly comfortable. All the pores on his body relaxed, and his entire body, including his soul, was immersed in a feeling of comfort. He stopped moving, stood there quietly, closed his eyes, and began to enjoy this wonderful state. Dense heaven and earth yuan qi had already gathered around him unknowingly, and this heaven and earth yuan qi began to involuntarily flow into his body. Slowly, layers of black liquid started to leak out of his skin. At the same time, without him realizing it, his soul ocean expanded further. The core in his dantian was spinning rapidly, but it didn't grow bigger. Instead, it gradually shrunk, and its color became golden and translucent. Half an hour later, Yi Qinghan slowly opened his eyes and comfortably stretched. Unexpectedly, black powder started to fall from his hands and face. What's going on? Why is my body black and numb? What is this? Yi Qinghan had just woken up from that wonderful feeling and was suddenly shocked. Don't make a fuss. This is the impurities in your body. You entered the Emperor realm, and the heaven and earth yuan qi cleansed your body, making your body stronger. Lu Shi's voice sounded faintly. At the same time, he waved his hand. Yi Qinghan felt a light breeze blow past him, and the black pieces in his body actually turned into black powder and floated away. Even the dirt in his underwear was completely removed. His method was very magical. Thank you for teaching me, senior. Yi Qinghan moved a few times and felt extremely comfortable. He quickly turned around and bowed 3 times to Lu Shi. For half a year, Lu Shi had been his sparring partner for free, but he didn't have any complaints or dissatisfaction. He was very grateful for this. Although he was curious why Lu Shi was so good to him, it didn't reduce his sincere gratitude towards Lu Shi. Don't thank me. I didn't go against Master's rules. Everything was obtained by your own comprehension and hard work. Also, if you can really get out of here alive, you might even blame me in the future. Lu Shi waved his hand lightly. He had seen this young man's hard work and endurance for half a year. How could a normal young man endure being beaten every day for half a year? When Yi Qinghan heard this, he quickly shook his head and said, "How can that be? I can't even thank Senior enough. Why would I blame Senior?" Let me put it this way. You are now on the path of comprehending spatial laws. Actually, many martial artists think that spatial laws are useless. Basically, no one will choose to cultivate spatial laws. Chapter 238. You know that God rank masters can teleport, right? When a martial artist reaches the God rank, the laws of heaven and earth will automatically bestow them with teleportation skills and divine crystals. As for the law of space, no matter how one cultivated it, the end result was that the human body could teleport, and so could weapons. So, since one could obtain such a skill for free after becoming a god, why would a martial artist try to comprehend the law of space in the beginning? Of course, I don't have much understanding of spatial laws, so I'm not very clear. So, I hope I didn't harm you and you won't blame me in the future? So that's how it is. If God rank masters can obtain teleportation skills for free, then cultivating spatial laws is a waste. If you cultivate other laws, you will have more offensive and defensive skills after becoming a god, and you will also get a teleportation skill for free. Yi Qinghan understood, but he didn't blame Lu Shi at all. After all, if it wasn't for Lu Shi, he probably wouldn't have been able to step into the imperial realm. Moreover, he believed in the laws of existence. He didn't believe that spatial laws, one of the supreme laws, could only teleport. Of course I won't blame Senior, and I'm very grateful for Senior's explanation. I've decided to officially challenge you in 3 days. I'm prepared to break through the last stage and break through the puppet channel. Yi Qinghan bowed again and said sincerely, I'll be waiting for you to challenge me. Lu Shi nodded lightly. As he spoke, his sparse beard trembled. Together with his goat-like face, he looked like a white goat in human form. However, after he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something. He said again, "Just now, you seem to have dodged one of my attacks?" Yi Qinghan looked at Lu Shi strangely, as if asking him in return, was it strange for him to dodge once after being beaten up hundreds of thousands of times? He had been beaten up for half a year and comprehended spatial laws. Was it not normal for him to dodge one attack? So he said very modestly, I've cultivated for so long and only managed to dodge once. Did I embarrass myself in front of you? Embarrass himself? Lu Shi was shocked when he heard this. He hurriedly said, "If you can dodge one more time, I won't embarrass myself in front of you. Come on, I'll attack you like before. Show me how you dodge again." In response to Yi Qinghan's reply, he did not believe that Yi Qinghan could dodge his attack with that little bit of space law he had comprehended. He didn't believe it at all. It had to be known that Yi Qinghan's strength, space laws, and impressive footwork were nothing in Lu Shi's eyes. Even if he was twice as strong, Lu Shi was confident that he wouldn't be able to dodge his attack. However, half an hour later, Lu Shi's slender and long eyes suddenly widened into round slits. Yi Qinghan had actually managed to dodge one of his attacks after he had attacked for 100 times. "How did you do it?" Lu Shi stood up and appeared before Yi Qinghan with a flash. She grabbed Yi Qinghan's shoulder and cried out. She no longer had her usual calmness, nor did she have the demeanor of a divine-level expert. "Just like that I dodged and dodged?" Yi Qinghan was shocked. He scratched his head in embarrassment. T. I'm a peak heavenly god. How can you, a martial artist who has just entered the imperial realm, dodge my attack? Even if you cultivate to the sage realm, you might not be able to dodge it. Lu Shi panicked. He actually threw away the calmness of a divine-level expert and cursed. "Yeah? How did I dodge it? What's going on?" This time, it was Yi Qinghan's turn to be confused. He asked Lu Shi with a puzzled expression. "You're asking me? I'm the one asking you." Lu Shi cursed again. Then, he realized that this kid had just entered the imperial realm. How could he know such a complicated question? After a moment of silence, he let go of Yi Qinghan and continued to ask, "Tell me the details of how you dodged my attack." About that? Yi Qinghan saw that Lu Shi was being so serious. He fell into deep thought. After a while, he answered solemnly, "Senior, for the past half a year, I've been thinking about how to dodge your attack. I've been practicing my footwork. As long as I successfully cultivate the second level of my footwork, it means that I've comprehended a bit of the law of space. Then, I'll be able to enter the imperial realm." Yi Qinghan saw that Lu Shi was listening attentively, so he continued, "So, I didn't think too much about it. I was only thinking about how to dodge your attack. At first, I didn't know how to dodge your attack for half a year. However, the rainbow light 2 months ago gave me a bit of insight. That light suddenly descended and spread in all directions. In an instant, it lit up the entire sky. At that time, I had a bit of insight. I associated that insight with dodging your attack. I realized that any attack will cause a vibration in the space. If you use your mind to sense this vibration, you'll be able to discover the trajectory and frequency of the vibration. Then, you'll be able to determine the speed and angle of the attack, as well as the time and distance of the attack. Then, you'll be able to react quickly and think of a way to dodge it. That's how I determined the fluctuation and frequency of your attack. Then I dodged it. However, it's obvious that I haven't completely mastered this move yet, so I can't completely dodge your attack." Yi Qinghan explained everything. He told Lu Shi how he comprehended the law of space, how he entered the imperial realm, and how he successfully dodged Lu Shi's attack. However, after he finished speaking, he saw Lu Shi frowning. He thought that his practice was bad, so he couldn't help but ask again in embarrassment, "What's wrong? Senior, did I go in the wrong direction?" Lu Shi finally opened his mouth. He sighed deeply and shook his head. "You're not wrong. We're the ones who are wrong. It's the idiots from the divine realm who said that the law of space is useless." Then he fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, he pointed above his head and cursed, "F***CKU. Which bastard told me that the law of space is useless? F***CKU. The law of space is the F***King's strongest law of heaven and earth." Then, his face was full of excitement. He looked at Yi Qinghan with a face full of smiles and laughed loudly. "Kid, you're a genius. Do you know that? Stick to your path of comprehending the law of space. F***CKU. If you successfully comprehend the profound mysteries of space, who can attack you? You'll be invincible among those of the same level. At least, you'll be invincible when escaping. You can sense the trajectory and frequency of other people's attacks in advance. That's too awesome. Looking at the excited goat-faced Lu Shi, who looked like he was about to go crazy, Yi Qinghan was dumbfounded. His mouth was wide open and he couldn't say anything for a long time. Chapter 239. After listening to Lu Shi's detailed explanation, Yi Qinghan finally understood how awesome his comprehension of the profound mysteries of space was. Invincible in escaping. Yi Qinghan was secretly happy. Not only was he invincible in escaping, but his body fusion technique was also invincible in attacking. If he continued to comprehend the profound mysteries of the law of space, he would be able to determine the frequency and trajectory of an enemy's attacks with 100% accuracy. Then, he would truly be invincible against attacks and defenses of the same level. Warriors of the same level couldn't attack him, but he could instantly kill them with his body fusion technique. Wasn't this invincible in the same level? What was this? Thinking of this, Yi Qinghan couldn't help but tremble. His Adam's apple kept squirming and he kept swallowing his saliva. Yi Qinghan's mood was very complicated at this moment. He knew that he was finally no longer the seventh son of the Yi family. He could openly return to the Yi family and loudly announce that the seventh young master of the Yi family and the seventh master of the Yi family had returned. He could even swagger over to the Yu clan and tell the Yu clan how correct their decision back then was. He could go to the barbarian city and tell the lady boss how powerful her man was now. He could tell Yi Qingwu that he could be completely responsible for her. He could tell his weak little sister that he could finally protect her for a lifetime. After resting for 3 days, Yi Qinghan stabilized his emotions and familiarized himself with the state of his body and soul in the Emperor realm. He couldn't care less about the flying technique given to him by the laws of heaven and earth in the Emperor realm. He decided to immediately start the challenge. He had stayed in the god-slaying mountain for almost 4 years. He was eager to break out of seclusion and return to the Fire Dragon continent and Yi family castle. Senior, I officially challenge you. Yi Qinghan cupped his hands at Lu Shi. Lu Shi smiled warmly and said, "Come on." In fact, he knew that Yi Qinghan could definitely defeat him when he controlled his strength. However, he still had to abide by the rules. After all, he made a divine blood oath in front of the master of the god-slaying mountain. If he violated the rules set by the master of the god-slaying mountain, he would be mercilessly erased by the laws of heaven and earth. Sorry for the offense. Yi Qinghan's expression became serious, and his eyes emitted a fiery light. He held the blue dragon dagger tightly in his hand and shouted, "Beast fusion!" After a year of silence, Xiao He appeared for the first time. His tiny body turned into a shadow, and with a long howl, he once again burrowed into Yi Qinghan's body. In the next second, Yi Qinghan's aura suddenly soared, and a few strange and mysterious tattoos slowly appeared at the corner of his eyes. Shadow shift. Yi Qinghan's body suddenly disappeared. He kept flickering in the hall. Although his body was moving without any trace, he was constantly approaching Lu Shi. Lu Shi's body suddenly flew up into the sky. His body emitted a dazzling light and a super large light shield enveloped his body. At the same time, he kept waving his hands and countless chi swords began to shoot out from his body in all directions without any pattern. So smart. Yi Qinghan sighed inwardly. Although Lu Shi's method was simple, it was very effective. At this moment, he vaguely understood that Lu Shi might have already known his trump card, which was why he didn't let him get close. As long as he couldn't get close, the body fusion technique wouldn't work. So if Lu Shi could last for a month, the two of them would end in a draw. A draw would mean that Yi Qinghan would lose. After all, Yi Qinghan had to defeat and injure Lu Shi if he wanted to win. Although Lu Shi's battle aura was set to the second level of the Emperor realm, he wasn't afraid of using up all his battle aura. After all, he only needed to last for a month. When the agreed time was over, he would be able to recover his divine realm cultivation. The amount of battle aura of a second-level emperor was nothing to him. Yi Qinghan's body kept flickering, dodging the messy chi swords that Lu Shi shot out. He was secretly thinking of a way. There's no other way. I can only attack even if I get injured. After a while, Yi Qinghan still couldn't think of a way out of this situation. He had no choice but to attack forcefully. He was currently at the first level of the Emperor realm. After merging with Xiaohe, his strength was close to the third level of the Emperor realm. Moreover, his soul had already reached the peak of the Emperor realm. He could only rely on his rough aura to temporarily defend against Lu Shi's chi swords. Then, he quickly approached Lu Shi and released the body fusion technique. Charge! Yi Qinghan gritted his teeth. His body flashed with green light, and a green light barrier suddenly formed. At the same time, he started flashing in a straight line towards Lu Shi. Lu Shi had already expected that Yi Qinghan would choose to attack forcefully. He waved his hands quickly, and the number of chi swords released from his body suddenly doubled. The direction where Yi Qinghan was charging from was several times denser. Hold on. Soul confusion. Yi Qinghan didn't care. He opened his eyes wide and roared angrily. At the same time, a bewitching purple light lit up and covered Lu Shi's head in the air. Bang, 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 countless sounds of metal clashing could be heard. Yi Qinghan's aura was instantly shattered. Then, a few chi swords shot towards him at high speed. Yi Qinghan gritted his teeth. His body shook strangely and he actually flashed forward quickly. Just before Yi Qinghan's body disappeared, a few chi swords pierced straight through Yi Qinghan's body, causing a few arrows of blood to spray into the air. In the next second, Yi Qinghan appeared again in front of Lu Shi. His face was as pale as snow, and his body and arms had countless visible bloody holes. Senior, I won. The dagger in Yi Qinghan's hand quickly made a light cut on Lu Shi's neck. Lu Shi's eyes were closed, and his eyes were blank. A faint trace of blood appeared. Then, his body trembled, and a mouthful of blood spilled out from his mouth. He fell powerlessly from the air. Lu Shi immediately woke up. Feeling the cool dampness on his neck, his face looked like he had seen a ghost. His pair of thin eyes were wide open. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was quickly falling to the ground, he quickly flashed and appeared on the ground. He stretched out his hand to catch Yi Qinghan, who was falling from the air. He said hoarsely, "Brat, what happened just now? Damn you, you actually made me fall into an illusion for a second. You actually almost killed me." He had always known that Yi Qinghan had a war beast. He knew that after Yi Qinghan fused with his war beast, his strength would increase greatly. He also knew that Yi Qinghan had hidden his trump card. He knew that Yi Qinghan could defeat him, but it would at least take a big fight, right? He didn't expect that Yi Qinghan would actually knock him out and kill him in an instant. How could he not be shocked? Not afraid? If Yi Qinghan had really chopped his head off with his dagger just now, he would really be dead.